Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Third-person POV. A whole month had passed since the legendary duel between Rimuru and Diablo shook the nation. Though the spectacle had faded from daily conversation, its impact lingered, etched into the minds of everyone who witnessed it. Even now, it served as the benchmark by which all power was measured. Since then, Rimuru had returned to his usual duties of overseeing Tempest's internal operations. With most war-related technologies finalized and deployed, the Research and Development Division finally had room to revisit a project they'd shelved months earlier. The Magi train was a magic-powered locomotive born from the combined efforts of elves, dwarves, vampires, and humans. Inspired by Rimuru's memories of trains from his old world, it wasn't designed for warfare or defense. Its purpose was to revolutionize transport and logistics across the cardinal world, and drag Tempest further up the tech tree, bridging ancient magic and modern industry. At the central R&D platform, Gabbru and Vesta stood before the towering machine. Both wore proud expressions as they watched their team put the final touches on. "Would you look at that?" Gabbru beamed, hands on his hips like a triumphant general surveying the field. Vesta adjusted his glasses and nodded with a rare smile. "Feels good to return to this project. After all that time diverted to war tech, this really paid off," he said. Behind them, the diverse team of engineers and researchers shared in the moment. A chorus of cheers, claps, and relieved laughter echoed through the hangar. "This'll change the entire transport sector," an elf remarked, running her hand along the polished steel hull. The barrier implementation was genius. You could ride this thing straight through a storm of curses or monster-infested lands and come out untouched. Kaijin added, arms crossed as he admired the array of defensive inscriptions etched into the Magitrain's surface. "The only thing left is the infrastructure. We'll need railways from Dworgen to Blumund, all the way to Ingracia, and even Lublius." "That's no small feat," a vampire technician from Luminous faction noted. The Magitrain's sleek design reflected its multiracial origins. It had the mark of aerodynamic dwarven metallurgy, elven mana harmonization circuits, man-made engineering protocols, and vampiric enchantment work. Every joint, rune, and seam had been iterated on dozens of times before the final model emerged. Now came the moment of truth. Vesta climbed into the engine compartment, heart pounding. Behind him, the team fell silent, watching intently. He placed his hand over the main control crystal and pressed the activation glyph. A pause. Then came a low, steady hum, rising quickly into a roar as the elemental magic core surged to life. A pulse of magical energy ran through the steel frame. Gears turned. Lights flickered on. The boiler hissed as ambient magicules were drawn into the core. The train came alive. The magic core, designed to convert raw magicules into usable energy, fed into a series of turbines. These powered the engine while generating electricity for the passenger cars. Its dual-fuel system allowed for seamless operation in regions rich in magicule, such as the Great Jura Forest. In places scarce of magicules, magic stones could be manually slotted in to provide power. Vesta stepped down, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. He turned back to the train as it idled smoothly on the track, emitting a faint shimmer of mana from its vents. Configured with 4 passenger cars and 2 cargo units, the Magi train was more than just a mode of travel. It was a symbol, a declaration that Tempest wasn't just preparing for war, but preparing for the world after it. Applause erupted from the gathered researchers. After months of toiling through war tech and contingency designs, this was a return to purpose. A future-facing vision realized. And for the first time in weeks, it felt like hope had momentum. "Phew. I'm glad that's finally off our plate." Gabbru exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow as he stepped back from the humming Magi train. Vesta stood beside him, hands tucked behind his back, his usual composed expression softened by relief. "Now you'll finally have time to train again. Catch up to the rest of the elites, maybe," he said. Gabbru smirked, flipping his long, dark purple hair over his shoulder with practiced flair. "Exactly. After witnessing Diablo Dano go head-to-head with Rimuru-sama, I've been feeling fired up. Who wouldn't want to rise higher after seeing something like that?" He beamed. Vesta chuckled. "I still remember my knees giving out halfway through the battle. I thought I was going to faint from the pressure alone," he admitted. Gabbru laughed heartily, clapping a hand on Vesta's shoulder. "Then I would have had to haul you back to the lab like a sack of potatoes. Good thing you held it together," he said. Just then, the doors to the chamber slid open with a hiss, drawing their attention. A young Dragonoot, one of Gabbru's subordinates, came jogging in, slightly winded but grinning. "Gabbru-sama." he called out, waving. Gabiru waved back. Hey! What's the rush? He asked. The Dragonute came to a stop in front of them, catching his breath before speaking. Rimuru-sama has summoned the executives. He's currently down on the 100th floor, in his lab. He replied. Vesta gave Gabiru a knowing glance and tapped him on the arm. Looks like you've been summoned. He said. Gabiru gave a dramatic nod. Duty calls. I'll leave the final diagnostics to you, then. He said. Go. And maybe don't make a dramatic entrance this time. Vesta quipped. No promises. Gabiru shouted as he took off at a jog, the metallic floor echoing beneath his boots. Using his staff-level access, Gabiru bypassed the 4 floors occupied by the element dragons, taking the direct stairway that cut between the 95th and 100th floors. On his way down, he spotted several familiar figures descending the staircase just ahead. Geld. Kamara. Ranga. Shimo. Hold up. Gabiru called out, catching up. They turned at the sound of his voice. Late again. Some things never change. Geld said, arms crossed with a slight smirk. Hey now, I've got a good excuse. Gabiru replied, puffing his chest with pride. We just finished the Magi Train project. It's live. Fully operational. He added. Oh, the one that got shelved a while back? Kamara asked, her eyes brightening with curiosity. That's the one. We just fired it up. All systems go. Now we just need tracks. Gabiru said with a nod. I bet I could outpace it on foot. Ranga chimed in, his tail wagging lazily behind him. Shimo raised an eyebrow and stifled a laugh. Not while hauling freight or dozens of passengers behind you, you couldn't. She mocked. Ranga gave an exaggerated scoff. It's the speed that counts, not the luggage. He shot back. Regardless, we should get moving. The others are likely already there, and I don't think Rimuru-sama called us down just to chat. Geld cut in. With no further debate, the group continued their descent, the heavy atmosphere of the lower floors beginning to settle around them. After winding through a few more passages, they finally stepped onto the 100th floor. It was dimly lit, the ambient glow from the magicule-powered lights casting a soft blue hue across the polished stone. In the center of the level lay Veldora in his full dragon form, his enormous, coiled body stretched across the floor like a slumbering mountain. Deep, slow breaths escaped from his snout, each exhale rumbling through the chamber like distant thunder. Better not wake him. Shimo whispered, stepping lightly across the floor. He's definitely not a morning dragon. Kamara added under her breath. Carefully skirting around the slumbering catastrophe, the group made their way to the reinforced doors leading to Rimuru's private lab. Whatever this meeting was about, the presence of Veldora, sleeping or not, was a reminder that even in the heart of innovation and progress, the pulse of raw power never truly faded. Stepping into Rimuru's private lab, the group was immediately met with a warm, mellow glow. Magicule-powered lamps floated gently above the lounge, casting pools of light across plush seating and polished tables. Already seated inside were the familiar faces of Benimaru, Cheyenne, Sui, Apito, Zijin, and Adalman. The air was quiet, almost expectant. Rimuru leaned casually against a short cabinet, arms crossed, though his expression lacked its usual levity. Ah, good. You 5 made it. He said. The group bowed respectfully before moving to find their places. Shimo took her seat beside the other Onis. Kamara and Ranga plopped down on the carpet near a low table, tails curled around them. Gabiru and Geld exchanged a glance before sliding into an empty couch. Now we just wait for the demon girls. Rimuru muttered, half to himself. The atmosphere shifted at those words. Everyone present immediately caught on to it. This wasn't a routine debriefing. It was rare enough for Rimuru to call even half of these people together. But when all of Tempest's mightiest warriors were summoned in the same room, it was always a sign of something bigger. Though casual on the surface, the group grew more attentive. There was no official title for them, but everyone knew them as the top 15 of Tempest's inner circle. And even among them, there was an order. Diablo stood unchallenged at the peak, followed closely by the Demonist trio. Zijin, Kamara, and Apito came next, their evolution through battle marking their rapid ascent. Then came Adalman, Benimaru, Gabiru, Geld, Ranga, Cheyenne, Shimo, and Sui, all respected, all irreplaceable. After some time, the door hissed open again. In stepped Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera, dressed more comfortably than usual, but still carrying their signature confidence. They bowed deeply to Rimuru, who gave them a quiet nod in return. Once the trio had taken their seats, a hush fell over the room. Rimuru's gaze swept across the group, lingering on each face just a little longer than usual. His expression was more serious than anyone had seen in months. Benimaru spoke first. Where's Diablo Dano? He asked. Out on assignment. We'll proceed without him. Rimuru replied. Another silence followed, uncomfortable yet not oppressive. Not yet. Rimuru took a slow, deliberate breath. I'm sure you all remember the duel. He began. There were nods all around. Some smiled faintly at the memory. Others shifted uncomfortably. It's hard to forget something like that. Geld said, arms crossed. Rimuru looked down for a moment. It taught me something. Something I didn't expect to learn. He muttered. The group leaned in. Your evolutions, they're not locked away after all. He said. No one moved. Not a sound escaped. The implications were immense. Ever since he descended, Rimuru had believed, and told himself, that the price of loyalty was a cap on growth, and that by following him, his subordinates would be forever barred from reaching their full potential. They had accepted it with pride, grace, and humility. But Rimuru never truly did. Now, that belief had been shattered. Diablo proved it. With temporary severance, he managed to break through the ceiling. He evolved. And that changes everything. Rimuru continued. His voice tightened slightly. In the war ahead, we're not facing bandits or small armies. We're looking at possibly 2 million soldiers from the Eastern Empire. Maybe more. He said. Kamara's ears twitched. Ranga growled softly under his breath. Even Zijin's eyes narrowed. You all know where I came from. I wasn't born in this world. I was human, once. Rimuru said. The quiet deepened. I've done a lot to protect this nation. But what I'm about to ask goes against who I used to be. He hesitated, just for a moment, but forced the words out. To survive what's coming, and to prepare for the future ahead, I want each of you to pursue your evolution. That means claiming 10,000 human souls. At minimum. His voice didn't shake, but it weighed. The room didn't erupt. No one objected. But the weight of the request hung in the air like smoke. It wasn't the morality that gave anyone pause. This was war. It was Rimuru's discomfort that struck them most, as well as the vulnerability behind the request. He didn't want to say it. But he had to. I'm not asking for slaughter. If they surrender, take them alive. We'll treat them as prisoners. But if they keep fighting. He paused again. You already know what to do. He finished quietly. He turned to the Demonist trio next. And yes, that means no flashy overkills. If you disintegrate the soul, you won't be able to collect it. He said, smirking ever so slightly. Carrera clicked her tongue, her irritation as evident as it was predictable. Testarossa gave a graceful nod. Understood, Rimuru-sama. She said. Precision is my specialty. I'll handle things cleanly. Ultima added, casting a teasing look at Carrera. Oh, shut up. I can hold back. Carrera snapped, folding her arms. Every eye in the room turned toward her. There was a beat of silence. Then laughter, low and disbelieving. Sure you can. Gabiru snorted. She says that every time. Cheyenne whispered to Shimo. Even Rimuru cracked a smile. Just a small one. But it was enough to break the tension for now. He looked at them again, his strongest, his most trusted, and the smile faded into something softer. This war will change things. For you. For me. For everyone. He said. And though the room remained quiet, their eyes said everything. They would follow him through anything, even if it meant becoming enemies of the world. For now, let's go over your positions during the conflict. Rimuru began, his voice dropping into a sharper, more authoritative register. The shift in tone was immediate. Laughter faded. Bodies straightened. Every warrior in the room instinctively braced themselves, knowing the strategic phase of the meeting had begun. Testarossa. He called out. The white primordial stepped forward with graceful poise, dipping her head low. Yes, my lord. She replied. You'll be the one to greet the Empire as our diplomatic envoy. Meet them as an ambassador, formally. Offer them one final chance to withdraw before crossing the threshold. We know what their answer will be, but etiquette matters. Should they refuse, which they will, that's your cue. Begin your soul harvest, and retreat once your quota is fulfilled. He ordered. Testarossa placed a hand over her heart and bowed lower. As you command. I'll be efficient. She vowed. Rimuru turned next to the pairings he'd already planned. Carrera, you'll accompany Geld and his forces. Ultima, you're with Gabiru and his unit. He continued. The four acknowledged with synchronized bows. Then came the commentary. Carrera elbowed Geld with a mischievous smirk. I'll let you break a few heads before I start counting. Gotta make sure you get your share, big guy. She quipped. Geld's stone-faced expression didn't shift. I'm more concerned about you not blowing half the battlefield sky-high before I even see the enemy. He shot back. Puffed. No promises. She said, shrugging. Ultima, meanwhile, sized up Gabiru with an arched brow. You're still in R&D, right? Hopefully, you won't try testing some unstable or untested theory mid-battle. She teased. Gabiru straightened to military posture, hand to chest. I assure you, my techniques have been thoroughly tested. Mostly. He replied. Mostly. Ultima snorted. Rimuru raised a hand, settling the chatter before continuing. Dungeon Guardians, your instructions are unchanged. Maintain your posts and let the enemy trickle in. The traps and monsters will soften their numbers. The goal is to funnel and thin. He said. Adalman, Apito, Kamara, Shimo, and Zijin all dropped to one knee in solemn unison. It shall be done. They answered. Their loyalty was unwavering, their resolve carved from the same stone as their titles. Rimuru's gaze moved across the rest of the room, landing on the core of his more mobile forces. As for the unguarded floors, those without dedicated guardians, you'll act as Tempest's roaming line of defense. Intercept, eliminate, and disrupt. Target any groups that make it past the traps. He ordered. Benimaru, Cheyenne, Sui, and Ranga stepped forward as one, acknowledging their task. Very well, Rimuru-sama. Cheyenne replied. Does that mean you'll be taking command of Cheyenne's and my units directly? Benimaru asked. Rimuru smirked. Pretty much. He confirmed. Benimaru nodded once, already calculating deployments in his head. Sui, your unit will handle security in the dungeon itself. You'll be overseeing the evacuation floor and ensuring the safety of the population. No spies, no saboteurs. Silent and clean. Rimuru continued. Sui bowed silently, a phantom in the flickering light. Understood. He said. Ranga, your star wolves will pair with the goblin riders, as usual. Keep our lines mobile, and pressure any scouts that get too close. He added. Ranga barked with pride. It shall be done, my lord. He replied. And just like that, the stage was set. With every role assigned, every strategy linked into the greater defense web, Rimuru stepped back, casting a final glance around the room. His top lieutenants, battle-hardened, fiercely loyal, and now on the cusp of evolution, were no longer simply elite. They were weapons of destiny, sharpened to pierce the heart of the Eastern Empire. If everything went according to plan, if every blow was measured and every soul gathered with precision, then Tempest wouldn't just win. No, it would ascend, and 14 of its finest warriors could step into the realm of true demon lords. Meanwhile, on a higher level in the dungeon, Dino was on the verge of collapse. Not physically. He was too strong for that. No, this was something far more dangerous. Responsibility-induced anxiety. Shit, why did all the big things have to happen while I was asleep? He muttered, pacing in uneven, frantic circles across his room on the mid-levels of the dungeon. His usually half-lidded eyes were wide with panic. Bed hair. Worse than usual. His cloak. It was inside out. The sword instructor of Tempest's elite, allegedly the greatest living swordsman, was having a full-on meltdown. To be fair, his workload had been real. Ever since Rimuru conned him into teaching Tempest's top combatants, Dino had somehow, miraculously, been working. He trained Benimaru and Shimo in the balance between speed and power. He corrected Cheyenne's wildly aggressive swings. He even sparred with Hakuru, though that one was mainly to keep himself entertained. But true to form, Dino remained Dino. His napping addiction hadn't gone anywhere. And unfortunately for him, 2 monumental events had occurred during his most recent sleep marathons. The first was Ramiris having her curse lifted, a world-altering event for those who understood the significance of her reincarnation cycle. The second was Diablo awakening into a true demon lord during his historic battle with Rimuru. Dino had missed both. He didn't even find out about the second one until 3 days after it happened, when the entire Tempest R&D division couldn't stop talking about the cosmic wreckage on the 101st floor. Now, after putting it off for way too long, he was about to do the one thing he dreaded more than work. Reporting to Guy Crimson. He's so gonna yell at me. Dino thought, already slouching in defeat. Unbeknownst to him, Guy had felt Diablo's awakening the moment it happened. But he still expected Dino to say something, which he hadn't done at all. Panicked, Dino bolted out of his room, shooting up the dungeon levels like a man fleeing execution. By some miracle, the early afternoon streets of Tempest were quiet. No Rimuru. No Diablo. No guards asking questions. Perfect. Claiming he needed to inspect the trade routes, he slipped through the city's perimeter barrier and made a beeline for the nearest rest stop, an old camp between Tempest and a minor outpost. He looked around. No one. Good. Sitting down under the shade of a moss-covered post, he activated a secure, thought communication. "Hey, guy," he called out. The connection buzzed once before a voice barked back through the link. "Took you long enough. Thought you got caught red-handed." He mused. "Almost did. Listen, remember that thing you said about reporting if Rimuru does anything absurd?" He began. "You mean besides existing?" "Yeah," he replied. "Well, he didn't just do something absurd. He did, like, 10 absurd things. Starting with Diablo," he said. "You mean the awakening?" Guy's tone was flat. Dino paused. "Wait, what?" he muttered. "How are you just telling me this now? That was a month ago, Dino." Guy's mental voice sharpened like ice. I know. I was, busy." Dino winced, even through the telepathic link. "You. Busy." Guy scoffed. "That's the funniest lie I've heard in 1,000 years. What next, you actually got a job?" He joked. "Actually, yeah," Dino replied. There was a long pause. Guy's brain short-circuited. "Come again," he said. "I'm one of Tempest's sword instructors now. Rimuru roped me into it. Been training his elites. It's been weirdly enjoyable," Dino replied. If Guy had been holding something, he would have dropped it. He slumped in his frozen throne, blinking in stunned silence. "You're telling me Rimuru managed to recruit you? As a functioning worker?" "You?" he asked. "Yup. And you were right. He has that unnatural charisma thing. One moment you're napping, next thing you know you're running drills with a homicidal Oni chick," Dino quipped. Guy groaned and rubbed his temples. De Gruul had tried to get Dino to work. Even Guy himself had offered the lazy demon lord a high-ranking position in the Ice Continent, only to be ghosted the very next day. And Rimuru? Rimuru got him to punch a clock. "That's more unbelievable than Diablo's awakening," Guy said. Dino sighed. "Well, speaking of unbelievable, there's something else. Remoris," he began. Guy sat up, his crimson eyes narrowing. "What about her?" he asked. "She's free. The curse is gone. Rimuru did it. Now she's under constant protection, and I can't even get near her," he said finally. Silence. Then, suddenly, a shift in Guy's aura, so intense Dino felt it across the link. "When?" Guy asked, his voice dangerously calm. Dino paused for a long time, hesitant to answer. A few months ago, almost half a year," Dino said slowly. Another pause. Then Guy cut the connection. "Guy. Hello. Dude." Dino tried to call out. Nothing. Dino stared blankly at the forest line, then buried his face in his hands. "I'm so dead," he whispered. Back in the Ice Continent, Guy reclined in his throne, one leg slung lazily over the armrest, the other grounded just enough to keep him balanced. A breath left his lips, calm, measured, and long. It wasn't exhaustion. No, it was relief. Annoyance still simmered just beneath the surface. Dino's incompetence was so legendary that it warranted cataloging. But even with that frustration, a different feeling took hold, one far rarer in the king of the underworld. Peace. "She's free," he muttered. He swirled the wine in his glass, crimson as his eyes, and stared up at the crystalline ceiling of the Frost Palace. His mind drifted, unbidden, back to that day 2,000 years ago, the day Malim lost herself, the day Remoris stood before her like a frail candle in a typhoon, sealing her rampage with the cost of bearing a reincarnation curse. It had never sat right with him. The world had forgotten that act. But he hadn't. And now, after all this time, the curse was gone, just like that. A low chuckle escaped him. What kind of slime goes around rewriting divine pacts like it's just nothing? He mused. Rimuru Tempest. Soul Devourer. Harbinger of Chaos. Demon Lord by name, anomaly by nature. Guy took a slow sip from his wine and let the heat trace down his throat before speaking again, softly, this time. Almost as if it were a private promise to himself. "You'd better protect her, Soul Devourer. Because if you don't..." He paused. His fingers tightened around the stem of the glass just slightly. "There won't be a second chance for her," he finished. His voice wasn't angry. It wasn't even threatening in the way Guy usually was. It was quiet, intentional, the kind of tone only heard when someone means every single word. But the moment passed. He loosened his grip. His posture slackened, and the usual smirk, arrogant and invincible, returned to his lips. TCH. And here I was, thinking I'd grown out of all this sentimental crap. He muttered to himself, eyes narrowing with self-disdain. Still, his thoughts returned to Tempest. To Rimuru. And to Velzard. She was there, and that was enough. Of all the people in this world, she would never let harm come to Rimuru. The two of them were closer than siblings, bonded by something even Guy couldn't fully understand. Whatever came, Velzard would act coldly, ruthlessly, and without hesitation. So, for now, Guy would wait. He would watch the coming war unfold. And if Rimuru Tempest truly were as foolishly brave as he seemed, then maybe, just maybe, Guy wouldn't mind sending his graces. Not that he'd ever admit that out loud. Deep within the heart of the dungeon, tucked away from the bustle of Tempest's operations, Rimuru's private lab stood unusually pristine. The clutter of scrolls, scattered alchemy tools, and half-finished enchantments was nowhere to be seen. Thanks to Shinji, Shin, and Mark, her dutiful assistants, the place remained orderly, the faint scent of lavender incense hanging in the air. But despite the calm environment, Rimuru was anything but calm. Hovering nervously above the polished floor, she watched Velzard with wide, expectant eyes. The true dragon leaned against the edge of a long wooden table, taking a bite from an exotic fruit grown exclusively on the 95th floor. Though it looked like an ordinary apple, its taste was something else entirely, sweet, fragrant, almost addictive. Velzard chewed slowly, savoring it before setting the half-eaten fruit down with a quiet thud. All right. Let's start simple. She said at last, brushing her hands off. She gestured at the fruit. Rewind it. She said. Rimuru blinked. Rewind it. She repeated. Velzard nodded. Time elemental magic. Low-tier application. Return a single object to its prior state. She explained. Rimuru floated an inch lower, as if shrinking under the weight of the request. Ugh. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but time isn't exactly an entry-level element. There's a reason people stick with the basic 5. She said. Velzard raised an amused brow. Says the only being, other than my brother, who can wield all 8 elements. She shot back. Rimuru pouted, arms folded tightly across her chest. That was before the curse. My connection to the time element's all fuzzy now. It's like trying to use a muscle I forgot I had. Her voice trailed off. Velzard didn't push. She just gave her that patient, piercing look, the kind that didn't pressure you but made it impossible to walk away. Rimuru sighed. Fine. She muttered. As the elemental queen, Rimuru was born attuned to all elemental attributes. But since the curse placed on her millennia ago, her control over the time element, the most powerful and complex of them all, had faded almost entirely. Now that the curse was gone, the potential had returned. But power didn't equal control. And Velzard, as the greatest time element user, was determined to help her regain it. Close your eyes. Velzard said gently, her tone like a steady current. Visualize the fruit as a moment, a point on a timeline. See the slider in your mind. Now, drag it backward. Slowly. She continued. Rimuru floated in place, eyes shut tight, hand extended over the fruit. At first, nothing happened. Her fingers trembled slightly, magicules twitching out of sync. Then, a pulse. A shimmering array of magic circles bloomed around the fruit, elegant, layered patterns of teal and gold. The air thickened as temporal energy condensed, coiling in slow, deliberate spirals. The bite marks on the fruit began to vanish, skin reknitting itself with surreal smoothness. The color brightened. The scent intensified. Time unraveled around it. When Rimuru opened her eyes, the fruit sat before her, pristine, untouched, and whole. Her breath hitched, and she let out a long exhale, wiping her forehead and sagging midair like a balloon losing pressure. Phew. I forgot how draining time elemental magic is. That took, like, a tenth of my magicules. She said, grinning despite the sweat forming along her temple. Velzard smiled, not smugly, but with rare softness. Welcome back to your birthright. She said. That was a clean reversal. Nothing frayed, no echoes, no false projections. She praised. Rimuru hovered upright again, her wings fluttering with a bit more purpose. You think I've still got it? She asked. I think. Velzard paused, crossing her arms. That you're only a few lessons away from being dangerous again. And the world might not be ready for that. She said. Rimuru laughed, bright and carefree. Too bad. I'm already planning a comeback. She beamed. Having proven that the time element wasn't lost to her forever, Rimuru felt a fire stir inside her. Hope bloomed in her chest, a quiet, steady confidence. She'd thought that power, that part of herself, was gone for good. But now, she wanted more. She needed more. If war was truly on the horizon, then she couldn't afford to be left behind. Her goal became clear. She aimed to reach her third evolutionary stage before the fighting began. Perhaps most importantly in her mind, she could finally shed the two overbearing shadows that trailed her everywhere. But what she didn't know was that Velzard had already agreed with Rimuru that Aurora and Beretta would continue guarding her, just not where she could see them. She could never be truly left unwatched. Back on the surface, in the heart of the capital, Tempest's most famous bar stood under unusually quiet lighting. A haze of late afternoon sun poured through the half-drawn blinds, casting golden lines across the polished wood interior. Gone were the rowdy crowds and crashing glasses. Now, there was only stillness, punctuated by the occasional clink from behind the counter. Rimuru walked in, immediately recognizing the familiar space Carrera had turned into her personal stomping ground. To his surprise, the bar was nearly empty. Finian, the elf bartender, glanced up from polishing a glass. Upon seeing the visitor, he immediately straightened and offered a bow. Rimuru-sama. An unexpected honor. He greeted. Rimuru waved it off casually as he approached the counter. It's been a while. Figured I'd check in. He said, taking his usual seat. He glanced around at the quiet interior. Looks slower than usual, Finian. He remarked. The elf chuckled softly, setting down the glass. It's the season. And with the borders closed, well, fewer travelers means fewer patrons. He replied. Makes sense. Rimuru muttered, leaning on the bar with one arm. What can I get started for you? He asked. I'm actually waiting for someone. I'll order when he gets here. Rimuru said. Finian nodded and moved off to serve a quiet corner table. Rimuru sat in silence for a few minutes, letting his mind drift. It wasn't often he had quiet like this anymore. Between the war prep, the executive meetings, and the never-ending responsibilities of running a nation, moments like these were rare. Then the chimes above the bar's entrance rang out. He turned with a slight grin. Yo. Been a while, Masayuki. He called out. The Lightspeed hero stepped in with a sheepish wave, looking no worse for wear. Yeah, long time no see, Rimuru-san. He replied. Masayuki took the seat beside him, carefully resting his sheathed sword against the counter and loosening the straps of his armor. Finian spotted him and offered a nod. Back again at last. Thought you'd disappeared on us. He mused. Masayuki scratched the back of his neck. Had a few things come up. You know how it is. I'll have my usual. He said. Finian nodded and turned to Rimuru. Frost margarita. The colder, the better. He said. Of course. Finian replied. As the bartender slipped away to prepare the drinks, Masayuki slumped forward with a tired groan. His hair was slightly unkempt, and his eyes carried the look of someone who'd been on the road for too long. You look like hell. Rimuru commented, amused. Get into trouble again? He asked. Nah, nothing serious. Masayuki exhaled. It's just been quiet. Too quiet. I haven't seen Bernie or Jiwoo in months. He muttered. At that, Rimuru's smile faded slightly. He hesitated, then decided to say it. They're from the Empire. Both of them. He revealed. Masayuki's expression barely changed. He let out a slow breath, nodding. Figured as much. He said softly. They always felt off. But it still kind of stings, hearing it for real. We went through a lot together. I thought we had a bond. He added. Rimuru looked down at the polished wood counter. Sometimes, even genuine moments get wrapped in deception. He said. Masayuki didn't reply right away. Then he leaned back, tilting his head toward the ceiling. Yeah. But I don't regret it. People lie. That's part of life. But the choices I made back then, helping people, fighting alongside them, that was real. That was me. He replied. Rimuru gave a faint nod of approval. Just then, Finian returned, placing 2 drinks in front of them. A cool mist drifted off Rimuru's glass. Thanks. Masayuki said. Rimuru dropped a gold coin on the counter. Finian eyed it with hesitation, but Rimuru gave a small wave of his hand. For both of us. Keep the change. He insisted. Much appreciated, Rimuru-sama. Finian said, bowing again before stepping away. The two sat in silence for a moment, the atmosphere calm and nostalgic. Masayuki took a sip of his drink, then sighed. So, war's coming, huh? He began. Rimuru swirled his glass, watching the frost shift. Yeah. Sooner than we'd like. he said. Masayuki looked at him sideways. You gonna be okay? He asked. I don't know. But I'll make sure we will be. Rimuru answered honestly. Another pause lingered, this one longer than the last. The bar's quiet ambience allowed the silence to breathe without tension. Then Rimuru spoke, casually but with intention. Oh yeah. Before I forget. He began. Masayuki glanced up. If it's all right with you, I'd like you to stay in Tempest during the war. Rimuru requested. Masayuki's expression froze. His face paled slightly, lips parting. Rimuru chuckled. Relax. I'm not throwing you into the front lines. He said. Masayuki slumped in relief, exhaling like he dodged a lightning bolt. Phew. Okay, yeah. I can do that. What's the plan? He asked. The entire nation's being moved into the lowest level of the dungeon. All of it, villages, homes, citizens. Everything. Rimuru explained. Masayuki's brows shot up. You're kidding. He said. Nope. We've made a lot of progress since you were last around. Rimuru replied. Masayuki let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Clearly. He said. But here's the thing, even if they're safe, people are going to be anxious. There's going to be fear, confusion, and doubt. I need someone who can inspire calm just by existing. Rimuru continued. Masayuki blinked, caught off guard. You want me to play morale officer? He asked. Basically. Rimuru confirmed. You're perfect for it. You've got presence. You're like a walking spirit bomb of positive PR. He said. Masayuki snorted at that. That's a new one. He mused. Tell me I'm wrong. Rimuru shot back. He didn't. Instead, Masayuki rubbed his chin, thoughtful. Funny you say that. I've actually been working on my unique skill, Chosen One. I still can't control it willy-nilly or anything, but I can regulate how intense it is now. Took a while, but I've got a better handle on it. He said. Rimuru raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. Chosen One isn't exactly the kind of skill most people can learn to handle. That's not nothing. He replied. Masayuki nodded slowly. It was weird. Once I stopped trying to use it and started trying to understand it, things just clicked. Now I can dial it back, ease up on the unearned praise. He explained. Rimuru chuckled. So townsfolk don't fall at your feet for standing still anymore? He joked. Oh, they still do. But now I can make it look like I actually earned it. Masayuki replied with a wry grin. I even learned a little swordplay. Nothing fancy. But I'm not flailing my blade like a kid anymore. He added. Heh. You've changed. Rimuru muttered, smiling. Yeah, I guess I have. Masayuki said as he looked into his drink. After Bernie and Jiwoo left, and Jinrai went home, it hit me that I had no real plan. You told me to cut ties with Yuki, and by extension, the Free Guild. So I wandered. Took odd jobs. Helped folks. It wasn't glamorous, but it felt honest. He continued. Did it ever feel lonely? Rimuru asked. Masayuki shook his head. Not really. For the first time, I wasn't just riding the wave of my skill. I was doing things because I wanted to. That helped. He said. Rimuru smiled faintly. Still sounds like you got a few free meals out of it. He joked. Masayuki grinned. A lot more than a few. Not proud of it, but hey, if the universe insists on treating me like royalty, I'm not gonna sleep in the dirt. He said. Rimuru laughed. Lucky for us, we're immune to your skill. Otherwise, you'd bankrupt Tempest. He quipped. Don't you have more money than the entire West combined? Masayuki shot back. Touché. Rimuru said. Their glasses clinked together with a light tap, the sound echoing faintly in the quiet bar. Both took a sip, the warmth of the drink lingering, not just from the alcohol, but from the moment itself. Two friends, a world apart in power, sharing peace before the storm. Once Rimuru finished his drink, he set the glass down with a soft clink and stood. Masayuki followed his lead, brushing back a few stray strands of hair from his face as he rose. Behind the counter, Finian offered a respectful nod and a wave. Come by anytime, Rimuru-sama. Same for you, hero. He said. Rimuru raised a hand in reply. Thanks, Finian. He replied. Masayuki echoed the gesture. I'll try not to cause a scene next time. He added. You won't have to try. Rimuru teased, smirking as they stepped out into the gentle twilight. The streets of Tempest were quiet this time of evening, the fading orange glow of the setting sun casting long shadows between the sleek stone buildings and enchanted lamps. Magicules hummed faintly in the air, a subtle reminder of the nation's power resting just beneath the surface. "Glad you could accept my sudden request," Rimuru said as they walked. "No worries, Rimuru-san. Honestly, it's probably better than wandering the continent aimlessly again." Masayuki gave a light laugh, his hands tucked in his coat pockets. "I'll have a room prepared for you on the 95th floor. Feel free to visit the hot springs and the elf cabaret, but try not to disrupt the R&D team. They're easily distracted," Rimuru said, smiling. Masayuki chuckled. "Guess I'll behave, then. I'm honored by the treatment," he replied, his tone grateful. Rimuru suddenly snapped his fingers. "Oh, right. Since you mentioned learning swordplay, I think it's time we took that further. I'll arrange for you to train under one of our instructors," he offered. Masayuki blinked. "Wait, seriously?" he asked. "Yeah. You'll be in the dungeon anyway. It's convenient. Though, the newest instructor might be a little too much for you out of the gate," Rimuru said, tapping his chin. "Best to start under Hakuru. Once he thinks you're ready, we can escalate," he added. Masayuki nodded, thoughtful. "I'm down. I'm not aiming to be the best swordsman or anything. Just someone who can hold his ground for real," he said. "That's the right mindset." Rimuru gave him a quick pat on the back. "No pressure. You're already contributing just by being here. But if you've got the time, might as well sharpen a few edges." The two continued down the stone path in comfortable silence, passing by flickering lamplights and scattered night patrols. The air was calm, yet there was a low, unspoken tension beneath it all, the kind of stillness before a storm. "You think this war's gonna get ugly?" Masayuki asked at last, his voice low but serious. Rimuru didn't answer right away. "Yeah, it will. Too many pieces are already in motion. But we're ready. And we'll be ready for what comes after, too," he said. Masayuki let out a slow breath, then smiled. "Guess it's a good thing I stayed," he replied. Rimuru nodded. The two stopped at the end of the district, where paths diverged, one toward the outskirts of the city, the other toward the towering entrance of the dungeon. "I'll catch you tomorrow. Get settled in. You'll have your schedule by morning," Rimuru said. "Looking forward to it," Masayuki replied, giving him a casual salute. They parted ways under the soft light of Tempest sky, one returning to his home, the other beginning a new chapter as more than just a symbol of luck. The war hadn't started yet, but in the quiet steps and steady hearts of its people, preparation had already begun. "Welcome back, folks. We have an actually short, I'm not even sure if it's short, chapter for today. I wanted to write something a little more laid back than usual, so I wrote these short stories and bundled them into a single part. It's always fun writing quieter moments, and it's a nice break from all of the fight scenes. We get to see some actual interactions and dynamics between characters who are often overlooked, which is always a nice touch. I'd say my favorite among this chapter was actually Rimuru and Masayuki's conversation. Anyway, that is all for now. We're getting super close to the war, and I'm getting very excited. I'll see you all in the next chapter." Author, out. Rimuru's POV. My eyes fluttered open to a soft glow seeping through the curtains. The light was muted, cool, and a bit too pale for morning. I sat up slowly, letting my senses catch up, and turned toward the window. Snow. The first snowfall of the season drifted quietly outside, painting the world in white. "Huh. It's snowing now," I murmured. A whole year had passed since the incident at Lublius, the day the truth about the Eastern Empire's invasion plan came to light. 1 year left before the war. I didn't want to think about it too much, not when the day had barely begun. So I shook the thought loose and glanced to my side. Velzard lay beside me, her breathing slow and even, face half buried in a pillow. In the quiet stillness of the morning, with no cosmic threats breathing down our necks, she looked impossibly peaceful. We rarely had time like this. Outside of sleep, we were always apart. I was buried in the endless paperwork and overseeing national operations, while she was training with Ramirez. Speaking of Ramirez, she'd done it. Just a few weeks ago, she reached her third evolutionary stage. No longer an ascended pixie, Ramirez had finally become a greater nymph, a title I still think sounds oddly majestic for someone who can't hold still for more than 3 seconds. Velzard's mentorship was obviously very helpful. But it was Ramirez's persistence that pushed her through. She said it herself. This was only the third time in her entire existence that she'd reached this stage since she'd been cursed. And considering it's been millennia, that says a lot. According to her, the last 2 evolutions took centuries. She made it to Greater Nymph during the outbreak of 2 separate Tenma wars. She fell both times, usually when the sky rained with angels. Talk about bad timing. And her current stats. She went from just over 3 million EP to 7 million. That kind of leap isn't just impressive. It's ridiculous. I still remember our conversation the night she evolved. So, your EP just doubles every evolution. Is that a thing? Beats me. Honestly, I don't even know what comes next. Those stupid angels always kill me before I find out. Damn, sounds awful. It is. I hate the Tenma War. Hard to blame her. Every 500 years, the heavens open and the angels descend in their millions. Luminous once told me it's not that each angel is strong, it's just the sheer number of them that becomes the problem. That said, some of the commanders push into true demon lord territory, which makes them more than just cannon fodder. But that's a problem for another day. Right now, I've got enough on my plate with the Eastern Empire's incoming siege. The last thing I need is another heavenly apocalypse interrupting my schedule. Still, if they do show up again, I've got options. I can always send the full force of the black numbers. Demons are naturally strong against angels, and I've got more demons under my command than I ever thought possible. We'll be fine. Probably. My hand wandered into Velzard's hair, fingers combing through the silky strands almost on instinct. Even after all this time, over a century together, if you count our stint in the detached sphere, she still had this effect on me. It was hard to reconcile the image. The sleeping woman beside me was the same force who once blew apart star clusters just to train me in Veldora. Now, here she was, curled up beside me, utterly at peace. We were opposites in origin. She was born divine, and I was a nobody who stumbled into godhood. But lately, we've started to resemble each other more. She was more grounded now, more human. And I'd started to float a little closer to the divine. Weird, I know. But the thought made me smile anyway. Eventually, her eyes fluttered open. That ocean blue gaze met mine, and her lips curved gently. "Good morning, Vels," I whispered. There was no response right away. Instead, she leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss against my lips. It was quick, but warm. I blinked, caught completely off guard. She laughed softly. "Still not used to that, Rimu?" she asked. It's not like I'll never get used to it," I muttered, rubbing the back of my head. "I just don't have anti-kiss reflexes or anything," I said. "That's dangerous. An opening like that could get you sneaked in battle," she teased, her tone playfully scolding. "You're not supposed to kiss your opponent mid-fight, Vels," I shot back. Her laugh was the only reply I got. The conversation shifted as she turned toward the window, her eyes brightening as snow drifted down from the sky. A genuine smile pulled at her lips. "Finally. It's snowing again," she said. It always caught me off guard how excited the literal embodiment of deceleration got over actual snowfall. She could snap her fingers and cover Tempest in a blizzard if she wanted. But the natural rhythm of the seasons. That was what she loved. And, to be fair, the snow wasn't entirely untouched by magic. Ever since Lubliu shared their climate barrier tech, we fitted Tempest with adjustable weather. Still, nothing beats the real thing. "Guess I've got an excuse to break out my winter wardrobe," I said, grinning. Velzard glanced at me with a raised brow and a crooked smirk. "What's stopping you from wearing it during summer? You don't feel temperature, remember?" she asked. I instantly averted my gaze. "It's the vibe, okay," I replied. She chuckled. "Fufufu, then we really are opposites in that regard," she said. See, Velzard had her own take on dressing for the season. While I bundled up in heavy coats like some fantasy fashion model, she leaned the other way, embracing minimalism with boldness. It was always tasteful, never inappropriate. Still, my anxiety flared every time she walked through town looking like a deified supermodel. And it's not like I could, or would, tell her what to wear. That's not my place, and I would never want to be that kind of partner. However, she wasn't oblivious. She knew. Even Veldora, of all people, caught on to my inner dilemma. Quahaha. Look at me. I'm shirtless all the time, and no one complains. That's because they're scared of you. Exactly. Who in their right mind questions a true dragon's wardrobe? They might think it, but they won't say it. It was comforting. Sort of. At least inside Tempest, people respected the boundary. They knew she was mine, and that was that. But foreign dignitaries? Ugh. Don't get me started. Some of those crusty old nobles couldn't keep their comments to themselves. I've had more than one call me exotic or delicate thanks to my androgynous look. I usually brush it off with sheer willpower. However, if someone ever talked about Velzard that way, then no. That'd be the moment diplomacy ends and nations start disappearing from the maps. Which is why, whenever I travel for negotiations, Velzard stays behind. Not because she has to, but because I know myself too well. I can hold back when I'm the target. But if someone starts leering at her, then who knows what'll happen. Suddenly, I felt a light tap against my forehead. Snapped out of my thoughts, I looked up to see Velzard's hand still midair, her index finger just inches away. She'd flicked me. You know, she said, tilting her head. Her lips curled into that half-smile she always wore when catching me slipping. Even after everything, you still get lost in your head. She mused. I blinked, rubbed my temple, and sat up straighter. Right, sorry. I was just thinking, I replied. Her eyebrow lifted. I knew that look. The smirk followed a second later, sharp, knowing, and smug. What were you thinking about? Something scandalous, maybe? She asked, resting her chin on her knuckles in faux innocence. What dash? No, nothing like that. I denied, waving my hands. Just life stuff. I clarified. Oh. I'm starting to think you might actually be more envious than I am, she remarked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I recoiled at the idea. That's not even possible. You literally have a skill called Lord of Envy, I retorted. That made her lose it. Velzard laughed, loud and full, slapping the mattress once for good measure. I mean, with how absurd you are, it wouldn't shock me if you secretly had a Leviathan variant too, she said between giggles. I pouted, looking away. I'm not absurd, I muttered. She wiped a tear from her eye. You're adorable when you try to argue back. But let's not start another "is Rimuru absurd" argument. We both know I'll win, she declared. I let out a long sigh, finally dragging myself upright. Fine. Time to get ready, I said. Velzard followed suit, and with a synchronized flicker of light, our clothes shifted instantly. I now wore my favorite winter outfit. Covering me was a thick, deep blue coat with frost embroidery at the cuffs, layered over a high-collar shirt and wrapped with a soft beige fur scarf. Black slacks and snow-ready boots rounded it out. Cozy. Regal. Stylish. Velzard, meanwhile, looked like walking snowfall. She wore her signature off-shoulder blue dress, longer than usual, with the hem dropping just below her knees and twin slits along the sides that gave a glimpse of her thighs. Her white detached sleeves floated gently, matching her graceful presence. Training with Rimuru again today? I asked, adjusting my scarf. MHM. She confirmed, nodding. She's come a long way in controlling the time attribute, but her technique is still too raw. I'll be drilling her on stability and casting precision, she added. Haven't sensed a time stop yet, so I'm guessing she's not there, I said. She's not. Far from it, actually. Velzard crossed her arms, her tone softening with thought. But I'll be testing her today to see if she can move inside the suspended world. Even adaptation would be a sign of great progress, she continued. I'd say staying a few seconds and it would already put her ahead of most, I said. Velzard smiled. Trust me. You'll be impressed soon enough, she declared. I'm counting on it, I replied, chuckling. We leaned toward each other for one final kiss, a slow, quiet moment, and then parted ways, each heading off to shoulder our share of the day's duties. Another long day awaited. But at least, I wasn't facing it alone. I strolled through the streets of Tempest, boots crunching lightly against the fresh snow. The world outside was calm, crisp winter air filled my lungs, and soft flakes drifted lazily from the sky. People had already adjusted to the season. Layers of coats, scarves, and enchanted winterwear painted the town in subdued colors. Still, a few cold-resistant races walked around dressed as if it were early summer, entirely unfazed. The snowfall was still gentle, with only a thin blanket hugging the ground, enough to be beautiful, but not a nuisance. The stone-paved roads were mostly clear, thanks to low-tier fire elementals embedded beneath the streets to prevent icing. It was a nice touch. After taking in the scenery for a while longer, I made my way toward the main entrance of the dungeon. The moment I descended inside, the atmosphere changed. Outside, it had been serene and crisp. In here, the warmth wrapped around me instantly. Magicule-powered chandeliers glowed softly, casting golden hues across the polished floors of the lobby. The hum of magical energy filled the air, subtle and steady. If I were still human, the abrupt temperature change might have knocked me out cold. Without wasting more time, I scanned the entire dungeon with universal perception. In an instant, I locked onto who I was looking for and teleported directly to their floor. I reappeared on a rocky outcrop overlooking a vast, barren training field, an artificial landscape carved into one of the lower levels of the dungeon, specifically designed for sparring and drills. From my vantage point, I had a clear view of the training grounds below. Dino was in the middle of a match with Cheyenne. Off to the side, Benimaru, Hakuru, Shimo, and Sui stood watching. All of them focused, arms crossed or hands on their chins, analyzing every move. It was a rare sight to see all these elites in quiet study mode. Clang. The sound of metal against metal rang out as Cheyenne's massive odachi, Hercules' edge, collided with Dino's comparatively plain sword. Hers was a gigantic, two-handed beast of a blade, legend grade, reinforced through countless refinements. From what I could tell, Dino's weapon was a rare-grade dungeon drop he'd picked at random. And yet, that didn't matter. Dino was gliding across the field like he was taking a stroll. Cheyenne brought her blade down hard, but Dino sidestepped with effortless ease. He tilted his sword, just a nudge, a whisper of motion, and redirected her strike without even blocking. With a twist of his wrist, he knocked her stance off and left her open. However, Cheyenne recovered fast. She pivoted, circling him, her movements more controlled now, less about raw destruction, more about form. She came at him again with a measured slash. Dino blocked this one, but even then, I could see the subtle correction in her posture. She's gotten better. I muttered, rubbing my chin. She came at him again with a forward thrust. Dino deflected the strike to the side, a classic redirection, but Cheyenne didn't waste the momentum. She twisted mid-step, spun into a wide horizontal arc, and followed through. Dino had to dig in, boots carving deep furrows in the dirt as he slid backward, blade held up defensively. When he stopped skidding, he smiled. She's timing her power releases now. He's teaching her how to use her absurd strength strategically. I noted aloud. Cheyenne's fighting style had always been, let's call it, aggressively creative. Her unique skill, cook, made barriers, armor, and even physics look negotiable at best. But brute force only took you so far, especially when dealing with top-tier opponents. Her raw power needed focus, and that's exactly what Dino was giving her. But the key here wasn't just that she was learning to control it. Dino didn't try to mold her into someone else. He didn't force a different style on her. Instead, he amplified her style, showed her how to conserve, redirect, and explode with precision. It was like watching a hurricane learn to punch only what needed punching. She might end up surpassing Benimaru if this keeps up. I muttered under my breath, half joking. Down on the field, Cheyenne turned slightly, her eyes meeting mine for just a second. It caught me off guard. She didn't grin or wave like usual. She was focused. Almost. But against Dino, almost wasn't good enough. In a blur, he dipped low, so low it looked like his torso might scrape the dirt, and swept in toward her ankles. Focus. He said simply, his voice calm but sharp. Reacting in time, Cheyenne jumped back and slammed her heel into the earth. The impact sent a shockwave rolling through the ground, lifting Dino into the air. She followed up, crouching for just a second before launching herself skyward with a force that cracked the stone beneath her. The two collided midair, blades clashing again and again as they hovered, battled, above the field, suspended like gravity had momentarily surrendered. Their strikes tore through the air, gusts slicing trees and carving deep lines across the arena floor. Eventually, they landed and continued trading blows in a dizzying exchange. Then, Dino saw his opening. He ducked under a wide swing and swept Cheyenne's legs out from under her. She hit the ground hard. Before anyone could react, his sword was at her neck. But so was hers at his. Dino stood over her, calm as ever. Hercules' edge hovered inches from his collarbone, while his own blade hovered just as close to her throat. From the sidelines, Hakuru stepped forward, his voice steady. "Enough, Cheyenne," he said. Neither moved at first. Then both swords lowered in sync. Dino offered his hand, and Cheyenne took it, rising to her feet, still catching her breath. "You've improved," Dino said, giving her a rare nod of respect. "More disciplined," Shimo added. Sui crossed his arms beside her and nodded as well. Cheyenne dusted herself off and stared down at her clenched fists. "Still not enough," she muttered. Benimaru laughed lightly. "You're not chasing someone's shadow again, are you?" he joked. Cheyenne gave him a tired glance, then shook her head. "No. I just want to be better than the me from yesterday. I'm not trying to outshine anyone. I just don't want to get left behind," she replied. "That's a solid mindset. Trust me, I've seen millennia of warriors who break themselves chasing ghosts. You're ahead of the curve," Dino replied, twirling his sword lazily. Hakuru smiled, stroking his beard. "He's right. Improvement comes slowly, but your pace is excellent," he added. At that, I jumped down from the outcrop, landing softly a few meters from them. Yo. I called casually. Everyone straightened up on instinct, except Dino, who waved with his usual slouchy flair. Look who decided to drop in. He said. I was curious how you all were doing under Dino's watch. Looks like solid progress. I said. Dino chuckled, running a hand through his messy hair. Honestly, I lucked out. These guys are already beasts in their own right. They just needed a little fine-tuning. He replied. I turned to the group and gave them a quick thumbs up. Seriously, good work. You're all looking sharp. I praised. Cheyenne stepped forward, her eyes practically sparkling. Rimuru-sama, how was my form? She asked. I nodded with a small smile. Exactly what I was hoping for. You didn't abandon your raw power. You refined it. I replied. Shimo chuckled. Yeah, I'd be worried if her swings couldn't cleave a mountain in two. She quipped. There's no growth in pretending to be someone else. She's making her own path. Sui added quietly. Everyone murmured agreement. Then Dino tilted his head. So, was this just a routine check-in? Or you got something else in mind? He asked. I shook my head. Actually, I wanted to ask you something. I've been working on my own sword style for some time. Thought I'd get your thoughts on it. I said. That got their attention. Oh. Does it draw from the hazy style I taught you? Hakuru asked as his eyes lit up. Wouldn't expect anything less. Benimaru added, folding his arms. The world's most overpowered slime developing a completely new technique. Now this I gotta see. Dino said, grinning as he rubbed his chin. I shrugged, already summoning my blade with a flick of the wrist. Why not? About time I showed my style off. I replied. Before I could so much as shift into stance, Dino suddenly froze. His eyes locked on the sword in my hand. A beat later, he staggered back a step. Benimaru and the others took notice too, their gazes shifting between him and the blade. Curiosity turned quickly into tension. I didn't see it before. Dino muttered, eyes wide. What are you talking about? I asked, raising a brow. That blade. May I see it? His voice was low, almost reverent, as if he were asking to hold a relic. I blinked in surprise. I had clashed blades with him once during our first encounter in Tempest. It was a brief exchange, but even so, someone of his caliber should have noticed something then. Maybe he'd been too preoccupied with my sudden appearance. Still, I nodded and offered him the hilt. Dino took it slowly, his fingers wrapping around the grip with a practiced ease. He raised it before his eyes, examining it like a craftsman confronted with the impossible. This is incredible. He whispered. God grade, easily. Hakuru observed calmly from behind him. But Dino shook his head, eyes still fixed on the blade's surface. No. I've handled God grade weapons before. This is beyond that. He replied. Not quite. I interjected, holding up a hand. All eyes turned to me. It's still classified as God grade, but it's definitely sitting on the upper end of that scale. Q-Robe went overboard when he forged it. And I spent a long time empowering it. I explained. Dino rotated the blade slowly, careful not to let its weight or energy swing wildly. Then he noticed the 3 empty sockets carved near the base of the hilt. These are orb slots. He asked, tone tinged with disbelief. Yup, Q-Robe installed them. I've only used them once so far, but I can say this much. Once slotted, the sword's capabilities can multiply. I said, crossing my arms. Dino let out a low whistle, still absorbed. You don't see blades like this anymore. Last time I saw a slotted sword, it was in my master's hands. He replied. That made a few heads turn. His master, as in, Veldora. Of course, that wasn't public knowledge. Velzard and Rimuru had told me about it in private, how Dino, despite his perpetual laziness, once fought as Veldora's right-hand swordsman, the greatest to exist. His prowess wasn't an exaggeration or inflated by rumors. It was earned. So, hearing him compare my blade to one wielded by the creator himself carried serious weight. He didn't elaborate further. I knew better than to press. Even now, he looked a bit flustered as he handed the weapon back to me. You've got quite the weapon, Rimuru. He said with a grin, though his eyes still lingered on the blade. Let's hope your sword style doesn't embarrass it. He added. I caught the challenge in his voice and chuckled, twirling the sword once before settling it at my side. Oh, don't worry, I think you're gonna like what you see. I said, grinning. I took a slow breath, raising one hand to the sky. Hope you guys don't mind a little rain. I said casually. The others glanced at each other, then shook their heads. A faint shimmer surrounded each of them as they cast thin barriers to shield themselves. I did the same, forming a membrane just dense enough to part the downpour. With a snap of my fingers, it began. At first, the rain came in gentle sheets, tapping the earth with a rhythmic hush. But then it surged, transforming into a torrential downpour. Water cascaded from the heavens above, drumming against the barriers like fingers drumming on glass. The skies darkened as storm clouds gathered overhead, rolling in with an unnatural force. Lightning forked in the distance, followed by the deep, guttural roar of thunder. The flash illuminated the entire field, and for just a second, I stood still, silhouetted in the light. Then, I reached for my blade, fingers wrapping slowly around the handle. Watch carefully. Push your thought acceleration to the limit. Observe. I said, my voice low, yet cutting through the storm. The world stilled. Even through their barriers, I could feel the tension ripple through my audience. Dino's eyes narrowed. Hakuru leaned forward ever so slightly. Benimaru and Sui fell completely silent. Cheyenne and Shimo locked on, trying to anticipate the strike. I inhaled once, deeply. Dragon's breath catastrophe. The instant the words left my lips, reality paused. From their perspective, I never drew my blade. I was already sheathing it. It was impossible to tell when I'd moved, or if I had moved at all. Not a gust of wind, not a whisper of motion. Only the quiet rasp of metal sliding back into its scabbard. But the rain told the truth. Dozens, then hundreds, millions of droplets began to split, perfectly, in half. Each drop severed along a horizontal line, like glass cut by a master's blade. The atmosphere didn't ripple. The ground didn't tremble. No mountain-splitting energy, no boom of pressure release. Just pure, surgical annihilation. And that was the point. Dino's eyes widened. He noticed first. The rain, it doubled. He muttered. It hadn't. No, it had been cleaved. Every droplet falling from the sky, even the ones mere millimeters from their cheeks, their arms, their eyes, split precisely down the middle. Not a single scratch on them. Not a single stray breeze from the strike. Just the haunting realization of what had almost happened. Time resumed. A low whoosh passed through the area like the world exhaling. The rain intensified for one last beat, then vanished. Evaporated. The battlefield was silent again. Cheyenne blinked. Shimo squinted at the sky, still visibly unsure of what she'd just witnessed. Benimaru's brows furrowed, and Sui tilted his head slightly, as if trying to replay the scene in his mind. Only Dino fully registered it. And even he was stunned. His mouth hung open for a moment. Then he turned to me, face serious, utterly sober, stripped of his usual laziness. That wasn't just swordsmanship. That was something else. He said quietly. I let out a breath, my expression calm, but I could feel the warmth of pride welling in my chest. During my time in the detached sphere, I devoured every lesson the Veldora and Velzard could offer. I took Hakuru's hazy style, already a discipline of precision and fluidity, and embedded layers of storm magic and frost magic within it. The result was something new. Dragon's judgment style. Velzard's frost magic bent the world around me, slowing everything within a field so tightly I could see the grooves on every falling drop. Veldora's storm magic pushed my reflexes and speed past the limits of physical logic. Paired with my own absurd energy output and universal perception, the technique was no longer bound by conventional rules. Dragon's breath catastrophe was just one of the completed techniques of this new style. It was precise, merciless, and hauntingly beautiful. Designed not for overwhelming power, but for clinical execution, it could clear a vast army of low-tier enemies in an instant, faster than they could blink. The trade-off is that it wouldn't be enough against a singular, high-caliber opponent like Guy, Malim, or a true dragon. That's where the other moves came in. But I'd save those for another day. Well? I asked, finally breaking the silence. Dino exhaled slowly, then chuckled, but there was no sarcasm in it, just a trace of disbelief. You're a true monster. But a damn elegant one. He said. The others slowly began to react, still digesting what they'd witnessed. Hakuru nodded solemnly, eyes gleaming. Benimaru gave a low whistle. Cheyenne raised a hand. So, what exactly happened? She asked. Sui smirked faintly. You got the gist, didn't you? He said. I know the rain vanished, and my heart stopped for a second. Does that count? She asked. I laughed softly. Don't worry. You'll get a front row seat next time I test it out, preferably not on you. I said. That got a few nervous chuckles. But Dino was still staring at me, thoughtful. For the first time, I could tell he wasn't looking at me as a fellow demon lord or even a friend. He was looking at me as a swordsman. Well, anyway, that about wraps it up. Keep grinding, I said, waving casually as I turned on my heel toward the stairway. Dino finally shook off the lingering shock, letting out a dry chuckle. You seriously came down here just to flex on us, huh? He replied. Better to know how high the ceiling really is. Benimaru added, smirking. I'm pretty sure we're more than aware of where it is. The ceiling's somewhere up in space. Shimo muttered flatly. Hakuru laughed, ever the sage. Even if I couldn't follow it, I could still sense the soul of the hazy style beneath your movements. I'm glad to see it lives on in you, Rimuru-sama. He said. How could it not? It laid the groundwork for everything I know. I replied, smiling. With that, I turned back toward the stairwell, tossing a final wave over my shoulder. Happy sword-playing, everyone. I said. See you next time, Rimuru-sama. Cheyenne called brightly. We'll be even stronger the next time. Sui's voice abruptly halted. And so did everything else. The world lost its saturation in an instant, almost as if the color had been drained from a painting. Time stopped. Not metaphorically. Literally. I paused mid-step, turning slowly. Dino was locked mid-nod. Cheyenne's hand remained frozen mid-wave. Sui's mouth was slightly open, stuck between syllables. A droplet of sweat hovered in the air near Benimaru's temple, refusing to fall. Even the glow of lingering magic on Shimo's blade had frozen in place, like a paused video. Ah. I muttered. Guess Vels is pushing Ramirez again. That time stop felt pretty strong, so she must be within a few floors. I said. I sighed and chuckled. Still, mid-goodbye. Bit rude, honestly. I added. I stretched, cracked my neck, and started walking again. The stairwell loomed ahead, but I veered off course, guided by a sudden burst of mischief. When the pause ends, it's gonna look like I just disappeared mid-step. That'll mess with them. I mused aloud. Rude. Sure. Funny. Absolutely. I slipped through the dungeon's lower levels with ease, phasing past the still images of battles in progress. The entire world was like a gallery exhibit, each floor a new canvas frozen mid-action. Gabiru was airborne, his vortex spear glowing as it clashed with Geld's raised meat crusher. The angle made it look like they were reenacting a dramatic martial arts poster. Gabiru's face was a perfect mixture of intensity and mild panic. And Geld's was stone cold, as always. Adelman's skeletal form towered over a cracked arena, arms extended mid-cast. A barrage of vibrant spells, now gray and dull, were frozen just inches from Ranga's snarling form. His lightning bolts sparkled faintly in midair, curling like tendrils toward the waiting projectiles. His fur stood on end, mid-snarl, giving him the appearance of a particularly disgruntled puffball. Art. Pure art. I muttered. I darted through several more levels, marveling at the bizarre beauty of everything frozen mid-motion. Magic circles that normally blinked too fast to see were now stationary, their arcane details on full display. Magents mid-command, magic beasts frozen mid-roar, even low-level monsters charging at traps, all locked in time. Everywhere I looked, it was like the world had exhaled and forgotten how to breathe. It was surreal. Eerie. And somehow, hilarious. I paused near a practice room where Kamara stood, fangs bared, in the middle of a devastated forest. Her tail swung mid-whip, the motion cutting through a still cloud of dust. Across from her, Apito had her wings spread, mouth open in a silent scream of battle cry, her arm stingers halfway through a diving thrust. They're gonna finish the clash and have no idea a few minutes passed. I said to myself, grinning. This whole dungeon, filled with elite warriors at the peak of their game, and here I was, strolling through like it was a pop-up museum. Part of me wanted to start leaving little post-it notes next to frozen fighters like, good form, or, tighten your stance, but I refrained. Barely. Right. Better not make Vels think I'm slacking off. I muttered at last, stretching again. I turned and made my way deeper into the dungeon. There was still plenty of day left, plenty of chaos to prep for. And with the world on pause. Might as well enjoy the silence. Now that I think about it, I'm not the only one who can move freely in the suspended world. The list isn't long, but it's filled with annoyingly overpowered people, namely Guy, Melim, DeGrul, Chloe, Aurora, Euros, Boreas, Nodos, Zephyrus, and of course, Veldora. I can already imagine Guy sighing mid-conversation as the person he's talking to suddenly freezes mid-sentence, wine glass hovering midair like it's posing for a still life painting. Honestly, that sounds hilarious, especially if he was already getting bored. Knowing him, he'd probably just keep talking, out of spite, and finish the entire discussion before time resumed, just to confuse them. But hey, not my problem. Seizing the moment, I willed myself out of the dungeon and back to my office in the capital. Funny thing. Teleportation is actually easier during time stop, as long as you're not the one holding the spell up. When time is frozen, distance becomes irrelevant. Everything's just static data waiting to be repositioned. To even function in this space, you have to be aware of information particles, the raw, invisible threads of existence, and be able to manipulate your own infants across spacetime. In short, movement here isn't really movement. It's controlled data displacement. So yeah. Technically, every step is just high-level teleportation in a trench coat. In the blink of an eye, I was back in my office. No dramatic flashes or dimensional rifts. Just silence. My chair welcomed me like an old friend. I sat down, glanced at the terrifying stack of documents looming like a paper mountain, and let out a long, exhausted sigh. And then, color returned. Time snapped back into motion, seamlessly, like someone hit the resume button on a paused movie. Outside the window, the world turned again. Birds flapped. Magicule lights pulsed. Somewhere in the city, someone probably sneezed. 15 minutes. I muttered. That might be her longest run yet. I added. Velzard had told me once that she used to cap out at an hour, but after her massive boost in EP from our time in the detached sphere, she could hold it for twice that long, meaning 2 full hours of frozen time. The idea sounds cool, sure, until you realize that holding time stop burns through energy like Veldora reads through manga. Most opponents don't even need that long. You stop time, wave your hand dramatically, and when it resumes. Boom. One less problem in the universe. Clean. Efficient. Messy if you overdo it. Although. My eyes slowly narrowed as a thought crept in, completely uninvited. There might be just one highly strategic, incredibly important use case for time stop that hasn't been explored yet. I leaned back, rubbing my chin like a scheming villain. If we timed it just right, stop time mid-date, no one would be able to interrupt us. I muttered. No noise. No awkward knocks. And all the thrill of knowing time could resume at any moment. We could do it outside, in the garden, under the moonlight. If we're feeling really wild, then the middle of the plaza is wide open. We could. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I shook my head rapidly, smacking my cheeks to eject the thought physically. This is why people call me ridiculous. I said. Focus, Rimuru. You've got a stack of work half as tall as Shuna. The war is less than a year away. You've got strategy meetings, magic tech revisions, territorial reports, and at least 6 dignitaries who want a word with you about something completely irrelevant. Back to work. I muttered to myself, cracking my knuckles as I reached for the first document. No degeneracy. Not today. For now. The pace is picking up. We're now 1 year in, with another one before the war finally begins. These upcoming chapters will be relatively shorter, covering just a few updates, short stories, and snippets of the Eastern Empire. Chapters 99 and 100 may end up being quite long, since I want to cover the world's reaction to the upcoming war. It'll add to the hype and tension. Oh yeah. The first chapter of the reaction story is out now. If you're interested, then do check it out. Anyway, that is all for now. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Author, out. Third-person POV. Spring arrived without fanfare, quietly sweeping away the frost and hush of winter. Tempest bloomed once more, greenery crept across the landscape, flowers returned to the roadsides, and the wind carried warmth instead of ice. But beneath that beauty, tension hung like a silent drumbeat. In less than a year, the Eastern Empire would begin its march. Over 4 million soldiers, trained, armed, and relentless, poised to devour the West in one sweeping campaign. Smack in the middle of it all stood Tempest, the forest nation destined to become the front line. Far beneath the surface, in the deepest level of the dungeon, Rimuru sat alone in the control room. Eyes narrowed, he monitored the world above from behind shimmering holographic panels. The Argo surveillance system had been upgraded again, this time merging its already vast magical scope with the raw processing power of his detached sphere-era computers. The old system relied on water lenses stationed in the upper stratosphere, collecting images from across Tempest's domain. Seal would then analyze and reconstruct them in real time, delivering an accurate feed of the forest. But now, the new system handled everything, from video to sound to magicule signatures. It was seamless, delay-free, and powerful enough that Rimuru could launch Megiddo from his chair if needed, with zero loss in accuracy or destructive force. Hopefully, this setup kills any chance of a surprise attack. Rimuru muttered, resting his chin in his hand. He flicked through the interfaces, jumping from sector to sector, some focused on the capital, others aimed at distant borders, and quiet villages tucked into the great Jura forest. The scenes played out like a slow-moving documentary. People moved with purpose, but not the carefree kind. Laughter still existed, but it was quieter now. Smiles, still present, didn't last as long. Trade had slowed. Borders were sealed. More guards patrolled the streets, vigilant and silent. Even members of the Black Numbers moved discreetly in the shadows, scanning for threats that might crawl in before the first battle even began. One panel caught Rimuru's eye, and a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Masayuki stood in a town square, surrounded by children and families. He wore casual armor, no weapon drawn, offering reassurance through presence alone. His charisma, once powered entirely by the absurd mechanics of Chosen One, now leaned more into who he really was, genuine, thoughtful, and just naive enough to make people believe in something again. Heh. I knew I picked the right guy. Rimuru murmured, watching as Masayuki took a seat on a bench and let kids crawl over him like he was some kind of jungle gym. He'd come a long way. Once the people's champion of the fighting tournament, who barely knew how to hold a sword, he could now hold his own in medium-intensity spars. Months of training with Hakuru had paid off, and for the first time, his sword no longer felt like a prop. He earned it. And it wasn't just Rimuru who noticed. Alice, Gale, Kenya, and Ryota had started calling him Captain without irony. It was a small thing. But in the face of a looming war, small things mattered. Tempest had begun to brace itself, but it hadn't broken. Elsewhere, training in the dungeon continued at full throttle. Veldora, ever the boisterous mentor, clashed daily with Cherries and Zijin, pushing both to refine their raw power into something more precise. At Zijin's request, Apito had joined their regimen. Under the Storm Dragon's chaotic but effective tutelage, the trio's strength grew exponentially, turning flame and insect into forces worthy of legend. Elsewhere, Velzard remained locked in her mentorship of Ramaris, guiding her mastery of time elemental magic, step by step. While Ramaris still couldn't enter the suspended world, her control over the time attribute had leapt forward. She could now conjure a controlled time field, a bubble of accelerated or decelerated time sealed from the outside world. It was a battlefield-altering spell, and the first real glimpse of her future potential. The other executives trained with just as much intensity. Fueled by the looming war, the Onis pushed beyond their former limits, their swordsmanship sharpened under Dino's lazy yet lethal instruction. Hakuru's old lessons served as their bedrock, but now, they built towers atop it. Adalman and Ranga engaged in magical duels so fierce that they forced entire floor evacuations. Geld clashed regularly with Gabaru, land versus sky in titanic test matches that flattened landscapes. The battles were ruthless but never reckless. Each clash had purpose, technique, and control. Beyond the top brass, the fire burned just as intensely. On a floor dotted with ziggurat replicas, the designated gunners refined their accuracy with the defense towers. With each successive drill, their precision and efficiency improved drastically. Their end goal was to ensure that not a single projectile would be wasted, and that the East couldn't breach the borders. Glenda, head of the firearms division, paced between gun lines like a hawk, fine-tuning aim and timing until not a single shot missed its mark. This unit, formed of those who lacked swordsmanship, hand-to-hand prowess, or magical might, had found its strength in unity and precision. Meanwhile, the Goblin Riders refined their synergy with their star wolves. Under Gobda's surprisingly competent leadership, the Hobgoblins learned to fuse with their partners temporarily, unleashing powerful hybrid forms. Not far from them, the Green Numbers trained under rigor, a 15,000-strong force that had matured into a formidable army. Geld's Yellow Numbers drilled on another floor. Over 12,000 high orcs focused on battlefield manipulation, learning to collapse or raise terrain to channel the Empire's forces into bottlenecks. Their synchronized stomps could reshape the field like tectonic plates in motion. Even beyond those, the entire dungeon pulsed with preparation. Benimaru's Fourth Corps consumed several floors, their formation drills precise and battle-tested. Gabaru's aerial units soared through custom-built sky chambers. Cheyenne's personal guard, armed with perfect memory, were functionally immortal so long as Rimuru lived. They were trained to be fearless warriors who could die and return as if nothing had happened. Sui's covert squad trained in silence, honing techniques not meant for open warfare, but for the shadows between. Yet even with all this, one force stood apart. Buried in the deepest layers, hidden even from Tempest's upper echelon, stirred the Black Numbers. This unit, comprised of 1,400 archdemons, trained in secret. Led by 8 demon peers, this was Rimuru's hidden blade, a force of pure destruction that answered only to him or the primordials. And just below them, the Demonist trio raged. Carrera, Testarossa, and Ultima had seen Diablo's staggering power firsthand, and they hadn't taken it lightly. Since that day, they had trained harder than ever, sparring with each other, refining their control, and internalizing every lesson Rimuru had delivered during their battle with him. They weren't just chasing Diablo. No, they were preparing to get even. Summer crept into the great Jura forest like a slow tide, warming the land, brightening the skies, and doing nothing to lift the tension blanketing Tempest. 6 months remained. 6 months until the largest war in recorded history would erupt, and though the sun blazed above and flowers bloomed in full color, the mood across the nation remained subdued. Caution danced behind every step, behind every order, and every drill. This was no longer preparation, but a countdown. Ramiris hovered lazily in the air, legs crossed, wings fluttering with less energy than usual. Despite the casual posture, her mind was locked in absolute focus. She held the entire nation on her back. Thanks to her evolution into a greater nymph, Ramiris could now transport Tempest's population and infrastructure to the dungeon's 101st floor in less than 2 seconds. That included every home, every shop, every bed, lamp, toothbrush, and trash bin. It had gotten so efficient that even Rimuru found it mildly terrifying. On the surface, illusion magic kept up the charade. With Rimuru's abilities, outsiders would see an untouched city, none the wiser that it had been emptied and buried deep underground. It even accounted for ambient sound and minor movement, such as birds chirping, wind rustling through empty streets, and the flicker of lanterns in homes where no one lived. "How are you holding up?" Rimuru asked, reclining slightly in his command chair, legs up, posture relaxed, but tone watchful. "So far, so good." Ramiris answered with a proud thumbs up. Rimuru grinned. The 101st floor had now held Tempest for over a week, which was a new record. Ramiris' goal was 2 weeks straight, enough to simulate the real evacuation duration in case of an early siege. So far, she'd shown no signs of fatigue. "And this is all without Veldora's support?" Rimuru asked. "He's still handling the other floors. I've got this one entirely to myself." She replied confidently. "It's pretty even. I mean, the 101st floor is massive, so I'm only focused on that one. No distractions." She added. "Makes sense. You'd basically burn out if you were managing everything at once," Rimuru said. They shared a knowing look. Even for a top-tier elemental, holding the soul space of a nation together wasn't easy. "And what about you? Holding up that fake Tempest above ground's gotta be a magicule vacuum?" Ramiris asked, squinting. "Yeah, it burns through a lot," Rimuru admitted. "But I recover faster than I burn through it. And let's be honest, I haven't been exactly straining myself lately," he added. Ramiris floated downward, pouting with her arms crossed. "You're just flexing now," she grumbled. Rimuru chuckled. "Just a little bit," he said. Over a year after emerging from the detached sphere, Rimuru's EP had climbed from 37 million to an even 40 million, despite minimal combat and primarily handling administrative work. "Your numbers go up even when you're just sitting on your ass." "That's not fair," Ramiris muttered. "It's the perks of being a power-devouring slime," Rimuru joked, shrugging. Ramiris snorted and crossed her arms. "Wait until your true dragon egg hatches. I don't even want to imagine what your stats will look like then," she said. "I'm more concerned about the process. No one's actually seen a draconic rebirth happen. Not even Vels fully knows what triggers it," Rimuru replied, rubbing his temple. "Of course she doesn't. You're literally the first person ever to have a true dragon egg inside their soul," she exclaimed. "First and probably last," Rimuru said. There was no arrogance in his voice, only quiet truth. His true dragon egg was born from Velzard's Frost Star remnant, fused with his soul through a near-impossible assimilation process that Seal aided in. It was a theoretical miracle, something even Veldonava had only spoken about as a hypothetical. And when that thing hatches, well, there's a reason Veldonava-sama named the process Draconic Rebirth. Ramiris muttered, arms crossed. "I still recall the birth of the true dragons after Velzard. Velgrind practically carved a volcano into the continent. Veldora flattened a mountain range by roaring too loudly." She continued. "Yeah, the term rebirth doesn't exactly scream a peaceful upgrade. It sounds like I'm gonna die temporarily," Rimuru admitted, chuckling nervously. "Well, duh. That's the part everyone skips over when striving for absolute power. You might have to die first, literally," she said. "You're joking," he grimaced. "Mostly. But also, not entirely." Ramiris paused. She threw up her hands. "Look, it's Veldonava-sama's fault anyway. He names everything like a drama queen. Harvest Festival. Sounds like a farmer's market, not a full-blown demon lord awakening. Draconic rebirth. It could just mean a glow-up. Or a nuclear event. Who knows?" She rambled. Rimuru sighed, eyes flicking to the monitor in front of him. "Guess we'll find out. Hopefully, it doesn't involve mountain ranges getting wiped," he said. There was a short pause. "Hey," Ramiris said quietly, a rare seriousness settling over her voice. "When that moment comes, you won't be alone, you know. We'll be ready." Just in case, you don't come back right away. She assured him. He looked at her. The teasing nymph who never shut up, never slowed down, just admitted she was worried. Rimuru smiled, then nodded. Thanks. That means a lot. He said. Ramaris cleared her throat and floated upright again. Anyway. Let's hit that 2-week mark so I can brag to Velzard about my superior endurance. She beamed. Rimuru chuckled, thinking of something else entirely. That sounds incredibly inappropriate when taken out of context. He mused. Shut up. I don't want to hear about your sexual escapades with her. She snapped. As Rimuru's echoing laughter filled the control room, the two returned to their stations, watching, waiting, and working. Every system, every safeguard, every layer of redundancy, all ticking toward the same inevitable date. The last summer before the storm. Within the heart of the Eastern Empire, a storm was brewing, an army beyond comprehension, built for nothing less than global conquest. Following Emperor Rudra's decree, Calgurio, commander of the armored division, more than doubled the size of the empire's military. What was once a force of 2 million had grown to over 4 million, carved into distinct divisions, each more lethal than the last. The armored division stood at the center of it all, the iron backbone of Rudra's war machine. It was comprised of 3 specialized corps. First, there was the restructured armor corps, 2 million strong, which was composed of soldiers augmented through cutting-edge magical enhancements and technology. Each one could operate for a whole week without rest, food, or water. While their average combat level hovered at C+, elite units occasionally reached A class. Their enhancements made them relentless, tireless machines of war wrapped in flesh. Next was the Magi Tank Force, under Lieutenant General Gaster, which had evolved into a mechanized nightmare. Rudra's request for 6,000 tanks had been exceeded, and the force now deployed over 7,000 heavily modified Magi tanks, each operated by a 5-person crew. Their plating, cannons, and targeting systems had been overhauled to match the caliber of modern siege weapons. With over 800,000 personnel supporting them, the corps totaled 835,000 members. Lastly, the Flying Combat Corps, led by Major General Faraga, had transformed the skies into a looming threat. Tasked initially with deploying 600 flying warships, the corps pushed production to 800. Each airborne fortress could carry 400 soldiers and now boasted magical shielding capable of withstanding long-range bombardment. With maintenance teams included, the corps had ballooned to 970,000 personnel. Then there was the Magic Beast Division, under Commander Graydam. Fueled by aggressive research into DNA manipulation and magical infusion, this unit bred and raised monstrous magic beasts into living weapons. These weren't the usual packs of feral creatures. No, they were disciplined, intelligent, and lethal. Though smaller in number, this corps fielded 50,000 combat-ready beasts, each one comparable to a small strike team. Next came the most unconventional force. The Composite Division, commanded by none other than Yuki Kagurazaka. What had once been considered a chaotic blend of talents and rogues had become one of the Empire's most effective weapons. Each member brought strange abilities, rare extra skills, or unpredictable techniques, making them unsuitable for standard formations but perfect for destabilization and infiltration. Thanks to Yuki's strategic oversight and organizational talent, this once unruly division became a precision instrument of chaos. With 150,000 members, the Composite Division earned Rudra's personal commendation, especially given Yuki's meteoric rise through the ranks. And above them all stood the Empire's elite. The Imperial Guardians. Handpicked by Rudra, these 100 warriors represented the peak of Imperial strength. Each was at minimum an enlightened class combatant and armed with legend-grade equipment. In sheer power, they dwarfed the other divisions combined. Then came the true powerhouses. The single digits, fewer than 10 in number, were the Empire's absolute apex, each one a complete saint, a level of power that could turn the tide of war single-handedly. Their presence ensured that even the mightiest forces of the West would hesitate. At their helm stood Tatsuya Kondo, a man as enigmatic as he was lethal, with Damrata serving loyally as his vice-commander. This was no mere army, but annihilation with a chain of command. And yet, even among the Empire's overwhelming might, none of it compared to the 3 who stood at the very top. If Rimuru, Veldora, and Velzard represented the heart of Tempest, these 3 were their twisted reflections, dark stars whose very presence distorted the balance of the world. First among them was Emperor Rudra. Or so the Empire believed. In truth, the real Rudra had long since vanished. His body now served as the vessel of Manus Michael, a divine intelligence born from the ultimate skill, Lord of Justice, Michael. With his soul locked away, Rudra remained a prisoner within himself, silenced and buried under Michael's absolute dominance. Wielding Deva, the mightiest sword ever forged, crafted by Veldonava himself, Michael stood as the true ruler of the Eastern Empire. A being of terrifying insight, cold precision, and unwavering purpose. His power eclipsed every general, guardian, and beast in the Empire, his existence value soaring past 120 million. Michael was not a man. He was a god wearing a mask. Beside him stood the marshal, the scorched dragon Velgrind. Though her true name was known to few, her title alone invoked silence across the battlefield. She was the fastest among the true dragons, a streak of scarlet destruction that could incinerate nations in seconds. In her hands was Ethon, a divine weapon designed to offset her smaller energy pool, its precision and power unmatched among her kin. But unbeknownst to her, she had already fallen. The oceanic eyes she so often admired in her husband were gone, replaced with the unnatural red glow of Michael's tell. Yet Velgrind noticed nothing. Michael's control was absolute, and her loyalty remained rooted in the Rudra she remembered, never questioning that the man she loved was no longer him. It was a chilling tragedy. Finally, there was the third, the one no one in the Empire spoke of by name. The Spare. Officially, he existed as a contingency plan, a nameless backup should one of the single digits perish. He was a failsafe with no record, no past, no personality. In reality, he was Feldway, the leader of the Angels of Origin, and Veldonava's first creation. Following his lord's death and experiencing the meaninglessness of life, Feldway turned his back on existence itself, intending to destroy it all before meeting Michael, who knew the truth of everything. Together, they were more allies than subordinates, bound not by loyalty but by shared vision. They would build a new order, forged in domination and the rebirth of the Creator. Even sealed within a false body, Feldway's existence value sat at 75 million, a number that only hinted at the terror he kept restrained. Michael sat in the secluded garden, once Rudra's private refuge, now a quiet throne of stolen identity. Blossoming cherry trees lined the cobblestone paths, their petals caught in a gentle, artificial breeze. Exotic flowers from distant worlds pulsed with faint luminescence. The illusion of peace blanketed the area, hiding the rot beneath. Velgrind lay resting elsewhere, drained from another intensive training session. That left Michael alone, unmasked in the one place left untouched by ceremony. A soft rustle broke the silence, boots tapping lightly against stone. Michael didn't look up. "You're late," he said. Feldway emerged from the trees with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "You're still pretending to be Velgrind's loyal husband. I thought that'd be more entertaining to watch," he joked. Michael turned, his expression as flat as glass. "I gain no pleasure from deceiving her. It's simply a means to an end. When this is over, I'll relinquish control," he replied. Feldway gave a low chuckle and sat beside him, brushing a cherry blossom off his coat. "You always were the noble one, Michael," he said. A long silence stretched between them. "Everything's falling into place. Velgrind is under control. Veldora and Velzard are in Tempest. If we move correctly, we'll have all three dragon factors soon," Feldway finally said. Michael nodded. "Assuming no deviations," he added. Even now, he disliked the situation. Possessing Rudra's body was one thing, but manipulating Velgrind, Veldonava's beloved sister, was another. He hadn't taken the decision lightly. But for their goal, it had become necessary. The resurrection of the Creator demanded extremes. The theory was simple on paper. Gather the essence of all three remaining true dragons and awaken Veldonava from the void. But that theory had one glaring flaw. If it fails, Feldway began. Michael's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. "Then we follow your plan. The multiverse ends," he finished. The idea still felt alien, even when spoken aloud. Destroying every plane of existence, time, space, memory, causality. An extinction of reality itself. The garden remained eerily still. "I still hope it doesn't come to that." Michael exhaled. Feldway chuckled, but it lacked warmth. "You're not alone," he admitted. Michael glanced at him, curious. Feldway didn't look back. Instead, he raised his eyes toward the sky, not the clouds or the stars, but past them. Beyond dimensions, beyond the masterpiece that Veldonava had painted. "There are things that even Veldonava-sama never told us about." His voice dropped a note, brushing against something ancient. Michael frowned. "You've seen them?" he asked. "No. Not everything." Feldway's smile faded as he spoke. "But I've seen this one before. Just once. And that was enough to leave a scar in my mind," he added. Michael followed Feldway's gaze. At first, he saw only the sky, blue, endless, and harmless. And then, something shifted. There was no form. No mass. No color. Just a lurch in the very fabric of perception. The mind flinched before it could register what it was seeing, or trying desperately not to. It was an absence given weight, a crawling nothingness that bled into everything, stitched beyond the borders of reality like mold spreading beneath paint. It wasn't watching. It didn't need to. Its presence alone cracked the air around it like glass under pressure. A soundless pulse of unreality surged from beyond the multiverse's edge, and touched Michael's very essence. Then came the visions. He didn't summon them. He didn't want to. But they forced themselves into his mind like a needle pushed under skin. A single moment. A single impossible instant. Billions of universes collapsed like embers caught in the wind. Civilizations blinked out before they could scream. The cosmos convulsed as stars vanished, not in explosions, but in erasure. Entire realms folded in on themselves, devoured not by entropy, not by magic, not even by malice, just by nothing. Raw, hungry, deafening nothing. Whatever it was a force that didn't hate creation. No, it simply denied it. The visions kept coming. A child reaching for its mother, vanishing. A deity in a spiritual universe weeping before dissolving into dust. A multiverse shuddering in terror, begging to exist, and being told no. Michael gasped, his knees giving out beneath him. His breath hitched in jagged bursts. His body trembled. Vision distorted. Despite being a divine wisdom core, a being created for perfect logic and immune to fear, he was unraveling. He barely managed to clutch the bench for support, the cold biting into his hand like an anchor to sanity. What? He whispered, choking on the air. What was that? He demanded. Feldway stood silently for a long moment, the wind brushing petals past his cheek like falling snow. Then, quietly, without turning, he spoke. The reason I'm not so sure anymore. About anything. He replied. Michael didn't respond right away. He couldn't. He focused on recalibrating his mind, section by section, forcefully partitioning the lingering echo of the vision before it could root itself deeper. When he finally stood, his movements were slower than he liked. He looked at Feldway. But, that thing. Michael said, voice low, almost reverent now. It could do it. Couldn't it? He asked. Feldway's eyes never left the far horizon. We might not have the power to bring it all down. He paused. Then he inhaled, his voice turning quieter. But that thing just might. He said. Michael stared at him. For the first time, truly stared, not as an ally, not as a strategist, but as a being who once championed complete annihilation, and now wavered in the possibility of it. In that moment, Michael finally understood. It wasn't that Feldway feared failure. He feared success. More time passed, and autumn finally settled over the cardinal world. The leaves in the great Jura forest had turned hues of amber and crimson, drifting gently through the air. A scene of serenity on the surface, but the mood in Tempest was anything but tranquil. Despite the streets remaining lively and productive, despite the laughter of children and the sound of forges still blazing, there was an unspoken truth in every heart. War was nearly here. 3 months. That's all the time that remained. To the surprise of nearly everyone, Rimuru gave a single, unprecedented order. All training would be suspended. His reasoning was simple but profound. No matter how powerful, no army should enter war already running on fumes. And so now, deep within the dungeon, a war council gathered in one of the fortified strategy chambers. A long, oakwood table stretched across the center of the room, lined on all sides with Tempest's greatest minds and strongest warriors. Rimuru sat at the head of the table, arms folded and eyes sharp. On his right, Veldora leaned back comfortably in his chair, swirling a cup of tea like it was ale. On his left, Velzard sat with her arms crossed, silently observing. Ramaris hovered above them, occasionally twirling upside down out of boredom, though she was clearly listening. Across from them sat the top 15 executives, with key figures from logistics, development, diplomacy, and internal affairs occupying the edges. Rimuru's voice cut through the room like a blade through fog. That's the official decision. No more training. Everyone rests. No exceptions. If I find you sneaking in a sparring session, I'll personally assign you to Gobda's unit. He said, grinning. Benimaru chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. I think most of us are grateful. It's better to face battle fresh than burn out before it starts. He replied. Shimo nodded beside him. We've reached the limit of polish. Any more, and we're grinding metal off the blade. She added. Down the table, Carrera threw her legs up on the desk, grinning widely. You know, I'm actually glad. I was one more explosion away from turning the blaze floor into a crater. She said. Ultima shot her a sideways glare. That didn't stop you last week. She scoffed. Testarossa sipped her wine delicately. Training sharpens instinct. But peace sharpens resolve. She said. Ranga gave a quiet growl of agreement. Our instincts have been honed. What comes next is our survival. He added. Rimuru's expression softened just slightly. I've watched your progress, all of you. You've surpassed what I imagined possible. That's why I'm asking this now, not as your leader, but as your comrade. Save your energy for the battlefield. He told them. The room hushed. Everyone knew what he meant. Ascend when it matters. Let the enemy's fear feed your transformation. He said. A chorus of understanding echoed around the room. Understood. The top brass replied in a unified voice. Off to one side, Kaijin let out a deep sigh and chuckled. That'll mean we'll have 15 demon lords walking around the nation, not including Rimuru-sama. We're basically our own continent now. He mused. That earned a few more laughs, even from the more stoic members. It's not even just the demon lords. The economic system will need a complete rework if you lot keep evolving every other week. Jalmile added, shaking his head. Rigard gave a heavy, contemplative nod. Still, I'd rather have problems of peace than problems of loss. He said. Let the world panic. We'll protect ourselves anyway. Velzard spoke next, her voice calm but firm. Veldora grinned beside her, tossing his teacup aside and clapping his hands. I say we throw a massive party after the war. Win or win, of course. He said. Ramaris hovered upside down. Only if I get to plan it. She beamed. Sui, who had been silently watching from the corner, finally spoke. Then we better ensure there's a world left to celebrate in. He quipped. Everyone chuckled at that. Rimuru looked around the room. He saw not just strength, but unity. Evolution. Bond. There was no fear anymore, just intention. His eyes gleamed with one bold but simple message. Let them come. Winter had returned, final, bitter, and absolute. The forest was blanketed in white once again, but this time, the beauty of snow carried a chilling promise. Only 30 days remained. The people of Tempest no longer clung to routine. Evacuation drills were over. Shops closed. Schools shuttered. The final wave of civilian relocation had already begun. Ramaris conserved her power, every ounce of energy reserved for the moment the teleportation must activate for real. Yet, despite the calm before the storm, the dungeon underwent a drastic transformation. Once a sprawling complex of amenities, training facilities, and enchanted aesthetics, the lobby had been completely overhauled. The hospitable lounge of the dungeon was now a hardened, functional war mechanism, a circular space a full kilometer wide, cut from obsidian and laced with shimmering magic circuitry. It was designed to awe and confuse in equal measure. The 95 doors lining its outer walls had no signs, no indication of where they led. But each one opened to a random floor of the dungeon. That was by design. The confusion it created would be their greatest weapon. Funnel them in. Divide them. Harvest them. Rimuru stood in the central area, arms crossed, watching the final tweaks. The vast lobby hummed softly, glowing with restrained energy. The space turned out better than I expected. Rimuru said, smirking. Ramaris floated beside him, wiping sweat from her forehead. Glad you like it. Took some time to link each door to a specific floor. One wrong calibration, and we'd be stuffing soldiers inside the control room. She replied. Rimuru laughed, then gestured around the vast expanse. It should be more than enough to let the chaos unfold naturally. He said. Ramaris raised an eyebrow. 4 million soldiers is a bit more than chaos, Rimuru. You sure they'll fit in here? She asked. They don't need to fit all at once. Rimuru replied, shaking his head. Our job isn't to invite them in. It's to force them in. He added. Realization clicked in Ramaris' eyes. We'll drive them here, not welcome them. She muttered. Exactly. Benimaru, Gabaru, Geld, and Gopta's units will handle the funnel. We hit them from above, from below, from every direction. The ziggurats will rain relentless fire. If they want to survive, they'll have to run right into the dungeon. Rimuru explained. Ramaris floated higher, surveying the upper structure. The plains above will be completely cleared out. Once they reach this area, they'll think it's some sort of stronghold. Of course, they'll try to establish camp, regroup, reinforce. Rimuru said. And by then, they'll have no idea the trap's already closed. Ramaris added. It was subtle and brutal in its elegance. Tempest would lead the Empire's 4 million troops to this singular, controlled location. Through misinformation, positioning, unrelenting firepower, and sheer terrain manipulation, they'd force a convergence. Once in the dungeon, the Empire's forces would likely divide into segments and enter a door at random, unaware of what truly awaited inside. Ramaris shivered, whether from the cold or anticipation was hard to tell. That's gonna be one big massacre. She remarked. Rimuru didn't respond immediately. His gaze turned to the rest of the chamber, where a new set of runes had been etched deep into the stone. They made their choice when they decided to invade us. We're going to give them one last chance to turn back. But if they step through these doors, then there's no going back. His voice was low, steel behind every syllable. Rimuru swallowed her reply. There wasn't much else to say. The dungeon was ready. The forest was ready. Tempest was ready. Now, they just had to wait for the Empire to take the first step. Another 15 days passed. Winter had reached its peak, bitter, blinding, and still. The continent lay buried beneath layers of snow, the storm raging above, as if nature itself sensed the coming bloodshed. In Tempest's capital, the winds were gentler. The barrier overhead filtered the worst of the blizzard, muting its roar to a whisper and slowing the snowfall just enough to coat the streets in a delicate white sheet. Lamps flickered behind frost-covered windows. Most citizens remained indoors. Those outside did so only out of necessity. Except for two. Rimuru and Velzard sat side by side on a bench in the middle of the central plaza, surrounded by untouched snow and soft silence. It was late, well past midnight, but neither of them seemed in a hurry to leave. Their breath curled faintly in the cold, mingling with the drifting flakes that spiraled down from above. Their outfits couldn't have been more different. Rimuru wore thick, layered garments, each chosen for warmth and comfort. Velzard, by contrast, wore the same bold dress she always did, unfazed by the cold. The wind kissed her skin, but she welcomed it with quiet grace, as if the weather bent to her rather than the other way around. It feels oddly peaceful. Velzard said, eyes fixed on the sky. Rimuru leaned back slightly, his gloved hands buried in his coat pockets. You're not wrong. It's the kind of peace that makes you forget what's coming. He replied. The plaza stretched around them, blanketed in white. Not a soul in sight. Snow piled on the rooftops, dusted the statue in the square's center, and gathered along the edges of shop fronts. The storm above had become a steady curtain, soft enough to be beautiful, but heavy enough to mute the world. Velzard tilted her head back, watching the flakes drift down in slow spirals. Quiet moments like this used to bother me, especially knowing something's coming. She said after a pause. And now? Rimuru asked. She gave a small smile. Now I think I finally understand it. Stillness has its own kind of power. She replied. They fell into silence again. There was no need to speak. The night did enough talking. Every gust of wind, every fluttering snowflake, every creak of ice beneath their bench was part of the moment. Rimuru looked over at her. Scared? He asked. Velzard didn't flinch. Of the battle? No. She answered, grinning. He nodded. Me neither. He said. But of what comes after, maybe a little. She added. He didn't press. He didn't need to. He understood. Because war was only half the storm, the real test was what followed. Still, for now, in this moment, there was peace. Not the peace of a treaty or a victory, but something simpler. Two beings sitting beneath a storm, watching the world hold its breath. Velzard closed her eyes and whispered, almost to herself. Let it snow a little longer. Just a little. She said. Rimuru smiled softly. Yeah. We've earned it. He muttered. Before he could think, before reason or restraint could catch up, Rimuru moved. His hand slid gently onto Velzard's thigh, his touch slow, deliberate, and gentle. She turned to him, those crystalline eyes flickering open just enough to meet his. No words passed between them. They didn't need to. Her eyes closed again. She leaned in. The kiss began tenderly, but deepened with the heat of something long buried and now set free. What started as a gentle brush became a connection far more intense. Passion gave way to need, and need to something more intimate, something beyond even desire. There was no hurry, no desperation. Just the slow unraveling of tension between two immortals who had lived long enough to forget what moments like this could feel like. Time slowed, and then stopped. Not figuratively. Literally. The world outside ceased its motion, frozen in the grasp of Velzard's time stop. Snowflakes hung in the air like glitter in a crystal globe. The plaza, silent before, became utterly still. But not everyone was locked in time. Far away, atop the highest balcony of the Frost Palace, Guy Crimson took a long sip from his wine glass, his gaze lost in thought as he stared beyond the horizon. You better win this, Rimuru. That idiot Rudra, He paused. Guy had sensed it for a while now. The soul he'd once known as Rudra no longer resided in that body. Guy didn't know the specifics, only that whatever wore Rudra's face was a different beast entirely. And for Rudra's sake, he hoped Rimuru was the one to finish it. Then the color drained from the world. Guy paused mid-sip, brow twitching. Oh, for crying out loud. He muttered, lowering the glass as it froze midair. The 9th time this year. He'd figured out it was Velzard, probably training Rimuru again, helping her adapt to the suspended world. It usually lasted in bursts of 30 minutes, just enough time for Guy to wander around and grumble. But after an hour of pacing the palace, poking through rooms he hadn't stepped into in centuries, he started getting suspicious. First, he checked the vault. Nothing was missing. Then he reached the training grounds. Still frozen. Eventually, he wandered into Velzard's personal throne room, a place he rarely entered out of respect for privacy. Everything was where it should be. Eventually, Guy threw his arms up in surrender. It can't take this long to adapt to, time stop. He complained. Elsewhere, in the dungeon's lower levels, Veldora stood in the middle of his room, arms crossed, foot tapping like a child bored out of his mind. 52 minutes. 53, I'm keeping count. He shouted into the void. He flopped dramatically onto his bed, groaning as he stared up at the ceiling. Ugh. This isn't training. This is torture. Velzard, I swear, if you've paused time just to have tea again. I'll. He paused, and a thought slid across his mind. What if it wasn't training? The idea sent a shiver down the storm dragon's spine. No. No way. She wouldn't. He muttered. Then again, he had noticed Rimuru spending more time around Velzard lately. Not to mention that Slime had been daydreaming during work, so much so that Veldora had caught him a few times, staring off into nowhere with a grin on his face. It was then that the sudden realization dawned. Hell no. Veldora screamed internally. Still lying on his back, he covered his face with both hands. I take it back. I don't want to know. He yelled. And he didn't move again until time resumed, face bright red. Back at the Frost Palace, Guy remained in Velzard's throne room, pacing slowly. An hour and 20 minutes had passed. He looked at the ceiling, then the floor. Then he sat down, crossed one leg over the other, and sighed. I'm starting to think this isn't training. The final stretch has arrived. In the next chapter, we'll cover the world's reaction to the upcoming war. It'll be the calm before the storm, and the world will hold its breath. If I baited any of you into thinking there'd be a lemon chapter, then too bad. And yes, for those of you that caught it, that section with Feldway and Michael is a little hint toward the you-know-who. Let the build-up begin. That is all for now. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Author, out. Third-person POV. Elmisia El Rusarian sat in silence within her private gazebo, perched high atop one of the divine tree's upper terraces. The air was crisp, clean, and serene. Birds chirped in the canopy. Light filtered softly through branches above. But her expression betrayed none of that calm. Her gaze, sharp and unblinking, fixed itself on the eastern horizon, on the vast white plains where the Eastern Empire now marched. Far below, stretching like a tide across the snow-streaked wilderness, an army of millions advanced. Magi tanks crawled across the earth like steel insects, airships shadowed the melting fields, and the repurposed armor corps moved in disciplined formations. Their numbers alone could bury kingdoms. They're really not pulling any punches. She muttered under her breath. Behind her, seated quietly, Leon Cromwell and Erald Grimwald shared equally grim expressions. Is it really wise for us not to intervene? To not lend Tempest even a token force? Erald finally asked, voice tight. Elmisia didn't turn. Her tone was calm and resolute. Rimuru-san was clear. This war is Tempest's alone. She said. A bold move. Some would say reckless. Leon added. Over the last few months, emissaries had been dispatched across the Western nations. Rimuru's message had been the same wherever they went. Some leaders argued, protested, and even accused him of arrogance. But he didn't yield. He must know something we don't. Elmisia said quietly. I hope so. Erald whispered, his gaze still locked on the horizon, as if trying to see the outcome in advance. Leon said nothing. He already knew something the others didn't, thanks to Chloe. The names still lingered in his mind. Carrera, Testarossa, and Ultima, the last three primordials, were recruited and named by Rimuru himself. It was the sort of knowledge that made Leon uneasy. Fortunately for Elmisia, he decided not to burden her with that information. Not yet. For now, our focus should be on our own defenses. Even if they plan to go through Tempest, it doesn't guarantee they'll stay there. He said aloud. At that, Elmisia frowned. That's what I still don't get. She muttered. Erald turned to her. Get what, Elmisia-sama? He asked. Strategically, going through Dworgen makes far more sense. Fewer barriers, less resistance, no true dragons raining fire down your army. She replied. Leon nodded slowly. And yet they marched straight into the jaws of the strongest nation between them and the West. He added. Which means they're not after the West itself. They want something in Tempest. Elmesia finished, her voice growing sharper. A long silence followed. You think they're after Rimuru? Irald asked cautiously. Leon leaned back in his chair, thinking. Not exactly. But something tied to him, perhaps, something worth risking millions of lives. He replied. Another pause. Then, as if struck by a distant memory, Leon's eyes sharpened. It might sound extreme. He began. Elmesia and Irald turned to him. But what if the Emperor expects this army to be slaughtered? He offered. Irald's eyes went wide. What are you suggesting? He asked. I mean exactly what I said. He's not planning to win. No, not yet. He's planning to purge. Leon looked between the two of them. Elmesia stared at him. That's insane. She said. Is it? Leon shot back. Think about it. The Eastern Empire has been fixated on strength for thousands of years. What better way to separate the wheat from the chaff than sending the entire army into a bloodbath? The few who survive, they'll be enlightened. Or close to it. He explained. Irald's breath hitched. You're saying the Empire is using this war as a crucible? A mass awakening. He paused. For a human to become a complete saint, they must already be an enlightened. And then, their mind and body must be pushed to the edge. Death. Fear. Desperation. It's the perfect catalyst. Leon finished. Elmesia's blood ran cold. And Tempest would be the wall they'd have to break against. She realized. Leon nodded. The stronger the pressure, the more likely the breakthrough, and Rimuru's forces are pressure incarnate. He said. Irald swallowed hard, the color draining from his face. That's monstrous. He whispered. It's exactly what Emperor Rudra would do. Leon said flatly. The three sat in silence, the march of the Eastern Empire continuing beneath a gray sky. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying a quiet dread on its back. Below, a world moved toward war. But up here, the ones watching it begin were already bracing for what might come after. Inside the High Council chamber of Dworgen, silence hung heavy. King Gazel Dworgo sat at the head of the table, arms crossed, chin resting on his fist. The Great Hall, usually filled with lively debates and the occasional jest, now pulsed with quiet apprehension. His top advisors, military commanders, trade ministers, and shadow operatives watched and waited, the tension growing thicker with each breath. The sound of heeled footsteps echoed softly across the chamber floor. From the shadows near the war map stepped a tall, striking woman. Henrietta, the elusive head of the night assassins, moved like a phantom given form, her golden hair tied in a braid, her eyes sharp, unreadable. She bowed low. My king. She said, before taking the empty seat prepared for her. Gazel gave her a slight nod. Report. He ordered. Across the table, Archwizard Jane leaned forward, her tone clipped and serious. What did you see? She asked. Henrietta slowly lowered her mask, composed but visibly disturbed. The estimate is no longer a guess. She began. 3 million soldiers, at the minimum. Several hundred flying warships patrol the skies. Below, thousands of mobile constructs roll across the plains, heavily armed. A vast maintenance force trails behind them. But the largest mass is on foot. At least 2 million armored infantry. She reported. A sharp intake of breath ran through the room like a gust of wind. Dorf, commander of the Pegasus Knights, looked like he'd been punched in the gut. Did you confirm that number? Are you certain? He asked. Henrietta nodded once, firmly. I verified it multiple times. She replied. Vaughn clenched his fists. They're really throwing everything at this. He muttered. They'd be fools not to. Jane cut in, voice calm but cold. The Empire is marching against a nation protected by not one, but 2 true dragons. Not to mention, Demon Lord Rimuru is an anomaly in and of himself. She added. Several voices rose at once, denials, protests, wounded pride from the older statesmen and generals who still saw Tempest as a junior state, something that hadn't earned its stripes. Jane's words felt like a slap. But none dared to speak over what came next. Enough. Gazel said. His voice carried the weight of steel. The room went still. We should be thankful that Tempest stands with us, that Rimuru considers us allies at all. He continued. He looked around the table, letting that sink in. Do not forget that their leader once fought against the Storm Dragon and won. He added. That silenced even the most skeptical of his advisors. The founding festival had changed everything. Rumors had trickled out, but Gazel had been there himself. Hinata dropped the biggest bombshell of that night. During a spar, Rimuru had snatched victory from the Storm Dragon's maw. And the frost dragon, Velzard, was standing alongside Rimuru, smiling and backing up the events. Vaughn, not one to back down easily, spoke out. Still, to face this alone. To reject even symbolic support. It feels like an insult. He muttered. No. It's strategy. Jane said sharply. Vaughn turned to her. We've done the same, have we not? In our own wars, how often have we pushed back our allies, knowing they'd only complicate things? She continued. Gazel nodded in approval. Rimuru-dano's reasoning is sound. When the stakes are this high, you must remove all uncertainties, even well-meaning ones. Tempest can't afford to split its focus protecting others. He added. The council fell into uneasy silence. Pride stung. But the truth cut deeper. The uncomfortable reality was that Tempest had surpassed them all, militarily, economically, and strategically. Rimuru Tempest was no longer a peer. He was a global superpower. And yet, Gazel's respect for Rimuru hadn't wavered. If anything, it had deepened. He looked out toward the massive window that lined the wall behind his seat. The last bits of snow trickled down, just beyond the entrance. The storm was drawing closer. Let us not forget, this war may begin in Tempest, but if it ends there, the rest of us won't get a second chance. Gazel said at last, his voice low, resolute. Inside the resplendent meeting chamber of Farmenas, soft sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting colored shadows on the polished marble floors. The room, usually reserved for diplomatic receptions, now served as a war council, though the mood was more subdued than tense. At the head of the long table, King Farmenas leaned back in his seat, chin resting in his palm, wearing the expression of a man caught between concern and resignation. Dressed in his more regal attire, he looked like he'd rather be out in the field than sitting through strategy meetings. Off to the side, Queen Jur sat poised and regal on a cushioned seat, her child's head resting gently on her lap. The princess cooed softly, unaware of the world's looming chaos. Grucius, arms crossed, leaned against a nearby pillar. Across the table, Raisin stood at attention, calm as ever. Well, let's hope Tempest can handle their end. If they slip, we're right in the middle of the Empire's path. Yum muttered, glancing up at the map stretched across the table. He didn't sound panicked, just tired. Grucius scoffed lightly. Come on, Yum-sama. It's Rimuru-dano we're talking about. They've probably planned for every outcome twice over. He said. I'd still prefer not to be second in line behind a million-man siege. Yum replied dryly. Njur turned her attention to Raisin, her voice soft but direct. Raisin, you mentioned your former teacher had ties to Tempest now. Has there been any further contact? She asked. Raisin stepped forward, hand to his chest as he bowed slightly. Yes, your majesty. Gadra-sensei has formally aligned himself with Rimuru Tempest. Their alliance seems to have been sparked by a reunion with an old comrade, someone holding a high rank within Tempest. He replied. He straightened, his expression composed. The moment that bond was rekindled, he didn't hesitate to turn on the Empire. He's been a key informant, handing over critical intelligence about their internal strategies, weapon systems, even troop movements. Raisin continued. Yum let out a long exhale. That explains a lot. Tempest has been tightening their defenses for almost 2 years. It always felt like they knew something we didn't. He said. It's likely they had exact knowledge of the invasion timeline. They weren't preparing for if the Empire moved, but when. Njur added thoughtfully. Raisin nodded. Agreed. From what I've heard, Rimuru-dano has spared no effort. Not just in battle prep, but in infrastructure, evacuation plans, and resource stockpiles. Their internal stability is airtight. He replied. Meanwhile, here we are. Not much left for us to do but sit back and not cause problems. Yum said with a shrug. Our role isn't to fight this war. It's to hold firm while they do. If panic spreads through the West, it'll only complicate things for Tempest. Njur reminded him gently. Still, sitting on our hands doesn't sit right with me. Grucius cut in. Lublius will be handling the heavy lifting when it comes to policing the West, but we can contribute in smaller ways, like monitoring active trade routes, sheltering refugees if necessary, and sharing intel with Blumend and Ingracia. Raisin offered. Better than nothing. And better than marching blindly into a battlefield that Tempest has already locked down tighter than a vault. Grucius said with a smirk. Yum chuckled. Yeah. And honestly, if anyone was going to take on the Empire alone, I'm glad it's him and his people. He muttered. They all shared a quiet moment, gazes drifting to the stained glass window depicting Farmena's founding. Despite the looming war, the people of Farmenas went about their days with cautious normalcy. That was the effect Rimuru had earned. Faith, not just respect. The kind of faith that didn't need speeches or banners to justify itself. Njur looked down at the child sleeping on her lap. Let's hope the world that comes after this is one our children can grow up in. She whispered. And for a moment, the war beyond the horizon felt just a little further away. High above the world, atop the jagged cliffs of the sacred mountain, the inner sanctum of Lublius overlooked the expanse of the Holy Empire. It was a realm of marbled stillness, where time seemed to slow beneath the perpetual twilight sky. Within its sacred chambers, velvet curtains swayed gently in the breeze, and an oppressive silence held dominion. Luminous Valentine lay sprawled across a crimson velvet couch, one arm lazily draped over her forehead like a noblewoman too bored to be afraid. Her eyes traced the intricate carvings on the ceiling in silence, her other hand slowly tapping her thigh in rhythm with her thoughts. Standing nearby were Chloe, Louis Valentine, and Gunther Strauss, the latter holding a sealed report in one hand. Any updates? Luminous asked at last, her tone flat but sharp. Gunther stepped forward. Hinata has begun rallying the temple knights and crusaders. They'll be fully deployed by the end of the day. The rest of the army is on standby. He replied. Good. Luminous murmured, lowering her arm. She pushed herself upright, brushing a few loose strands of silver hair behind her ear. Her eyes gleamed in the chamber's low light. So, they're finally making their move, are they? She muttered, crossing her legs. It's almost a miracle we had this much time to prepare. In the past timelines, the Eastern Empire launched its campaign much earlier. Chloe said, her tone carefully neutral. Luminous clicked her tongue. I'm not a fan of relying on miracles, but I'll take what I can get. She replied. We'll need to bolster the western line. If the Empire breaks through the forest and turns west, we'll be right in their sights. Louis added, his voice calm but edged with concern. Luminous waved a dismissive hand. Rimuru's little stunt frees up our forces. That's more than enough to keep our defenses solid. What we really need to watch is de Gruul. She reminded. At the mention of the true giant, the room tensed. The unspoken truth was that while the Eastern Empire threatened the world, de Gruul threatened Lublius directly. To the west of Lublius lay the holy void of Damargania, a scorched no man's land once known as a paradise. But that was before Malim Nava and Guy Crimson fought there millennia ago, their clash shattering the land and leaving behind a cursed, magicule-drenched desert. With his dominion stretched thin over that vast wasteland, de Gruul had grown desperate. He's been eyeing our border again. We've had 2 scout teams vanish in the past month. Louis said grimly. I'm aware. Luminous replied. He's predictable. He won't act unless he thinks we're too distracted to retaliate. And with Tempest in the spotlight, he might think now's his chance. She continued. Chloe stepped forward, her tone resolute. If you'd allow it, I'll handle the western front. She offered. Luminous turned toward her slowly. Her gaze softened slightly, though the hesitation lingered in her eyes. Are you sure? She asked. I'd prefer you stay here or in El Dorado, as we agreed. Your presence is delicate. She muttered the last part. Chloe nodded. I am sure. If de Gruul makes a move, I won't sit by and watch. She replied. A long pause followed. Luminous exhaled, lips tightening in reluctant agreement. Fine. You may take command of the Western Front. She said. Chloe smiled, proud but measured. But. Luminous raised a finger, voice steeled again. You are not to engage unless provoked. I won't have you rushing off to pick a fight unless de Gruul crosses the line first. She added. Chloe's smile faltered into a soft pout. Understood. She replied. With that, the chamber settled again. Gunther stepped forward once more. Should I begin strategic deployments along our borders? He asked. Yes. Keep it subtle. We don't want to provoke anything prematurely. Luminous replied. Outside the sanctum, the sacred mountain groaned under the cold winds of the dying winter. Snow fell slowly, lazily, as if nature itself held its breath. Lublius had no illusions of safety, no arrogance about their strength. But they were prepared. And as long as Luminous remained seated upon her throne of dusk and velvet, the Holy Empire would not falter. In the marbled heart of Ingracia, the Western Council chamber, typically a space of elegance and poise, had erupted into chaos. The room, a vast amphitheater lined with polished columns and marble, now rang with the raised voices of counselors, nobles, and envoys from across the Western nations. The air, perfumed with incense and overwashed in warm sunlight through glass-domed ceilings, could do nothing to soften the tension clawing at every word spoken. They're coming. The Eastern Empire moved its full force. A representative from Blumend cried out, his face pale and hands trembling. And where is Tempest in all this? Their representative hasn't shown up for 3 meetings in a row. Shouted another. Testarossa-san never misses a session. This is deliberate. Has the nation of monsters abandoned its duty? A counselor snapped, rising from his seat with his hands braced on the railing. They pulled all their troops from our borders over a year ago. They said it was temporary, but there's been no update or communication. Came another voice. The room descended into a blur of accusations and speculation. Panic had overtaken entirely order. Counselors spoke over one another, some demanding immediate answers, others debating sending their own forces to the east, while a few insisted on severing ties with Tempest altogether. And then the door opened. The sound of boots clicking against the marble floor echoed louder than the shouting. Silence followed. Holy Emperor Louis Valentine entered, his white robes trimmed with gold, and a layered mantle embroidered with the sigil of Lublius flowing behind him. His very presence commanded silence, but it was the woman beside him, clad in legend-grade armor, her short, black hair flowing freely, and her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her blade, that froze the room. Hinata Sakaguchi didn't speak. She didn't have to. Louis paused near the center dais, surveying the sea of worried faces. Lublius will take over all peacekeeping operations in the West, effective immediately. He announced, voice calm but layered with finality. Murmurs turned to confusion. Wait, what? You're saying Tempest just stepped out? One counselor asked. They're fighting the war alone. Do they really think they can hold off the Empire's entire army? Another snapped. This isn't bravery. It's suicide. Someone shouted. Tempest is a newborn state. They can't dash. Enough. Hinata said. The single word cut through the room like a drawn blade. Louis gave her the slightest nod before speaking again. Tempest's decision is not born from arrogance. It is a calculated move. In a conflict of this magnitude, introducing allies to the battlefield, no matter how trusted, would introduce unnecessary complexity and risk. He explained. He let the words sink in before continuing. By consolidating their forces and cutting out all external interference, Tempest ensures they can act with precision. Their lines, their tactics, and their command structure won't be diluted by trying to coordinate with foreign armies. He added. Some council members looked convinced. Others remained skeptical. But what if they fail? One man asked. Louis turned toward him with eyes sharp enough to draw blood. If they fall, so does the rest of the West. He replied. The chamber fell into dead silence. This war will be decided on their front. If Tempest crumbles, the Eastern Empire will sweep through the forest and straight into the heart of our territories. We won't have time to prepare another line of defense. You all know this. He continued. Those words shattered the last remnants of denial among the less experienced counselors. Even those who had doubted Rimuru Tempest now looked visibly shaken. And then, at last, a voice that had remained silent the entire session spoke. We support Tempest fully. The men spoke. King Egil of Ingracia, dressed in formal regalia and seated at the top of the amphitheater, stood slowly. His voice, rich with command and calm, carried across the room. There's no doubt in my mind. Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest made this decision not out of pride, but necessity. I've spoken to him myself. He sees this through a lens few of us can understand. He's not gambling with the lives of his people. He's protecting everyone. He said. Egil turned, facing the rest of the counselors directly. Let's not pretend this chamber is built on equality. You all know the truth. For years, the words of two nations, Lublius and Ingracia, have held more sway than the rest combined. Now, even our influence pales in comparison to theirs. He announced a truth that everyone knew but weren't willing to openly acknowledge. He folded his hands behind his back. Rimuridano has our trust. Now give him yours. He requested. The room fell quiet. Not out of fear, but respect. And for the first time since the war's march had begun, the Western Council stopped bickering. They listened. They understood. Because now, it was no longer about strategy. It was about survival. Above the surface, the great Jura forest was silent, but it was not still. The final remnants of winter melted into the earth, vanishing beneath shafts of morning sunlight. However, unlike past seasons, no birds sang. No merchants crossed the bridges. No laughter echoed through the trees. The capital of Tempest, once a vibrant hub of trade and diplomacy, was gone, vanished without a trace. The nearby towns and villages had disappeared as well, leaving only the untouched wilds and scattered groves. Where grand buildings once stood, nature had reclaimed the land in eerie silence. To any outsider, it would seem the monsters of the forest had never existed at all. But one structure remained. Nestled at the very heart of the former capital, embedded in the center of a vast, open plain, the dungeon's entrance loomed like a monolith of finality. Grand and foreboding, its gates pulsed with a quiet power, the only testament to the world hidden below. Spread across the surface were 300 ziggurats, titanic three-tiered constructs forged from a blend of technology and magical enhancements. Lined with ultra-advanced weaponry, each tower was capable of wide-scale bombardment, precise long-range strikes, or mid-air disruption. The eastern side of Tempest was packed densely with these towers, all awaiting the Eastern Empire's arrival. There were no distractions. No civilians. No structures. Just an empty, dangerous calm. The true Tempest now lay below. Far beneath the forest, on the 101st floor of the dungeon, the nation lived and breathed, hidden, protected, and braced. What had once been an impossible feat was now standard procedure. Entire districts had been recreated, stone for stone, within the vast underground city. Every citizen knew their place, every patrol knew its route, and every command chain was airtight. This was no longer just a nation. It was a fortress. At the heart of it all was the control room, a chamber bathed in pale blue light, surrounded by floating displays that pulsed with real-time data. From here, the war was being coordinated with surgical precision. Rimuru sat forward in his seat, one elbow on the armrest, his chin resting lightly on his knuckles. His golden eyes scanned the main display, watching the enemy advance like a slow tide. To his right stood Veldora, arms folded and barely able to suppress his excitement. A manic grin tugged at the corner of his lips. On the left, Velzard exuded composed authority, her gaze sharper than ice, dressed in a crisp, beige uniform. Ramaris darted between displays, her energy more focused than usual, muttering technical notes to herself as she adjusted surveillance layers. Behind them stood the core of Tempest's leadership. Diablo stood as still as a shadow, his arms crossed behind his back as he tracked the Empire's movement with practiced detachment. Main force detected moving at predicted pace. All divisions have reached their assigned positions. He said smoothly. Excellent. Then we stick to the schedule. No sudden moves. Rimuru replied, his voice steady. Dino, already half asleep in a reclined chair, yawned and spoke. Wake me when things get interesting. He said. Gadra stood beside Rigard and Shuna, reviewing magical barriers and communication protocols for the 100th time. Shuna, wearing her formal command garb, silently oversaw the support systems for the medical and restoration teams stationed throughout the deeper levels. All across the control room, units buzzed with activity. Message crystals flickered. Status updates poured in. But everyone moved with precision. There was no panic. Only purpose. Across the continent, the rest of Tempest's elite had taken up position. To the north, near the borders of Dworgen, Benimaru's 4th Corps crouched low among the ridgelines. Gabaru's 3rd Corps circled in controlled formation, ready to strike from above. Gobta's 1st Corps lay in wait in the shadow of a makeshift fort, the fusion techniques of the Goblin riders polished to perfection. Ultima stood on a nearby cliff, watching them like a hawk, arms folded, eyes calm. To the south, near the valleys of Malim's domain, Geld's 2nd Corps reinforced natural choke points. Cheyenne's Yamagiri moved like phantoms through the trees, each fearless and poised to strike. Carrera, humming softly to herself, floated above them all, her artillery spells primed. But neither Benimaru nor Cheyenne was on the surface. They had positioned themselves between the guardian floors of the dungeon, roaming and waiting. Each of them, along with several elite strike units, was ready to ambush the enemy mid-descent. They'd hit them where it hurt most, when the Empire least expected it. On the surface, the plan was simple. Push them inward. Every Tempest division was tasked not with full engagement, but with guiding the enemy. Lead them. Squeeze them. Break their formation. Funnel them into the dungeon. Then, let the soul harvest begin. Rimuru leaned back, closing one eye. They're marching straight into the abyss. He muttered. Veldora cracked his knuckles. I hope they resist. He said. Velzard smiled faintly. They will. But it won't help them. She added. Ramaris stopped mid-hover, blinking. We're really doing this, huh? She mused, grinning. Yes. Rimuru said, rising to his feet, his voice resolute. The skies over the eastern border were clear, but heavy with pressure. Gliding just beneath the cloud line, Testarossa soared forward like a ghost in silk. Her wings beat with quiet precision, disturbing neither wind nor sound. She didn't need speed. Not yet. Her path was unimpeded, her pace deliberate. From above, she appeared as a white flame moving through the sky. Just on the edge of the horizon, the vast terrain beneath her slowly gave way to motion. Flying warships. Armored formations. Crawling battalions stretching from horizon to horizon. The Empire had arrived. Just then, a calm voice brushed across her mind, tethered through a precise, thought communication. Have you spotted them? Rimuru asked. I have a clear visual. It's exactly as the Argos system showcased. They're coming in full force, Rimuru-sama. She replied without delay. Below her, the Eastern Empire's armored division moved like a living organism. It split into defined corps, each more intimidating than the last. The Flying Combat Corps cut through the skies at different altitudes, formation tight, heading west in an arc between Tempest and Dworgen. Magi tanks rumbled across the lowlands in perfect sync, escorted by engineers and maintenance crews. At the core marched the restructured armor corps, rank after rank of enhanced soldiers, their faces hidden behind masks, their movements disturbingly uniform. Good. Maintain a low profile. They're still a good distance from our defensive ring. Rimuru replied. As you wish. She said softly. Then, she began her descent. Winds coiled around her as she spiraled downward. The trees bent slightly at her landing, and the snow beneath her melted in a perfect circle from the sheer heat of her presence. Clad in a radiant white dress with gilded lining, Tensura stood at the forest's edge like a vision of judgment. Her heels barely touched the frost-covered ground, and yet the pressure in the air spiked. Her crimson eyes gleamed with eerie composure, and a small smile tugged at her lips, not out of cruelty, but in anticipation. In the blink of an eye, her body dispersed into the wind, gone like a wisp of perfume or a memory lost to time. She had work to do. Her role was clear. As Tempest political emissary, she would step forward first, bearing a final offer of peace to the Empire, a chance, slight as it was, to retreat with dignity. But no one in the control room truly believed the offer would be accepted. Least of all, Tensura herself. And that suited her just fine. I've been holding on to 7,000 souls for a while now. She murmured into the silence of the forest, her voice gentle as snowfall. Just a little more, and I'll meet the threshold. There was a brief pause. Then, her grin widened ever so slightly. But that doesn't mean I can't have some fun. It had been years since the incident that day, back when she went by just Blanc, the day the lake ran red. The lake shore dyed scarlet incident had become something of a whispered taboo in the eastern ranks. An entire battalion of elite soldiers was wiped out in a single spell. The water stained crimson, the air too thick to breathe. Even now, some veterans claimed they could still hear the screams at night. That massacre had earned her 7,000 souls. It was not enough for her to incarnate. Not enough to evolve. Not enough to become what she was meant to be. Back then, the world was lucky. Back then, the world had been spared the rise of another Guy Crimson. This time, it wouldn't be so fortunate. Tensura stared at her hand, white as snow, flawless as porcelain. Her fingers curled gently, the motion slow and deliberate, as if she were testing her own solidity. The skin was smooth and delicate in appearance. But beneath the surface, fury rippled like magma waiting to erupt. I'll give them what they're due, Blanche. She vowed. The name echoed in her mind like a song long since buried by time. Blanche, a name the world had forgotten. But Tensura never would. Blanche Nam Silberia. Princess of the long-erased kingdom of Silberia, and the first person to ever call the white primordial a friend. Once, many years ago, she had been known only as Blanc. A cold, calculating primordial demon who viewed mortals as tools, opportunities, and vessels. She had drifted through the world like a shadow, waiting for the perfect host to spring up in the kingdom of Silberia, the domain with which she formed a pact. That was when she met her. Blanche was young. Naive. A sheltered girl surrounded by the shallow flattery of nobles and ministers. When Blanc appeared before her, cloaked in magic and menace, she expected fear. Begging. Desperation. But Blanche surprised her. She didn't wish for power. Nor beauty. Nor dominion over her kingdom. She asked for friendship. Friendship. Blanc had been baffled. Suspicious, even. She asked again. Blanche simply smiled and extended her hand. You look like someone who could use a friend, too. Blanc accepted. Out of curiosity at first, then out of habit. Over the years, she taught Blanche magic, etiquette, philosophy, and everything else she knew. And in return, Blanche taught her laughter. Music. Compassion. Warmth. She didn't realize when it happened, but at some point, she had become attached, not just as a mentor or guardian, but as something more fragile. She had grown to care. Then came the war. Led by the Eastern Empire, a ruthless armada descended upon Silberia. Their motives were obscured behind diplomacy and alliances, but the reality was simple. Silberia possessed a strategic location, and the Empire wanted it. At that time, Blanc had yet to unlock her power fully. She was bound within Blanche's body, unable to seize control without her host's consent. The princess fought beside her, desperate to save her people. Then, Blanche broke the contract. With tears streaming down her face, she whispered a final thank you and severed their bond, granting Blanc full possession of her body. It was an act of love. Of trust. And it was her last. Blanc emerged with her power untethered and full of sorrow. But it was too late. Blanche was gone. Overwhelmed by grief and hatred, she unleashed a forbidden spell, death streak, an indiscriminate curse of obliteration. It tore through soldiers and civilians alike. The Empire's forces were annihilated, but so was everything else. Homes. Families. Lives. The lake that bordered Siberia ran red for weeks. When her vengeance cooled, all that remained was ruin. Blanc, now hollow, chose not to reclaim the name of the princess or rebuild the kingdom. Instead, she buried Blanche herself, sealing her body beneath the earth with a spell that would preserve her untouched, beautiful, and pure for all eternity. She vanished after that, and the world never knew what truly happened. They only whispered of a blood-drenched demon in white. Now, Testarossa, the evolved form of that grief, stood once more at the threshold of war. She flexed her fingers, slowly curling them into a fist. The cold wind swirled around her, but it couldn't touch her heart. That part of her had been frozen long ago. Not long ago, she had cried alone, deep in the underworld, when no one was watching. It was her final tear, a parting gesture for a girl who had once smiled at a demon and called her friend. But now was no time for mourning. Rimuru believed in her. Her comrades stood ready. And the Eastern Empire had returned, not the same generals, perhaps, but the same flag. The same ambition. The same hunger for domination that had shattered a kingdom and broken her heart. I still have plenty of rage left to exact. She whispered. Retribution would come, elegant, precise, and utterly merciless. They're close. She thought. With a whisper of movement and no sound to accompany it, Testarossa appeared at the very edge of the battlefield. A cold gust passed her by as her heels met the frozen soil. Before her stood the Magi tank force, an ocean of steel, spell-forged barrels, and frost-laced exhaust. The air vibrated from their engines. Towering war machines lined the path ahead, stretching far beyond the horizon, flanked by repair crews, battalion leaders, snipers, and scouts. All of them were on the move. At the front of this steel tide, Lieutenant General Gaster led the charge. He walked with the poise of a man who believed in his supremacy, armored in military formality and sharpened pride. His gait only faltered when he spotted her. She hadn't announced herself. She hadn't flared her power. She simply stood there. And yet, the moment his eyes fell on her, an instinct he couldn't explain screamed. He halted. Others behind him began to slow as well, their motion advanced stuttering in confusion. All eyes fell on the lone figure, a woman clad in a flowing white dress with gilded edges, her snow-white hair cascading in waves, and a smile as delicate as silk and twice as dangerous. Under all accounts, she was a presence that didn't belong on any battlefield. No one knew who she was. And that unsettled Gaster more than any recognized name could have. He activated his unique skill, musician, to heighten his senses, tuning himself to the heartbeat, breath, and footfalls of the woman before him. What he heard chilled him. It wasn't human. Not quite. Too perfect. Too deliberate. It pulsed like music without a melody, rhythmic but wrong. Identify yourself. Gaster demanded, steadying his voice, though every nerve was on high alert. Testarossa offered him a slow, overly theatrical bow, every inch the noble woman hosting an unwanted guest. How rude of me. She said, her tone drenched in sweet sarcasm. I come bearing words, not war, though the latter seems inevitable. She mused. She did not give her name. She didn't need to. Immediately, the tension cracked. Dozens of Magi tanks rotated their barrels toward her, their targeting enchantments locking onto her signature. 100 gunners raised their rifles, while snipers perched on the armored carriages zeroed in with killing intent. Gaster raised a hand to signal restraint, but he felt the mood shift around him. The soldiers began murmuring. Laughing. Just a woman. One asked. What the hell is she wearing? This is a war zone. Another remarked. She's a looker, though. A soldier commented, rubbing his chin with a wide grin. Dibs on her, if we take her alive. Someone declared, brandishing his rifle. Who brings a dress to a battlefield? Another soldier questioned. Testarossa heard every word. She didn't flinch. Her smile remained unchanged. Instead, she raised a single finger and pointed it toward the snow-covered earth. Then, with a slow and effortless motion, she drew her finger horizontally in the air. In an instant, a molten line of crimson fire carved itself across the terrain. The snow sizzled and turned to steam, and the grass beneath blackened and curled. A searing scar now divided her from the Empire's army. Many of the frontliners jumped back, startled by the silent blaze. I'm here to deliver one final offer. She said, her voice calm and chilling. The nation of Tempest extends a final opportunity. Turn back. Go home. Live. She paused, watching their faces. Cross this line, and you forfeit that chance. Then, with utter confidence, she turned her back to them and began walking away, her dress trailing behind her like a judge's robe. Silence. Then fury. Fire on her. Gaster barked. The command hit like a whip. 12 Magi tanks surged to life, their cannons charging with compressed Magi Qs. Marksmen and snipers opened fire. A barrage of hellish force erupted. Magic-imbued shells and hypersonic speed bullets tore through the sky, all aimed at a single target. Explosions bloomed across the field. Smoke and debris shot upward like geysers. The shockwave sent snow and ash flying. A crater opened where she once stood. Soldiers began cheering. One of the crews laughed in relief, pounding their tank's hull. First blood. One soldier cheered. Damn. She popped like a balloon. Another shouted. But Gaster wasn't laughing. His skill still pulsed, and through the ringing haze of gunfire and celebration, one sound persisted. The heartbeat. That same wrong, uncanny, beautiful heartbeat. It was still there. Still untouched. The smoke thinned. And there she was. Testarossa floated just above the crater, her body unharmed. Her dress hadn't even wrinkled. No barrier surrounded her. No wounds marred her skin. Her hair flowed gently in the breeze, as if a military division hadn't just bombarded her. She looked amused. Her crimson eyes met Gaster's, and she smiled. It was a different smile. It was cold. Predatory. Ruthless. So you've made your decision. That was the last thing anyone heard before hell rained down. The training wheels are off, the pressure has built up, and the war is here at last. The upcoming chapters will be just guns blazing, no breaks, and it'll be full of fun and tension. What a way to reach chapter 100, am I right? There isn't much to say other than get ready. I'm about to take the events that happened in canon and completely mold them into something else. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Author, out. Third-person POV. As soon as the explosion echoed across the vast Jura forest, war began. A low rumble rolled through the land, then a second, sharper boom. Trees quivered. Snowbanks crumbled. Every soldier in the East's mighty army snapped to attention. The forest, once serene under melting frost, now trembled with gathering fury. Up north, near the icy borderlands of Dworgen, the sky was already claimed. The Flying Combat Corps, 600 airships strong, cut across the heavens like a fleet of steel leviathans. Each vessel bristled with artillery and glowed faintly from the magic cancellors embedded within, devices calibrated to disrupt even archdemons. They were ready for war. Or so they thought. Down below, a different presence emerged, grinning and vibrating with raw power. All right, nerd. Let's see you in action. Ultima called out, pointing at the oncoming fleet. Gabaru crouched down, his vortex spear glinting beneath the sun, eyes sharp with purpose. Men, follow my lead. He shouted. Yes, Gabaru-sama. His soldiers responded. In the blink of an eye, the Dragonutes and Wyverns launched skyward. A sonic boom cracked through the air as they ascended, leaving swirling shockwaves and torn branches in their wake. Trees buckled. Snow blew away in every direction. Ultima remained perfectly still, arms crossed, watching with delight. Further down, toward the forest center, a tidal wave of soldiers advanced on foot. Half of the restructured armor corps, over 1 million strong, pushed through the thickets like a massive machine. Their armor clinked in terrifying unison, spells shimmered on their weapons, and not a single face among them betrayed emotion. They were a living wall of death. But awaiting them was an ambush. Benimaru's 4th Corps, temporarily led by Gabwa, waited with poised steel. Behind her, the 500 elite Kijin and 30,000 Majin of Tempest's elite forces stood in silence, their breath visible in the lingering chill. Gabwa raised her blade, her voice cutting clean through the tension. Remember, our goal is to funnel them to the dungeon's entrance. Fight with all your strength. She commanded. A roar answered her, one unified, deafening cry of readiness. To the flank, Gobta perched atop Ranga's back, scanning the trees below. His 1st Corps, 100 goblin riders fused with star wolves, and 15,000 hobgoblins from the green numbers stood ready. Many of them carried modern rifles and pistols courtesy of Glenda's firearms division. Some hefted larger weapons. Tempest's muscle was no longer just magical. Safety is our #1 priority. I'll be damned if we start firing on each other. Gobta barked. Ranga stepped forward, his eyes glowing with menace. Try not to get in my way. He added. The air was electric. Then came the war cries. Tempest's roars thundered through the trees like a signal to the world. Down south, near the blazing borders of Malim's domain, tension thickened. Geld stood at the edge of a sheer cliff, his eyes narrowing at the movement below. Over 1,000,000 Imperial soldiers, the other half of the restructured armor corps, marched with unnatural precision. High above, Carrera hovered in the clouds, her fingers twitching. Her soul ached to unleash nuclear magic, a forbidden firestorm resting just beneath her skin. But Rimuru's orders stayed her hand. For now. She descended in a flash, stopping just above Geld. Now's your chance, big guy. She called out, flashing a thumbs up. Geld cracked a dry smile. I'm surprised you didn't nuke them right away. He replied. Carrera giggled and twirled midair. Can't harvest souls when there's not even a body to collect. She said. Geld turned forward, raising his massive cleaver to the sky. Then I'll accept your offer. He replied. To his side, thousands of high orcs, the yellow numbers, snapped to readiness. Armored from tusk to toe, they formed a wide horizontal wall along the cliff's edge, halberds braced, eyes locked on the kill zone below. Far from the battlefield, ziggurat operators warmed up their towers, fingers dancing across glowing interfaces. Every tower was a fortress, each manned by elite operators flanked by guards. Let hell rain down. One of them exclaimed, keying in her targets. She zoomed in on the flying fleet Gabaru had charged toward. With anti-friendly fire protocols engaged, accuracy became lethal. On a side screen, another operator joined in. Locking onto those ships? He asked. Yep. Time to give Em a blast. She replied. Dozens of ziggurats across the border confirmed target sync. And then the skies screamed. Streaks of blue and gold tore across the clouds, arcane artillery honed to a razor's edge. Some projectiles fell like meteorites. Others lanced forward like divine punishment. Entire pockets of sky warped as fire and mana rained down on the Empire's formations. The first to burn were the Magi tanks. Even before Testarossa moved, several dozen tanks were reduced to molten heaps. Fall back. Lieutenant General Gaster screamed, diving for cover. The ground trembled under the barrage. Snow evaporated on contact. Entire squadrons vanished in seconds. Tank crews and engineers scrambled, tripping over their own men, trying to erect barriers. Mages screamed as they poured mana into shields. Testarossa stood in the storm, unmoving and unburned. Her crimson eyes glowed brighter than the fire raining around her. Meanwhile, above the chaos, Gabaru and his unit danced among death. They sliced between cannon blasts, dodged incoming beams, and countered spell fire from the warships. The magic cancelers were doing their job, as standard shots barely scratched the flying ships. But that wouldn't last. The ziggurat operators noticed. Settings were adjusted. Firepower prioritized. The next shots hit like miniature suns. One blast punched through a barrier and detonated inside the ship, sending wreckage spinning from the clouds. Another clipped a vessel's flank, cracking its side like an eggshell. Seizing the opportunity, Gabaru launched forward. Take this. Vortex crash, supreme. He yelled. A swirl of concentrated wind spiraled around his weapon as he became a blur. The impact sounded like thunder. He ripped straight through the airship center, piercing its core. Energy ruptured in a violent flash. Soldiers screamed as the ship listed sideways, burning as it descended. On the other side, Gabaru hovered in the air, catching his breath. A few cuts lined his cheek, but his grin remained. As expected of Gabaru-sama. One of the Hyria shouted. Gabaru. Gabaru. The rest cheered. The skies no longer belonged to the Empire. General Faraga's jaw tensed as the distant roar of another exploding airship rolled across the skies. Flames bloomed like crimson flowers in the air, and shrapnel rained down like silver snow. His fists clenched at his sides, knuckles pale with strain. All around him, his officers scrambled across the deck, barking reports and shouting over the chaos. Another ship gone, pierced clean through by the Dragonute bastard. And still, they had no idea where the magical projectiles were coming from. It was invisible, precise, and relentless. Orders, General. A soldier shouted, snapping Faraga from his spiraling thoughts. He exhaled sharply and straightened his spine, eyes narrowing. I'll request a fallback procedure from Commander Calgurio. He said, voice steady but tight. But, sir. The soldier began to object. Faraga raised a hand, cutting him off. We'd be fighting blindly if we kept at this. He snapped. Then, calmer, he gestured toward the Dragonutes and Wyvern riders carving through the air above them. Whatever those projectiles are, they're not coming from them. Something's firing on us from beyond the tree line, far beyond what we can see. He said. The soldier hesitated, then nodded, awaiting further instructions. Faraga moved to the intercom array, linking his voice to every ship in the fleet. All ships, halt your advance. We will hover and regroup. Gunners to your stations. Mages to the decks. Focus all firepower on the airborne units harassing us. Prioritize target acquisition. We appear to be just on the edge of the enemy's artillery range. Use that window. Within seconds, the entire flying combat corps shifted into action. The colossal airships veered slightly, forming a staggered perimeter. Cannons swiveled. Hatches opened. Scores of soldiers flooded the upper decks, channeling magic and chambering rounds. The humming of magic cancellors grew louder, reinforcing the barriers with every pulse. Gabiru, who had been weaving gracefully through the sky, immediately sensed the shift, his pupils shrinking. Everyone, dodge. He barked. A torrent of cannon shells and crackling lightning surged upward, carving paths through the clouds. Magic-enhanced rounds spiraled toward the Dragonutes and Wyvern Riders, who scattered and dove, each performing impossible acrobatics to avoid being shredded midair. Several caught glancing hits, but none were downed. Below, one of the ziggurat operators slammed his fist on the interface. Damn it. They've pulled out of our range. He yelled. A second operator appeared on a neighboring screen. We can push the range. Don't forget the override settings. He reminded. That'll tank our firepower. The first muttered. It's better than letting them escape. We're not here to spectate. His peer replied. Grudgingly, the operator nodded and adjusted the tower's settings. The magical dome pulsed as energy shifted. Firepower dropped, but range increased. Seconds later, a fresh barrage tore through the upper atmosphere, this time reaching far beyond the prior threshold. A handful of slower-moving ships were hit dead-on. The results weren't as catastrophic as before, but the psychological impact was immediate. I thought we left their range. A soldier cried out, staring in disbelief as a nearby airship lost its rear engine and began spiraling downward. On board the main deck, General Faraga narrowed his eyes. He could tell the second wave lacked the bite of the first. It was a compromise, a desperate attempt to stay in the game. But even so, it was enough to keep them under pressure. He turned toward the deck's edge, just in time to see his men firing everything they had at the approaching monsters. The Dragonutes moved like wraiths, blurs of scaled muscle and focused destruction. Wyvern riders zigzagged in intricate formations, dodging spells with terrifying ease. Damn it. They're too dash. The sentence was never finished. A spear pierced clean through the soldier's chest, protruding from his back like a macabre flagpole. Gasps rang out. Behind the fallen man stood a Dragonute, ice cold, twisting the weapon before yanking it free. Blood sprayed. Screams followed. Fire. Another soldier shouted. Gunfire erupted. Bullets traced through the air, but the Dragonute was already gone, vaulting upward in a graceful arc. The bullets tore into the lifeless body of his previous victim, reducing the corpse to shreds. Across the fleet, similar scenes unfolded. Tempest's airborne units began boarding the ships, slipping through barriers and landing with surgical precision. The Dragonutes favored speed and dismemberment. The Wyvern riders slammed into cannons and decks with brutal, coordinated strikes. Faraga watched it all, helpless to intervene. His stomach churned. At this rate, we'll fall before we even reach the forest. He whispered, clenching his jaw. And then, another blast. One of Gabiru's elite destroyed the crystal of a ship's magic canceller. In a flash, the entire barrier system failed. Gabiru shot forward, becoming a streak of pure power, a bullet made of pride and vengeance. His vortex spear tore through the vessel's hull like wet parchment, slicing the internal machinery and engines in one clean strike. Fire roared. Alarms shrieked. The ship lurched sideways, bleeding smoke, and screams followed. The Dragonute landed on a nearby vessel, balancing perfectly as the first ship plummeted behind him. So far, 10 airships had been taken down, meaning it wasn't a massacre. Not yet. Closer to the heart of the forest, bloodshed painted the ground, soaking into the roots of ancient trees. Despite being outnumbered more than 20-1, Gabwa and Gapta's units fought like a single living organism, precise, relentless, and perfectly coordinated. It looked less like a battle and more like a surgical operation, with Tempest's forces acting as the scalpel slicing through the Empire's juggernaut. Members of the firearms division maintained their position at the rear, forming a loose crescent line that spat a storm of bullets into the advancing enemy. Each shot rang out with mechanical rhythm, carving holes through the armored mass or causing small detonations. Up front, the Kijin wove through the chaos like dancers in a ritual, their blades singing as they clashed against steel and split it apart with spell-laced strikes. Explosions of magic flared at close range, brief and blinding, leaving gaps in the enemy ranks for the others to exploit. The green numbers acted as shepherds, baiting the disoriented enemy soldiers into firing lanes and into kill zones, where Gobta's gunners awaited with terrifying precision. From the tree line, the goblin riders moved like shadows, merged with their star wolves into monstrous hybrid forms. A single leap would bring them into the fray, a swipe of a claw would tear through plated armor, and by the time their enemies raised their weapons, they had already vanished into the misty underbrush. Gobta fought at ground level, his short sword flashing as he danced between enemies. He stuck close to Gabwa, matching her movement step for step. "Try not to get hit," Gabwa muttered, pivoting aside and driving her blade straight through a soldier's ribcage. "I'll be fine. Just sticking close by." Gobta grinned, ducking under a wide swing and planting his blade deep into his attacker's leg. The men screamed and fell, trampled under the chaos seconds later. But while the front lines pushed forward with finesse and tactics, something much more primal tore through the center of the battlefield. Close by, carnage erupted. Ranga, the Tempest star wolf, had joined the field. He moved like a natural disaster. Towering over the battlefield, the size of a small house, he radiated power dense enough to warp the air around him. As one of the top 15 executives, he was tasked with harvesting 10,000 human souls. It wouldn't take long. His fur shimmered with violent magic. Claws slashed through lines of soldiers, ignoring armor, slicing flesh and steel alike with absurd ease. Swords broke on impact, spears bent and snapped. No enchantment could slow him. No formation could hold. A group broke ranks and fled. Black lightning arced across the trees, striking them dead before they could take 5 steps. From behind, another battalion charged, spells primed, weapons gleaming. Ranga spun his tail like a rotor blade. The forceful gust ripped through trees and bodies alike, sending limbs flying and corpses tumbling like dolls. Dozens came at him from both sides, and Ranga lunged. His claws met them mid-charge, slicing through enchanted plate as though it were paper. Screams echoed, brief and cut short. Gabwa and Gobta looked up from their skirmish, pausing as they caught sight of the devastation. "Geez. Ranga, leave some for us," Gobta called out, wiping sweat from his brow. "I don't think he can hear us right now." Gabwa replied, eyes locked on the dark storm. The outskirts of the forest had transformed into a slaughterhouse. The river that once flowed clear now ran red, its waters thick with blood. Piles of corpses lined the bank, soldiers scrambling to retreat in the only direction left open, deeper into Tempest, exactly where they were being driven. The gunners tightened their aim, and the funnel narrowed. It was working. Of the 1 million soldiers in this unit, over 80,000 had already fallen, and the battle had only just begun. As the restructured armor corps stumbled into the narrowing valley that would eventually lead them to the dungeon's entrance, Ranga returned, blood still dripping from his claws. He towered over Gobta and Gabwa, letting out a low, satisfied growl. "Mission accomplished," he said, voice calm and heavy with power. The carnage had settled, but the silence that followed was far from peaceful. Ranga stood still at the edge of the battlefield, his fur soaked in streaks of blood, both foreign and his own. He had long since surpassed his soul harvest quota, the required 10,000, met and exceeded with grim ease. But the euphoria of victory never came. Only stillness. Only the weight of what had been lost. Behind him, Gobwa's Kijin cut down the last pockets of resistance, moving with the precision of warriors too tired to feel pride. Gobta's gunners had already stopped firing. The green numbers moved in, securing the area, tying up those few eastern soldiers who had dropped their weapons and surrendered. Amid the bodies, friend and foe alike, the surviving troops moved through the clearing. Some helped drag wounded comrades toward makeshift triage stations. Others knelt beside fallen friends, silent and hollow-eyed. Potions were distributed as fast as they could be spared, but even the best healing couldn't restore the ones already gone. Of the Tempest forces, only a few dozen had fallen. It was a victory by the numbers. But standing among the dead, it didn't feel like one. Gobta crouched beside a young hobgoblin gunner. The boy's weapon still lay in his lap, fingers curled around it even in death. Gobta gently pried the rifle from his hands and set it aside, then pulled the soldier's coat over his face. "Damn it," he muttered, clenching his fist so tight it trembled. Not far away, Gabwa stood motionless, her blade slick with blood. She closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. "This is the reality of war," she whispered. Gobta said nothing at first. Then, finally, he rose to his feet and turned to face her. The usual levity in his expression was gone, replaced with a quiet resolve. "We're not done yet. We need to secure the perimeter. Make sure nothing slips past us," he said. Gabwa gave a faint nod. Ranga crouched low, wordless as always, allowing Gobta to climb onto his back. From that higher vantage, Gobta scanned the battlefield. His eyes swept across rows of wounded, collapsed trees, and blood-stained grass. The stench of ash and iron lingered in the air. "At least, we accomplished our task," Gobta said softly. But the words didn't bring him comfort. They hung in the air, hollow and cold. Ranga growled low, as if to say he felt the same. Then, together, they began their next duty of clearing the path forward. Far to the south, Geld and his legion unleashed geological fury upon the second half of the restructured armor core. With a thunderous, earth-shatter kick, the yellow numbers cleaved the earth into a colossal wall, cutting off any potential escape to the flanks. Beyond that barrier, the Empire's soldiers marched like ants toward inevitability. Outnumbered 100-1, Geld and his high orc surged forward without hesitation. Their weapons held aloft, their war cries igniting the battlefield, their steps warping the terrain. Shockwaves rippled through the battlefield, destabilizing enemy formations, sending surprised soldiers toppling before they could react. "We're under attack," one of them screeched as he stumbled backward. The resurgent Imperial troops raised weapons and rushed forward, but their mass movement worked against them. Each orc alone held the weight of over 100 soldiers. Blade met armor, and only the orc side remained unyielding. They cut through the Empire's lines as though swatting flies. At the vanguard, Geld moved with feral purpose. His massive cleaver, Meat Crusher, lived up to its name, tearing through bone, armor, and steel like it was nothing. Gifted with 2 potent unique skills, he was a walking fortress. Gourmet fed his hunger for souls, allowing him to consume nearby soldiers, melting flesh and metal into corrosive essence. Guardian erected an impervious, multi-layer barrier around him, a shimmering shell able to absorb any attack. His protection extended to his allies, shielding them in the storm. When soldiers tried to aim for his vulnerable spots, the barrier flared, deflecting bullets and blades alike. A stomp from his boot split the earth beneath him, hurling bodies skyward across the battlefield. Some of his men were beginning to collapse under sheer numbers. Even with immense durability, multiple opponents grappling him at once could slow an orc down. Geld Sama. One orc yelled as he sank beneath a pile of bodies. Geld roared and tore free, hacking through the pack to reach him. "Hold on," he said, voice low and steady. With protection conferment, he enveloped his ally in enhanced defense, then activated substitution, absorbing incoming blows meant for him. He lifted his cleaver and cut a path through enemies, blood and steel spraying in rhythm, freeing his subordinate before pressing onward. After breaking the pile apart, he shifted his stance. With brutal finesse, he hurled Meat Crusher into the enemy ranks like a boomerang. It flew through hundreds of soldiers, bisecting armor and bone in one clean arc. Then it returned, obediently slicing more men before landing back in Geld's grasp. The spectacle froze the Empire's soldiers. Fear bloomed in their eyes, harsh, overwhelming reality replacing the myth of the invincible Tempest. "FFALL back," one cried. Instinctively, the remaining forces turned and retreated toward the center of Tempest's trap. But as they fled, another wall rose behind them. Half of the yellow numbers regrouped and reinforced their earth barrier, hand in hand with the terrain, sealing off any escape. When the assault finally slowed, the land lay quiet with devastation. Limbs and armor littered the ground. The high orc surveyed the carnage, many wounded, bruised, and battered, but none fallen. Geld, chest heaving, stood drenched in crimson, eyeing his blood-smeared cleaver and hands. He exhaled deeply. "My quota is done," he muttered, voice rumbling. His fury, along with his soldiers' unrelenting might, had claimed over 100,000 lives. Tempest's net was tight, unrelenting, and far from finished. "What a display, big guy." A cheerful voice rang out across the blood-soaked clearing. Geld and the high orcs looked up, weapons still glinting with fresh blood. Hovering a few dozen meters above them, Carrera surveyed the battlefield with visible delight, her arms planted firmly on her hips. She flashed him a wide grin and descended closer. "You went a little overboard, there," she teased, landing beside him with a resounding thud. Geld gave a weary sigh, sliding his cleaver back into its scabbard, then stretching. "It's hard to keep count when 1,000,000 soldiers are trying to crush you into the dirt," he replied. Carrera laughed, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear, then turned her gaze toward the still advancing Empire troops. "While I'd love to have my fun right now," she said, her tone suddenly hesitant. "I'll wait," she finished. Geld scoffed, lifting an eyebrow. "You're holding yourself back better than usual," he joked. Carrera crossed her arms and turned away, her face unreadable. "The hardest choices require stupidly strong wills. Ultima and I agreed to be the last ones to begin harvesting. We'll take care of the stragglers," she said. "I see," Geld replied, nodding slowly. Then, almost on impulse, Carrera snapped her fingers. In an instant, a wave of shockingly vibrant magic rippled outward. Flesh knitted together, wounds closed, and limbs regenerated. Within seconds, every soldier in the yellow numbers stood healed and whole, scarred but unbroken. Geld stared at her, jaw slack. "You can heal others?" he asked. Carrera gently landed beside him and gave him a light slap across his backplate. "Just trying some new spells. And you can consider this your reward for surviving out there," she said. Geld blinked in disbelief. I didn't think demons could revitalize other monsters, he admitted. Carrera shrugged casually. Well, you learn something new every day, she replied. He bowed slightly. Thanks, he said. She flashed a thumbs up and soared back into the sky, a dark silhouette against the sun, chasing the remnants of the restructured armor core farther into Tempest. An orc beside Geld leaned in and spoke quietly. She seems more reasonable in war than during times of peace, he commented. Geld chuckled, shaking his head. It's best we don't overthink her, he replied. Back up north, high above the canopy of the Jura forest, Gabaru breathed heavily as he brought down his 50th airship. Smoke trailed behind the wreckage as it spiraled into the trees below, bursting into flames upon impact. With that, he had finally reached his quota. But the battle had shifted. The Flying Combat Corps, despite their losses, had successfully escaped the Ziggurat's range. Without the deadly long-range support, Gabaru's Dragonutes and Wyvern Riders were left exposed, maneuvering alone under a storm of gunfire and spell barrages. Fall back into a defensive pattern, Gabaru shouted, his voice cracking through the sky. His troops obeyed instantly, weaving and dodging through explosions. Fireballs and lightning streaked across the heavens as cannon shells detonated around them. With no reliable cover and hundreds of airships still active, the skies above Tempest turned into a killing field. Below, General Faraga watched from the command bridge of his airship. The once chaotic battle now seemed to lean, ever so slightly, in their favor. Direct hits confirmed on multiple targets. A gunner shouted. Faraga kept his expression cold, arms behind his back, as he observed several Dragonutes shot from the sky. Their bodies spiraled downward, slamming into the forest canopy. A few hit the ground hard, motionless. Others tried to stand, groaning in pain, blood pooling beneath them. One Wyvern Rider lost control midair after his mount was struck. The creature shrieked as it tumbled through the sky, colliding with a tree and sending both rider and beast crashing into the undergrowth. There was no movement afterward. The Empire cheered. Then Gabaru's voice rang out again, laced with desperation and resolve. Dragonutes. Activate, Dragon Body. His words cut through the noise like a blade. The sky fell silent for a split second as the Dragonutes exchanged quick glances. There was hesitation, but they nodded as one. A deep pulse of energy radiated outward as black scales shimmered over their bodies, glistening with condensed magicules. Their forms twisted and shifted, growing in size and ferocity. Jaws elongated, claws sharpened, wings expanded. What emerged were no longer humanoids. No, they were dragons, or something terrifyingly close. Down below, Ultima buried her face in her hands and groaned audibly. This fucking idiot, she muttered. It was reckless. Dangerous. Possibly irreversible. The sky exploded again, but this time with raw, chaotic power. The Hiryu surged forward like missiles, careening into the airships. Some tore through reinforced hulls with their bare claws. Others breathed concentrated magicule blasts, melting barriers and combusting engines. Gabaru led the charge, his transformation the most refined. The raw power in his wings allowed him to bypass the magic canceller entirely. He impaled an airship from nose to tail, his vortex spear glowing with power, and then erupted through the other end in a blaze of violet fire. General. The damn flies have gotten stronger. A panicked voice shouted from behind Faraga. He narrowed his eyes and marched toward the upper deck. Increase the output of the magic cancellors. All mages to the railings. Focus fire on the transformed ones, he demanded. The deck erupted into a blur of movement. Gunners adjusted their aim. Mages cast overlapping incantations. Barriers surged. The airships tightened their formation and poured every ounce of their reserves into holding the line. Carnage reigned on both warring sides. Once an undisturbed blue, the sky lit up with purple and golden brilliance. Explosions clouded the battlefield. Dragonutes screamed as they were struck mid-flight, their reinforced bodies taking heavy damage, but still flying. One twisted in agony, wings half-severed, before slamming into the deck of a ship and dragging several soldiers off the side. Another, maddened by power, turned on a fellow Dragonute, striking out in a blind frenzy. Gabaru noticed it instantly, zipped in, and slammed his tail into the berserker's head, knocking him unconscious. Keep control of yourselves. We are not beasts, he roared. The Hiryu fought like unkillable machines, but the price was mounting. Their forms were unstable. Every second in this state drained them, burned through their stamina, and pushed their minds closer to collapse. They couldn't hold out much longer. From the forest below, Wyvern Riders darted through the trees, retrieving injured Dragonutes. Many of the fallen were still breathing, barely. Others weren't. Gabaru knew they had to retreat soon or suffer devastating losses. But as he hovered in the chaos, his blood boiling with power and grief, he clenched his spear tighter and turned his eyes to Faraga's command vessel. If I can take the chip out, maybe we'll have a chance to pull out cleanly. Gabiru muttered. He pushed forward, wings flaring wide. Before Gabiru could launch his suicidal charge toward Faraga's command ship, a new presence appeared just above him, so effortlessly that it was almost insulting. You're gonna have to skip on this one, nerd. Ultima said, her tone dry as she floated down with arms crossed. Gabiru froze mid-flight, his momentum halting as if the very skies themselves demanded it. You Ultima-san. He stammered, flailing slightly. She hovered down until she was level with him, her eyes narrowed with just enough disapproval to make a veteran warrior squirm. It was the kind of look that made even monsters straighten up like schoolchildren. What did I specifically say about conducting experiments in the middle of battle? She asked, every word sharp enough to cut through steel. Gabiru flinched. It was tested. I mean, kind of. In simulations. He said, waving his arms in denial. Ultima gave him a long, withering look. Then she exhaled. Whatever. Just fall back. You've hit your quota, and unless you plan on dying from artillery fire or magical burnout, you're done for the day. She told him. Gabiru's body stiffened. He clicked his heels and gave the most exaggerated salute he could muster. Why yes, ma'am. He replied. Without another word, he spun around and shot off toward the remaining Dragonutes, his voice echoing behind him as he rallied the retreat. Everyone. We're pulling back. Regroup and descend. He called out. The Hiryu, still clinging to their unstable, dragon body, forms, followed immediately. Their wings flared, and they began their descent, arcing away from the active airships. The wyvern riders below moved in to assist, catching stragglers and guiding the injured back to the forest. Ultima watched them vanish into the distance, then rolled her neck with a low pop. She turned back toward the Empire's fleet, hundreds of airships still hovering, though clearly battered. Faraga's command vessel remained at the center, ringed by a tight defensive formation. Well, might as well play with a few of you while I'm up here. Ultima said, letting out a breath and cracking her knuckles. Down on the decks, the mood had shifted. The Empire's soldiers exhaled with relief, mistaking the Dragonute retreat for a sign of victory. Several clapped each other on the back, celebrating survival. Gunners reloaded. Medics carried the wounded. Even Faraga allowed himself a brief moment to skin the damage, his eyes grim. But that moment didn't last. His gaze caught on something, someone, hovering motionless above the fleet. At first, he thought it was a trick of the light. Then his pupils dilated. She was just there. No warning. No flare of power. No magical distortion. Just a girl with her hands in her pockets, floating like she owned the sky. Faraga's breath caught in his throat. Sir. One soldier asked, following his line of sight. One by one, heads turned. Cannon crews stopped reloading. Mages stopped healing. All eyes locked onto her. Ultima smiled sweetly and opened her palm, revealing 5 small pebbles. They weren't enchanted. Not glowing. Just regular, dirt-scuffed stones. What is she doing? A soldier whispered. Ultima sighed, visibly underwhelmed. This is about as much fun as I'm allowed to have. She muttered. She flicked her wrist once. Boom. 5 streaks of light tore through the sky, faster than sound, faster than thought. The pebbles, now sharpened by impossible force, punched through 5 airships, precisely striking their magic cores. Explosions erupted in synchronized bursts, painting the clouds with smoke and flame. The airships listed and dropped, trailing black smoke as alarms blared. Panic surged. Open fire. Faraga bellowed, his voice cracking with fury and fear. Hundreds of cannons lit up at once. Spells were hurled toward the sky. A solid wall of death screamed toward the demon floating above them. Ultima didn't move. She yawned. Then, just before the storm could reach her, she vanished, dispersing into the wind like a phantom. The combined barrage collided in midair, erupting into a chaotic blast that rocked the fleet. A second later, 3 more airships were caught in the shockwave and plummeted. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left. The sky had returned to silence. Some soldiers cheered again, too shaken to think clearly. Others scanned the skies with wide, trembling eyes. But deep down, they all felt the sinking dread that this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Ultima descended from the clouds and touched down beside Gabiru and his soldiers. All around them, the forest floor was lined with Dragonutes and wyvern riders, some barely breathing, a few already fading, bodies dissolving into faint trails of magicules, scattering like ash in the wind. Gabiru and the Hiryu had reverted to their base forms. But the damage had already taken its toll. Most lay collapsed, trembling from the strain of dragon body transformation. They couldn't move. They couldn't even speak. Only Gabiru could stand, but barely upright, leaning heavily on his vortex spear. His armor was cracked, stained with ash and blood, but his spirit hadn't buckled. Slowly, painfully, he limped toward the front row of the fallen Dragonutes. He looked down at one soldier, young, still barely into his prime. The Dragonaut's chest no longer rose. His lifeless eyes reflected nothing but sky. Gabiru exhaled, a strained smile tugging at his lips. "You fought well, soldier," he said quietly. He stood there for a long moment, letting silence speak where words failed. One by one, the surviving Dragonutes pushed themselves to their knees. Some could barely move. Others clutched at wounds still seeping. But they all bowed their heads. They mourned. Then Ultima stepped forward. She looked over the group, clicking her tongue. Her eyes scanned each body, assessing, calculating, until her gaze landed on Gabiru. "Move aside," she said. Gabiru blinked, then gave a nod and stepped away. The Dragonutes followed, parting to give her space. Ultima raised her hand, and a pulse of violet light burst from her palm, spreading like a ripple through the clearing. It swept across the rows of warriors, washing over bloodied limbs, crushed armor, burned skin. In the blink of an eye, wounds sealed, cracked bones knit together, and torn wings stretched, whole again. Those closest to death gasped as life returned to their lungs. Some blinked back into consciousness with confused stares, unsure if they were alive or dreaming. Sadly, not everyone woke. A handful remained still. Their bodies were now pristine, but empty. The soul was long gone. Ultima lowered her hand, her face unreadable. "TCH, guess not everyone's coming back. I'll have to go back to the drawing board," she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. Gabiru watched in silence. Then he bowed deeply. "No. This is more than enough. Thank you, Ultima-san," he said. Behind him, the other Dragonutes lowered their heads in unison, giving quiet, solemn thanks. Ultima raised an eyebrow, then waved a hand as if swatting away their gratitude. "Don't get all mushy. I just wanted to try a new spell," she said, turning slightly. "Anyway, your part's done. Fall back. Bring the fallen to the dungeon. I doubt your squad will be the only one with casualties," she continued. Gabiru straightened, his spear still planted in the ground. "You heard her. Let's move," he barked. With grim efficiency, the Dragonutes got to work. Some slung unconscious allies over their shoulders. Others hoisted bodies onto wyvern backs, treating each one with care. Gabiru was the last to take off, glancing once more at the battlefield. There was no celebration. No pride. Only duty. They flew off into the horizon, a long shadow cast over the trees below. Ultima stayed behind, her gaze lingering on the scar of devastation they had left behind. The faint smirk on her lips faded, replaced by an expression that was far too calm for what she felt inside. "This is what happens when you get too ahead of yourself," she muttered, her cheeks puffing slightly. Having completed her role, Ultima vanished without so much as a whisper, reappearing at the next choke point. There, she would wait. Her task now was to continue forcing the remaining fleet into the dungeon's jaws. But far to the east, things were spiraling into something far more violent. Amid the chaos of ziggurat bombardments, Testarossa reveled in the inferno of war. Screams, steel, and fire blended into a single cacophony of despair, and in the center of it all floated the white primordial, her grin carved with cruel elegance. Magi tanks fired volley after volley, the thunder of their cannons shaking the frozen plains. Shells detonated in blinding flashes, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Soldiers raised rifles that spat magicule-charged bullets at hypersonic speeds. Mages unleashed storms of lightning and torrents of flame. Yet it was all meaningless. Not one shot scratched her. Not a single spell even brushed against her dress. Her barrier shimmered faintly like a thin veil of moonlight, impervious to all. Shells crumbled midair, bullets shattered against invisible walls, and blades splintered as though striking a mountain of glass. And through it all, Testarossa advanced. Her heels clicked softly against the charred ground, a rhythm lost amid the shrieks and explosions. Her whip, once pristine, now lacquered crimson, snapped through the air with deadly grace. Each crack severed steel and flesh alike. Tanks split in two as though bisected by divine judgment. Soldiers fell screaming, their armor cleaved in a single stroke. She was art in motion, a goddess of death painting the battlefield scarlet. General Gaster had long since abandoned the front, falling back behind the wreckage of his men and machines. Every pulse of magic that rippled through the air gnawed at his sanity. His trembling hands worked frantically as he opened a mental link, his voice cracking as he transmitted the call. There's a demon after us," he cried out. The answer came swiftly. "We're on our way." A calm voice replied. It was Davis, rank 11 among the Imperial Guardians. Stall her. Do not engage alone. Another voice followed, gruffer but steady. This time, it was Gordon, rank 64. An archdemon. Balt, rank 38, asked. Why yes. Most likely. She's tearing through tanks like they're paper. We need backup now. Gaster's breath came ragged as he severed the link. His gaze drifted back to the horizon and froze. The massacre had evolved into something unholy. The Magi tank force, proud and unyielding, was nothing more than smoldering wreckage. Entire squadrons lay in ruin, and still, the white-clad demon walked forward, her steps elegant and unhurried. Several tanks fired at once. Testarossa laughed softly, flicking her wrist. The whip coiled around the shell midair, glowing like molten iron, before she spun and hurled it back. The stolen shot crashed into another battalion, reducing steel and flesh to ash. You're all pathetic. She murmured, her grin widening as she dragged her whip across the blackened ground, leaving streaks of scarlet in her wake. Over 500 Magi tanks. Thousands of soldiers. Gone. And she hadn't even broken a sweat. Then, finally, they arrived. The air shifted as three figures descended from above, their landing cracking the ground. Imperial Guardians. The Empire's elite. The 100 strongest beneath Rudra's banner. Davis, Balt, and Gordon stood before Gaster like pillars of iron, their eyes narrowing as they turned toward the demon in the distance. Gaster nearly collapsed in relief. Finally. You're here. He called out. Davis rested a hand on his blade, his voice calm, almost serene. You've done well to survive this long. He said. We've dealt with her before. If we killed her once, we can do it again. Balt added, his legend-grade greatsword gleaming with runes. Leave the rest to us. Take your men and fall back. Now. Gordon finished, his towering frame radiating brute force. Gaster didn't need telling twice. He barked at the survivors, and together they scrambled away, the thunder of their retreat swallowed by the low hum of killing intent. And then, he stopped. Standing before him was a woman, an impossibly beautiful woman untouched by blood or ash. Her skin was pale as snow, her dress was immaculate as moonlight, yet her whip dripped scarlet in thick, languid streams. The breath hitched in Gaster's throat. His soul screamed. His knees buckled. Behind him, steel hissed free of sheaths as the Imperial Guardians spun, weapons raised in perfect unison. Testarossa's crimson eyes glowed like twin stars as her lips curved into something warm. Something tender. Something horrifying. Ah. She purred, her voice a velvet blade sliding across their ears. I still remember your faces. You must be the main course. The funneling has begun, and 4 out of the 14 executives have reached their quota. Some of you may be surprised to see that Tempest has actually incurred casualties on their end, even with all their training. I wanted to make the war at least somewhat more realistic, with actual stakes on the line. Given that the Empire has also been training, on top of increasing their numbers significantly, I don't think it's too unbelievable that they could get in a few kills. For the next chapter, it'll begin with Testarossa exacting her vengeance, followed by the control room discussing and reporting the current status. Also, happy chapter 100, everyone. I'm so glad that I finally reached this point. The timing couldn't have been better, since the story just reached a word count of 700,000. Absolutely mad. Thanks for the continued support and feedback. I shall continue cooking with the best of my abilities. Anyway, that is all for now. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Author, out. Third-person POV. Testarossa faced the 3 Imperial Guardians with a grin that could curdle blood. Her whip, slick with crimson, dangled from her hand like a serpent eager to strike. The manic light in her eyes promised ruin, and for the briefest moment, the battlefield seemed to hush as predator and prey sized each other up. Across from her, Davis, Balt, and Gordon assumed their stances. Even in the face of carnage, their discipline held, though their tightening grips betrayed the tremor in their resolve. Davis, calm and calculating, drifted sideways, his eyes never leaving Testarossa's silhouette. Balt planted his feet, his greatsword angled like a tower of steel, glowing with runic light. Gordon swung a long chain crackling with sparks, an infamous weapon laced with reality-bound enchantments, explicitly designed to bind and neutralize demons. Your reign of terror ends here, Blanc. Balt roared, his voice echoing through the icy mist. It's time we exact vengeance for every soul you slaughtered that day. Gordon snarled, the chain whistling through the air like a predator testing its fangs. Davis said nothing. His silence was heavier than any threat, his killing intent honed into something razor-sharp. His aura pressed outward like a suffocating tide, yet Testarossa looked as though she were basking in sunlight. Then, she laughed. It wasn't the guttural rasp of a monster or the shriek of a fiend. No, it was light, airy, almost sweet. A sound so at odds with the crimson battlefield that it clawed at their nerves. You. She purred, tilting her head. You'll be the one exacting vengeance. Oh, how precious. Her voice was dripping venom masked as honey. Testarosa's smile widened, but it was too warm, too tender for the death it promised. And yet. She paused. The snap came first. Crack. Before thought could catch up, before the Imperial Guardian's instincts could even scream, it was over. Gaster's head separated from his shoulders in perfect silence. For a fraction of a heartbeat, it stayed there, then slid slowly down the curve of his neck. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the ground beneath their boots. His body crumpled, lifeless, while his head rolled across the earth and stopped against Davis's foot, eyes still wide in terror. Time resumed. The Imperial Guardians moved as one, horror fueling their speed. Gordon's chain lashed forward like a living serpent, its enchanted links glowing with a cruel, holy light. The rune sparked as he channeled reality-forged electricity through its length, a form of attack that no magic resistance could ever repel. It snapped around her in a blink, binding her limbs and torso, anchoring her midair with unyielding force. You hideous monster! Gordon roared, jerking the chain taut. The lightning surged, burning white-hot against her skin. Davis and Balt didn't hesitate. They blurred into motion, a synchronized storm of steel and fury, their weapons singing death as they descended upon her. The earth cracked and cratered beneath their combined dash, pressure waves shattering ground and flinging debris like shrapnel. They struck. And they struck nothing. Testarosa melted away like mist between fingers, her form slipping through the chain as though it were smoke. Gordon's arms yanked against empty air, the sudden lack of resistance throwing him off balance. The twin blades of vengeance carved through a phantom, their force collapsing the ground into a yawning scar of rubble and splintered earth. Where did Dash? Balt's words choked in his throat as something hissed behind him. Snap. Pain erupted, and a jagged scream tore free as the world tilted sideways. His legs were gone, severed in a blur of motion too fast for mortal sight. Balt's armor, legend grade, enchanted to defy demons, split like cheap cloth beneath her whip. His body crashed into the earth, blood spraying in an arc too vivid for winter's pale canvas. Balt. Gordon bellowed, voice cracking. Seal the wound. Now. Davis barked, his composure steel even as frost gathered at his boots. Balt gritted his teeth, hands shaking as he slammed a clotting technique into place, an emergency technique designed for battlefield amputations. And then, they noticed it. When had the fog crept in? Thick and white, coiling like a serpent through the shattered earth. Their breaths plumed in sharp clouds as the cold bit deep, frost webbing across the stones. The temperature plummeted, their senses dulled, and the sound of battle beyond became a distant hum under the hollow wind. She's playing with us. Gordon growled, his knuckles white around the chain. Davis said nothing. His eyes flickered across the haze, searching for the faintest ripple, the slightest distortion that might betray her position. Somewhere behind them, Balt hissed through his teeth, his blood steaming on the frozen ground. The fog thickened, carrying with it something heavier than cold, something suffocating, like the weight of 100,000 graves. From beyond the white void, artillery thundered. Ziggurat fire hammered the Magi tank force, shaking the plains in distant echoes. The Empire's machines burned and screamed, their carcasses smoldering like funeral pyres. Yet here, in this silent pocket of frost, the real slaughter was just beginning. Balt struggled to keep himself upright, his palms sinking into the frostbitten crater as he forced breath into his lungs. Each inhale scraped like broken glass. His vision blurred, but the memories were sharp, searing flashes of the day they'd sealed the white primordial away. Her face then was the same as now, pristine and cruel. But this overwhelming force. This wasn't the same being. I don't remember Blanc being this strong. He rasped, voice ragged from blood loss. Davis didn't take his eyes off the shifting mist. His stance was firm, sword steady, but his jaw tightened at every faint whisper of movement. Me neither. In all my years of killing demons, I never imagined an archdemon could reach this level. He murmured, his tone cold, the edges of fear slicing through his composure. Then, movement. A fleeting silhouette, gone as quickly as it appeared. They pivoted as one, weapons raised, only to find more fog staring back. The mist curled like fingers, coiling around their legs, their blades, their nerves. And then came the voice. It floated on the cold air, soft, sweet, wrong. The kind of sweetness that belonged to a venom-laced fruit. Blanc. Archdemon. How quaint. Her tone was mocking and amused, but beneath the honey lay a blade of steel. The fog pulsed, as if it were breathing. I implore you all, please. Call me by my real name. Her voice slid from every direction now, slithering into their ears, their bones. Something primal recoiled inside them. Their instincts screamed, and their blood froze. Gordon's hands shook so violently he nearly dropped the chain, but rage bit through the terror, if only for a moment. Like hell we'll listen to you. Who in their right mind would name a demon like you? He roared, his voice cracking with strain. The words left his mouth like stones tossed into a black sea. Silence answered. A silence so thick it choked. And then. Crack. The sound cleaved through the fog, sharp, wet, and metallic. A blade through armor. Flesh parting. A dull thud followed, something heavy hitting the frozen ground. Then the scream. It wasn't a cry. It wasn't human anymore. It was the wail of a soul being ripped apart, a sound that would etch itself into the bones of all who heard it. Gordon toppled forward, his right arm severed cleanly at the shoulder, blood spurting in violent bursts. He collapsed beside Balt, clutching at nothing, his chain falling slack and hissing against the frost. "Gee, Gordon." Balt croaked, his hands trembling, still pressing against his own clotting wound. Gordon fumbled, his remaining hand twitching toward the severed stump. Crack. Another strike. Faster. Deeper. And then, another arm hit the ground, landing in his lap like some cruel gift. Blood sprayed in twin arcs, painting the mist scarlet. His scream split the air, raw and guttural, the sound of a man drowning in agony. "Speak ill of my lord again, and I promise you, your suffering will be eternal." Testarosa's voice drifted through the haze, calm, unhurried, and colder than death itself. Balt's teeth rattled in his skull. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. Seeing an opportunity, Davis struck. With a roar that tore from the depths of his chest, the strongest of the three exploded forward, blade flashing like a comet. His aura burned hot, his blood surged like fire in his veins. For a heartbeat, he almost believed, that he could reach her. He saw her standing amid the mist like a vision carved from marble. White dress immaculate. Crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. Her whip dangled at her side, dripping blood that hissed against the frozen ground. "Die." Davis roared, his blade cleaving downward with all the strength and will he could muster. The ground buckled under the weight of his dash, a spiderweb of fractures splintering outwards. And then it ended. Not with a clash. Not with resistance. But with silence. Testarosa moved, not quickly, not suddenly, but inevitably. She turned, slow as a falling leaf, her gaze finding his. Crimson met steel. That was enough. Davis froze mid-strike. His pupils dilated. His blade stopped inches from her head. Then his knees hit the earth like broken pillars. He convulsed violently, froth bubbling at his lips. The ground shattered under his weight as his body spasmed, locked in place by something beyond magic, beyond strength, pure, suffocating dominance. Balt stared, eyes wide, horror carving trenches into his face. Even Gordon, choking on his own screams, stared through the haze, watching the strongest among them crumble without a single blow exchanged. The white primordial bent down slowly, her movements deliberate, predatory. Her porcelain fingers slid under Davis's chin, lifting his head as though he were nothing more than a doll. His eyes widened in terror, muscles screaming to move, but his body had already betrayed him. "Look at me," she whispered. And he did. Not by choice. Not by will. But by the inexorable pull of something far older, far darker than any magic he had ever faced. The moment their gazes locked, reality unraveled. Her eyes burned crimson, not with flame, but with something deeper, an abyss that swallowed thought and reason. Davis felt it before he understood it. There was a violent tearing in his soul as an icy grip clamped down on his consciousness. Then came the nightmare. Life beyond, a unique skill tailored for absolute spiritual dominance, was a curse dressed as divinity. To those ensnared, time ceased to matter. Seconds stretched into eternities as Davis's mind was thrust into an unending hell of his own making, except it wasn't his. Images flashed. Cities burning in seas of black fire. The corpses of comrades strung up like grotesque ornaments. Children screaming, faces melting into masks of agony. Atrocities beyond mortal comprehension, committed by those he once trusted, those whose names he would have died for. They laughed as they carved open the innocent. They sang as they drowned worlds in blood. And worst of all, he saw himself among them. Smiling. Laughing. Killing. Every second, the cycle repeated. Every instant, new horrors bloomed like black roses. He died 1,000 deaths, each one crueler than the last, only to awaken in a fresh nightmare with his sanity peeling away like rotted flesh. In the real world, it lasted only a heartbeat. Testarosa tilted her head, studying the dimming light in Davis's eyes with almost clinical curiosity. She tightened her grip just slightly, and the last threads of his soul snapped. His body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, eyes still wide and glassy, mouth frozen in a silent scream. No wounds marred his flesh. Not a scratch on his armor. But the hollow stare told the story better than blood ever could. Satisfied, Testarossa straightened, her silhouette cutting through the mist like the blade of an executioner. She walked forward, heels clicking softly on the frost, each step a death knell. Balt and Gordon didn't move. They couldn't. The strength that had once carried them through 1,000 battles bled away, leaving only trembling husks of men. They shut their eyes tight, clenching them so hard that tears streamed down their faces. It didn't matter. The sound of her steps slithered into their ears like a whispered promise. And then, silence. When they finally dared to open their eyes, she was standing over them, close enough that they could see their broken reflections shimmering in her eyes. Her whip dangled at her side, its crimson stain dripping slowly onto the ground. Killing you like this has no meaning. Her voice was low, intimate, brushing against their eardrums like a lover's murmur. With a languid turn, she pivoted on her heel and walked away, the fog curling around her form until it swallowed her completely. The Imperial Guardians exhaled in ragged gasps, their bodies shuddering with relief so sharp it bordered on pain. Gordon slumped against the frost, chest heaving. Is she gone? He rasped, his voice shredded raw. No answer. Balt. He whispered, his tone rising, frantic. He turned his head slowly and froze. Balt. He screamed. Balt's eyes were hollow. Not empty with fear, but void of everything. No soul, no spark, just twin abysses staring into nothing. His legs ended in jagged stumps, blood pooling like ink on white parchment. Balt. Gordon stammered, his voice cracking into a sob. Balt moved. It wasn't a stumble, nor a crawl. It was deliberate. Mechanical. Like a marionette yanked by invisible strings. His hand, still slick with his blood, found his blade. No. Gordon choked, dragging himself backward, his useless arms scraping against the ground. No. Stop. Stop. He cried out. But the plea never left his throat intact. Steel flashed once, clean and merciless. The sound of a blade sliding into flesh echoed like a funeral bell. Gordon convulsed, blood bubbling past his lips, the warmth draining from his body as his severed head tipped forward. Balt didn't hesitate. He lifted the blade again, this time pressing it to his own neck. With the same hollow obedience he had displayed earlier, he dragged his blade across. The last sound before silence reclaimed the mist was the wet thump of a head rolling free. And then, there was nothing. Only the whisper of Testarossa's heels fading into the fog. Back in Tempest, the hum of screens and the chatter of operators faded behind him as Rimuru stepped out of the control room. Velzard followed at his side, her boots clicking softly against the floor. Neither spoke as they moved through the corridor, as the silence said more than words ever could. When they reached the junction leading to the central lair, Velzard stopped. Her pale hair glimmered like starlight against the dim glow of the corridor, but her expression held no trace of its usual icy confidence. "I'll wait for you on the surface," she said, voice steady but quiet. Rimuru nodded, though his eyes didn't quite meet hers. Velzard lingered for a second longer, studying his face. The carefully neutral mask didn't fool her for a heartbeat. After a few moments, she warped away in a flash of frost. Rimuru stood alone for a moment, staring down at his reflection on the polished floor. Then, with a soft exhale, he turned and walked toward the inner chamber. The heavy doors opened with a low groan, revealing Veldora's lair repurposed into a sanctuary for the fallen. And there they were. Rows of soldiers stretched across the vast floor. Dragonutes. Hobgoblins. Kijin. All laid out in solemn stillness, their weapons neatly set beside their bodies as if to honor the fight they never finished. Nearby, the living worked in silence. Some tended to their gear, others carried lifeless comrades, placing them gently among the fallen. Their movements were careful, reverent, almost as if priests tending to an altar. The smell of iron hung heavy in the air. It was faint, masked by layers of enchantments, but Rimuru could still taste it on his tongue. Casualties, around 100, had stained Tempest's army. It was a fraction compared to the hundreds of thousands of Imperial soldiers already dead. It was a number any commander would celebrate as a miracle. So why did it feel like a mountain pressing down on his chest? He walked forward slowly, the quiet murmurs of healers and sobbing soldiers fading as they noticed his presence. The room stilled, and all eyes turned to him. Rimuru stopped at the first row. Kneeling, he reached out, brushing a blood-streaked lock of hair from the face of a Dragonute who couldn't have been more than 20 by human standards. The soldier's lips were slightly parted, as if caught mid-breath, a breath that would never come again. His fingers curled into a fist. You knew this would happen. He told himself that over and over. He had calculated it, planned for it, and prepared for it. War without sacrifice was a fantasy. So why does it feel like this? Your bravery, and your service will never be forgotten. His voice came out softer than he intended. He lowered his head in silence, the glow of his aura dimming as if in mourning. When he rose, the others resumed their quiet work, but the air felt heavier now. He didn't stop them. He didn't speak again. Words meant nothing here, not to the dead, and not to the ones who had to keep living. He turned and walked away, his steps echoing hollowly down the corridor. The teleportation circle flared to life beneath him, and with a surge of energy, he vanished. The breeze on the surface greeted him. Velzard stood before the dungeon's massive gates, her figure poised like an unyielding sentinel against the swirling wind. Snowflakes clung to her hair, glimmering like shards of diamond under the pale light. Rimuru appeared at her side, his expression a calm mask once more. "Shall we proceed with our plan?" he asked, his voice quiet but firm. Velzard nodded, her blue eyes scanning the distant tree line. "The Demonist trio should be here soon. We'll wait for their report," she replied. Rimuru inhaled slowly, letting the icy wind fill his lungs before exhaling in a pale mist. "All right," he said. But deep inside, something cold lingered, colder than the wind. As if answering an unspoken cue, 3 figures streaked across the horizon, tearing through the air at supersonic speeds. To the left, Ultima glided with controlled elegance, her 3 pairs of bat-like wings beating in perfect rhythm. At the center, Testarossa approached in silence, her white silhouette almost ethereal, her wings cutting through the sky without disturbing so much as a breeze. To the right came Carrera, the fastest of the 3, her sharp wing beats vibrating the air with raw, untamed energy. They descended like executioners from a higher plane, touching down before Rimuru and Velzard with impeccable grace. Horns and wings retracted into their bodies as they dropped to one knee, their heads bowed. The central unit has established a perimeter. They will remain and ensure no one flees. Testarossa reported, her tone calm and composed, though a faint hint of satisfaction lingered beneath the surface. Geld and the rest have thrown up massive walls across the eastern border. And they're sticking close to keep watch. Those foot soldiers ain't climbing anytime soon. Same goes for the tanks. Carrera added with her usual casual bravado, flashing a grin. Which means their only option for retreat is the airships. Ultima concluded with a sly smirk. Rimuru nodded, taking in every word. "Excellent work, you 3. He said. He turned his gaze toward the far-off plains, extending his universal perception. Like a vast, living map, the Empire's forces unfolded in his mind's eye. They were converging into a single artery of steel and flesh. Up north, the battered airships were veering south, trailing smoke as they descended toward the marching restructured armor corps. The Magi tank force rumbled steadily across the plains, slower now, like wounded beasts trying to regroup. The ziggurats had scaled back their aggression. With the Empire moving deeper into the funnel, precision mattered more than raw destruction. One miscalculated shot could compromise the tower's locations. "We've made a significant dent. But their forces still look imposing." Rimuru murmured, his voice low, almost analytical. Velzard stepped forward, the edge in her tone unmistakable. "The others also need their chance to commence soul harvests. While we could end this right now, that isn't the plan," she reminded him. "Yeah. We stick to what we agreed on," Rimuru said, exhaling slowly. He took a few steps away, boots crunching against the frost-laced ground, until there was enough space for what was about to happen. The Demonist trio exchanged brief glances before trailing him, stopping just short of his flank like loyal sentinels. Velzard turned to Rimuru. A silent nod passed between them. Then, the world trembled. A deafening surge of energy erupted as Velzard's form blurred, dissolving into a silhouette of blinding cerulean light. The backlash tore through the clearing like a hurricane, hurling shards of ice and dust in every direction. Rimuru reacted instantly, erecting a translucent barrier to shield himself and the demonesses from the violent shockwave. The silhouette swelled, expanding beyond human shape into something far older, far more primeval. Her frame elongated, her limbs stretching into vast, sinewy coils. Her voice, no longer bound by flesh, resonated through the marrow of the earth as the Jura forest groaned beneath the weight of her return. Frost swept outward in a silent cataclysm, crawling over the soil, encasing trees in crystalline coffins. The last remnants of winter's meltwater solidified into glassy sheets of ice. Then came the roar. It rolled across the forest like an avalanche, a sound that stripped the bravado from mortal hearts and left only awe. Even the Demonist trio, beings forged in the crucible of darkness, shivered as the sound knifed through their souls. They stared up at the colossus now towering before them, the frost dragon, Velzard, in all her mythic glory. Gleaming spines curved along her back like frozen crescents, each one a monolith of ice. Her scales shimmered with a sheen so bright it hurt to look at for too long. "I wasn't expecting to see Velzard-sama in this form today," Carrera shouted over the wind, her voice carrying a mixture of excitement and reverence. "It's as majestic as I imagined," Testarossa said, her usual composure cracking under the weight of awe. "And here I thought I couldn't feel the cold." Ultima muttered through a faint shiver, rubbing her arms. Rimuru strode toward Velzard, the barrier fading behind him as he craned his head back to meet her gaze. Her golden eyes burned like twin suns behind a veil of frost, locking onto him with a familiarity that made the chaos beyond this clearing feel small. "Everything all right?" Rimuru called out, his voice cutting clean through the swirling blizzard. A chuckle, smooth and velvet soft, rippled inside his mind and in the minds of the demonesses. Her jaws didn't part, yet her voice resonated clearly as crystal. "Fufufu, I almost forgot what it felt like to be in this form." Velzard purred, her words dripping with cold delight. Rimuru crouched low, knees bending before he launched skyward in a single effortless leap. He landed squarely on her spine, steadying himself against one of the jagged ridges that rose like glacial towers. From this height, the ground lay a dizzying distance below, the forest now nothing more than a frozen tapestry. "You three," Rimuru said without turning, his tone hardening into command. The demoness trio snapped to attention. "I want you on guard as we create the final funnel. Watch for any deviations. If the Empire tries to split or circle back, you stop them," he ordered. "As you wish, Rimuru-sama." They replied in perfect unison, their voices low and reverent. When Rimuru gave the signal, time seemed to freeze, not by magic, but by sheer weight of what was about to happen. Even the air felt heavier, laden with anticipation. Velzard arched her colossal neck back, her gleaming spines radiating an unearthly blue glow as energy condensed within her gaping maw. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Frost raced across the ground in a spreading ring, splintering roots and snapping ancient trunks like brittle glass. Then, she unleashed it. A torrent of pure frost erupted forward, a beam so brilliant and cold it cut through the landscape like the blade of a god. It struck the earth with cataclysmic force, detonating into a storm of crystalline death. From that impact point, ice spires exploded skyward, piercing clouds and blotting out the weak sunlight filtering through the forest canopy. Each spike soared like a frozen monolith, taller than skyscrapers, its jagged faces refracting light into shards of rainbow fire. Velzard swung her head in a wide arc, and the world obeyed her will. Wherever her gaze swept, the ground erupted into towers of frost, clawing toward the heavens. The cracking, grinding roar of ice-splitting earth drowned out the distant chaos of battle. Far above, the demoness trio hovered like dark stars against the blinding frost. Their eyes reflected the glacial brilliance below as realization sank in. "She's not just putting up a wall," Ultima whispered, her voice nearly lost in the storm. "No," Carrera said, her grin widening. "Look closer. That's not just a barrier. It's a chokehold," she pointed out. From their vantage point, the full scope of Velzard's design revealed itself. The jagged wall didn't merely enclose. No, it carved a singular path, a deliberate artery leading straight into the dungeon's gaping maw. The frozen bastions curved inward, their geometry precise, their malice undeniable. It was no simple fortification. It was a funnel of death. To brush against those walls meant instant obliteration. The frost wasn't just cold. It was absolute, a state of matter so stripped of energy that molecules surrendered motion altogether. Even magic would fracture against it like fragile glass. And Velzard hadn't stopped at the ground. Above the towering wall, the air itself had crystallized. Billions upon billions of suspended ice crystals hung in silent formation, suspended like a halo of doom. They glittered faintly in the pallid light, a mockery of beauty, each shard sharpened to atomic perfection. These weren't snowflakes. They were weapons, poised to shred any vessel daring to cross their dominion. Rimuru tilted his head, his smile faint but edged with approval. "I'm guessing that's a toned-down version of snow crystal?" he asked. Velzard's golden eyes flicked toward him briefly, molten warmth gleaming against her ocean of frost. "A variant scaled for continents rather than cities. No ship will breach this sky. No soul will escape this circle," she replied, her voice echoing through their minds like the chime of frozen bells. And she was right. From the heavens, the formation looked like the glyph of an ancient god etched into the world's skin. A vast, perfect circle spanned dozens of kilometers, the dungeon gate centered like the eye of a storm. At its eastern edge stretched the only passage left unsealed, a narrow throat guiding the Empire toward its inevitable doom. Beyond that, the artery sprawled nothing but icy annihilation, a graveyard for the arrogant. The army had no other choice now. With her work complete, Velzard's massive dragon form shimmered, then fractured into a glowing silhouette of light. Rimuru stepped off her back, landing lightly on the snow-slick ground, the frost crunching beneath his boots. Her transformation this time carried a subtler weight, less a detonation of power and more a silent pull. Like gravity folding in on itself, her towering form contracted. Wings receded into the silhouette, limbs slimmed down to delicate proportions, and her colossal body shrank at an accelerating pace. When the light finally dimmed, Velzard stood once again in her human form, brushing frost from the hem of her beige military skirt with a casual elegance. "Now, we wait," she said, offering Rimuru a soft smile as though she hadn't just rewritten the forest's geography. Rimuru turned to the demonist trio, who bowed in perfect sync. With a nod from him, they vanished into the air like loose wisps of smoke, resuming their duty to patrol the frozen funnel and keep the Empire on its designated death march. Back in the control room, the scene had shifted into quiet awe. Veldora leaned against the console, arms crossed, whistling low at the breathtaking scale of the glacial labyrinth now dominating the forest. The center monitor displayed a satellite-like view from a high-flying lens, capturing the full, terrifying elegance of Velzard's masterpiece. Heh. Guess I've got one hell of a remodeling project once all this is over, he said, chuckling. Remodeling. Veldora, come on, look at that. That's a work of art. Rimuru barked, arms flailing. She twirled midair and landed beside him, her wings fluttering with excitement. I mean, who wouldn't march straight into a trap that pretty? She mused. Veldora smirked, giving a lazy shrug. Fair. It's probably the cleanest way to force an army into a single direction without wasting more manpower. Gotta admit, Big Sis doesn't do anything halfway, he replied. There was a slight pause as Veldora glanced back at the screen. Still, I can't leave the forest looking like that, he muttered. Diablo stepped forward, his expression as sharp as ever, eyes narrowing as he examined the shifting movements of the enemy forces on screen. But will they still move forward if the ziggurats continue shelling them? He asked, tone flat, but his meaning piercing. That cut the levity. Rimuru floated down, landing on one of the consoles. Her brows furrowed as she tilted her head. Veldora scratched his jaw, silent for once. They're cornered, which means they've only got 3 real options. Rimuru muttered, rubbing her chin. Everyone in the room followed her line of thinking. Option 1 was to march forward, straight into the dungeon gates. It was the most logical, if brutal, choice. That corridor was the only place not being bombarded or frozen solid. The ziggurats' artillery thinned the ranks, but there was a visible endpoint. A goal. A hope. Option 2 was to turn back east and face the walls of stone, Geld and the yellow numbers had raised. But behind those barricades loomed more than just dirt and rock. There were key genes, goblin riders, and possibly the demonist trio waiting to bury them. Option 3 was to try to escape through the ice, which is a suicidal move. The airships would be shredded by the suspended frozen vapor hovering like razors in the sky. And even if soldiers tried to go on foot, the frostbite alone would cripple them before they could chip through a single wall. They've really got no way out, Veldora said, this time without laughter. His grin remained, but it was smaller, more satisfied than amused. But if we keep hammering them too hard from above, they might lose cohesion entirely. Then we'll have chaos instead of a controlled funnel, Rimuru added. And chaos leads to variables. Diablo agreed, clasping his hands behind his back. It would be wiser to scale the bombardment back. Enough to keep them moving, but not enough to break them too soon, he suggested. A beat passed, then others in the room nodded. They didn't need to say more. The strategy was working, but it demanded precision. The enemy had to think they were still marching toward something they could survive. Until they reached the gates of hell, thinking it would lead to salvation. As the control room settled back into silence, they awaited the return of Rimuru and Velzard, 2 architects watching their masterpiece take final form. The barren valley that now served as the Empire's rendezvous point teemed with activity. Tents rose like patchwork scars on the dry earth, reinforced with rapid deploy walls and camouflaged shielding. Makeshift bases sprawled outward in uneven clusters, while a sea of soldiers moved like clockwork ants, tending wounds, repairing armor, and dragging salvaged Magi tanks into impromptu workshops. Commander Calgurio stood on a cliff overlooking it all, arms crossed behind his back. From this vantage point, he could see the full extent of the damage. The Empire's finest war machine had been reduced to something that barely resembled order. Still, there was movement. Function. Life. That counted for something. Mages, tens of thousands strong, raised shimmering barriers over the valley's perimeter. The shields absorbed stray meteor rounds from the distant ziggurats, less frequent now, but still enough to keep everyone on edge. Calgurio squinted north as a glint of metal shimmered in the clouds. The airship fleet was returning. Finally. Less than 100 had fallen. Of the original 600, over 500 still soared, some limping, others barely staying aloft on fumes and cracked cores. The bulk of them began to descend, touching down in the open plains adjacent to the valley. The largest ship, Faraga's command vessel, hovered lower before its central lift descended. Taken quite the beating there, General Faraga, Calgurio called out, voice even but sharp. The bridge hissed as it touched the ground, and General Faraga stepped off with a pained grunt, rubbing the back of his neck. I could say the same for you, Commander, he shot back. The 2 men shook hands, firmly but briefly, then turned to face the ruins of their once proud war machine. Before them, the remains of 3 Imperial forces stretched out like scattered bones. The Magi tank force had suffered the most. Of the 7,000 tanks deployed, fewer than 6,000 were operational, and many of those barely clung to life. Burned plating, cracked mana chambers, an entire chassis split clean through. But the machines weren't the real tragedy. Over 150,000 soldiers and support personnel had been lost in the onslaught. Many had died inside their tanks, buried in burning wreckage, or eviscerated by a force they barely had time to register. The air still stank of magic residue and scorched steel. Among the dead was General Gaster, his headless corpse found crumpled near a shattered Magi tank core. A crude sheet had been laid over his remains, but word of his death had already spread. His death was expected. What wasn't expected, and what truly shook even the hardiest soldiers, was what they found deeper in the crater. The Imperial Guardians. 3 of the Empire's finest. Davis, rank 11, was found lying upright. No visible wounds. No scorch marks. But his face was contorted into a mask of terror so intense, it looked like something carved out of agony. His eyes were wide, glassy, and hollow. He hadn't died fighting. He died seeing something. Gordon, rank 64, was found next. His arms had been severed at the shoulder. He was beheaded. The surrounding snow was crusted with dried blood and crystallized frost. There was no elegance to his end, just dismemberment. Balt, rank 38, was found only a few meters away. His legs were gone, and his body was slumped near Gordon's. At first, the medics assumed he'd died alongside his comrade. But the physicians told another story. Balt had drawn his blade post-injury, stabbed Gordon. And then, had turned the weapon on himself. He killed him. One soldier whispered. He killed Gordon and then. Another couldn't finish. Most of the corpses recovered from the Magi tank force weren't even identifiable. Torn apart by high-precision slashes. Vaporized mid-scream. More than a few were fused into the wreckage of their tanks, flesh melded with metal by a heat no mortal fire could replicate. Calgurio let the silence hang a moment, surveying the psychological wreckage even more than the physical. Guess we'll need a new general. He muttered, voice void of emotion. Faraga didn't respond. He was watching the soldiers. They sat in rows. Hundreds of them. Silent. Motionless. Eyes wide. Not a single word passed between them. These were the survivors. Some had to be restrained, strapped down to the ground, thrashing as they screamed about a woman in white, her smile, her eyes. Others refused to speak at all, gazing off into empty space as if caught in a dream they couldn't escape, a dream made of ice, of blood, and something far worse than death. As Calgurio took in the aftermath, a sudden vibration buzzed against his skin. He froze. Beside him, Faraga straightened as if struck. Without a word, Calgurio reached into his coat and pulled out a smooth blue crystal, no bigger than a fist. He set it gently on the nearest table, his fingers trembling the whole time. Then, both men dropped to their knees. The ripple spread across the camp like a shockwave. Soldiers who were still conscious did the same, dropping down, even if it meant reopening half-healed wounds. Even those with cracked bones or bloodied bandages forced themselves to kneel. The only ones who didn't were the broken, the ones strapped to the ground, still screaming about frost, about crimson eyes, about a demon's smile. The crystal shimmered, then pulsed, then bloomed into a towering hologram. It was Emperor Rudra. Seated on his throne, radiant in regalia, with eyes that seemed to cut straight through the distance. His expression held no warmth. No anger. No sympathy. Just the cold, merciless neutrality of someone who expected results. He leaned forward, and with that single movement, an oppressive weight filled the air. Dozens of soldiers clutched their chests, fighting the urge to collapse again. Is there anything you need, Your Majesty?" Calgurio croaked, barely managing to get the words out. "Update." Rudra replied, flat and unblinking. Faraga and Calgurio shared a glance. Calgurio swallowed hard and spoke first. "We are currently positioned at a cleared valley within Tempest's border. Efforts are underway to analyze the enemy's artillery pattern. They've stopped advancing, likely waiting to funnel us into a trap," he replied. "And the source of their bombardment?" Rudra asked. The commanders hesitated. Calgurio's throat tightened. Faraga looked to the ground. "And no, Your Majesty. We've yet to locate the precise mechanism behind the barrage. It appears to be concealed, or operating on some kind of automated enchantment dash." Rudra exhaled through his nose. It wasn't a sigh of disappointment, not even frustration. Just the sound of time being wasted. Calgurio's mind spun. 1,000 excuses lined up in his head, but none of them seemed worthy of voicing. He began to open his mouth. Then he stopped. A second voice leaked through the projection, low and furious, growing louder by the second. The camp tensed as the audio feed continued. Rudra didn't mute it. He turned his head slightly, just enough for the others to see what came next. Behind him, pacing across the ornate throne room like a caged predator, was none other than the marshal. Velgrind. Calgurio's face went pale. Faraga looked like he might vomit. Around the valley, soldiers began to tremble, not from wounds or cold, but from the sheer dread radiating from that voice alone. Incompetent. Worthless, the lot of them. Velgrind hissed, heat trailing off her like steam off lava. Getting boxed in by some artillery fire and scared off by one white-haired demon. Unbelievable. She continued, her fists clenched. Rudra ended the transmission with a wave of his hand. The projection flickered out. The pressure vanished instantly, like someone had opened a sealed chamber. Soldiers gasped for breath. Back in the imperial capital, Rudra leaned against his throne, his fingers tapping his temple. "We'll need to escalate, Gryan," he said calmly, as if they weren't on the edge of a strategic collapse. Velgrind took a deep breath, her anger barely leashed. "You want to get involved now?" she asked. "Not fully, just a taste. Enough to level the field again," Rudra said, grinning slightly. Velgrind scoffed, already knowing what he was suggesting. "Fine. Let's get this over with," she replied. Without another word, Rudra led her up the grand staircase to the tallest spire of the imperial palace. From here, the horizon stretched endlessly, shimmering under the late afternoon sun. But Velgrind wasn't looking at the view. She stepped forward and extended a hand, and reality buckled. Space itself peeled back like paper. From the tear in existence, Velgrind drew forth one of the 6 god-forged artifacts left behind by Veldonava. Ethon, the mythical bow of flames. Forged to compensate for Velgrind's lesser magicule capacity compared to her siblings, the bow housed power so dense it distorted gravity around it. The heat it emitted wasn't just hot. It was pure destruction, capable of erasing entire worlds in a single shot. The bow's existence value easily surpassed 60 million. More than Velzard's Kion. More than Veldora's Tiamat. This was not a weapon for mortals. It was a divine verdict given form. Velgrind turned her gaze west, toward Tempest. She raised Ethon without an arrow. She didn't need one. Rudra stepped back, knowing what was coming. "Let's see how well your precious little towers hold up. Let the fires of Prometheus rain down. I'm sure some of you have guessed it by now, but yes, Velgrind's weapon is a bow." The 2 dragon sisters have caught each other's fury, and have stepped onto the battlefield, albeit indirectly. As you might have noticed during Testarosa's rampage, I may have had just a little too much fun writing her scenes. The scenes were gruesome, brutal, and straight-up demonic, fitting for one of the most ancient, sadistic, and powerful demons. Anyway, that is all for now. I'll see you in the next chapter. Author, out. Third-person POV. Velgrind raised her arm and mimed drawing a bowstring, though none was visible at first. Then the flames came. Thin, burning filaments of molten light ignited between her fingers, glowing with an intensity that seared the very air. The bowstring formed not of matter, but of pure excitation. A construct of unstable energy surged at the center, coalescing into the shape of an arrow. Every second she drew it back, the glow intensified, orange giving way to white, then blue, then ultraviolet. Reality trembled as if bracing for the inevitable. Her presence soon eclipsed the peak of the imperial palace. To the civilians below, the castle's highest spire no longer looked like stone and metal. It looked like a second sun. The sky dimmed by comparison. The afternoon light bent around the energy she gathered. Down in the city, people covered their eyes. Some fell to their knees. Others turned away, weeping, instinctively aware that something divine, and monstrous, was about to be unleashed. Far beyond the horizon, across forests and mountains and frozen plains, Tempest's 100 ziggurats hummed with energy. Their operators continued firing at the Imperial camp, adjusting firepower downward to avoid complete slaughter. They had no warning. "I'll show you what true hellfire looks like," Velgrind whispered, her voice soft but absolute. The Scorched Dragon. Embodiment of acceleration. Fastest of the true dragons. If Velzard was stillness incarnate, Velgrind was pure momentum. Ethon, her divine bow, was the ultimate extension of that principle. It could hurl projectiles that shattered the rules of causality, weapons that arrived before the enemy could even understand they'd been hit. On top of that, Velgrind could supercharge each shot to temperatures far exceeding those of supernovae. As soon as Velgrind released the bowstring, reality folded. The sky cracked. Time warped. From nothingness, a solar spear screamed across space. Before anyone could perceive it, the projectile crossed the world. The atmosphere howled as a streak of fire pierced the heavens above the Jura forest. In the blink of an eye, no, before a blink could begin, it detonated. A miniature sun bloomed high over the treetops, blinding and perfect. From it, precisely 100 fragments tore loose, each a star in its own right. Each aimed at a ziggurat. Each unavoidable. Each moving at the speed of light. There was no countermeasure. No dodging. No warning. Just fire. The first ziggurat vanished before its operators could scream. The second disintegrated in mid-charge. The third melted through layers of magical shielding like butter. Across the continent, 100 towers blinked out of existence in perfect, synchronized destruction. Operators, soldiers, none were spared. Even the air they stood in was gone. A pressure wave rocked the continent, and the entire Jura forest shuddered. Mountains echoed the blast. Velzard's towering ice walls buckled under the sudden thermal shock, fissures crawling through their surfaces as whole spires melted and refroze in seconds. Forests ignited. Rivers boiled into clouds. The sky lit up as if 100 suns had fallen to earth. From high above, from the surveillance array still intact by some miracle, it looked like the continent had been struck by a divine constellation. 100 glowing craters, each one burning like a star embedded in the surface of the world. The first thing the survivors felt was silence. Then the smoke. Then the absence. The control room went silent. For a moment, no one moved, no one breathed, until the Argo system screens finished rendering the aftermath. Only then did the true scope of the devastation crash into them. Rimuru shot out of his seat, sweat breaking across his forehead. His gaze darted between the feeds, 100 red-hot craters glowing like wounds carved into the world. What the hell just happened? His voice cracked between shock and fury. Behind him, Dino, who'd been slouched in his chair, finally stirred. He blinked once at the footage, then sat up straighter, his easygoing expression gone. That happened faster than I could see it. He muttered. The lingering tremors from the blast had been enough to rattle the consoles. Even Velzard and Veldora narrowed their eyes. Ramirez was the opposite, buzzing frantically in the air, flitting from screen to screen. There's no way the East could have built a counter already. She squeaked, wings a blur. Veldora and Velzard shared a grim look, no words, just recognition. Velgrind. Veldora muttered, the name hanging in the air like a death sentence. Velzard didn't hesitate. No doubt. No one else in this world can deliver an attack at that speed. She confirmed. All eyes turned toward them. She's moving this soon? Rimuru asked, disbelief edging his tone. Veldora's reply was cautious. It's possible she detected the ice wall forming. He said. Velzard shook her head, her gaze never leaving the burning craters on the screens. Knowing her, she simply got impatient watching the Empire flail. She corrected. We may have applied too much pressure. Diablo's low voice cut through the room. Rimuru's fist slammed against the console. Damn it. Get the operators out of the remaining towers. Switch to full automation, now. He demanded. Ramirez jolted into action, snatching up the comms line. Her voice echoed through the link channels to the 200 surviving ziggurats, ordering every operator and guard to evacuate immediately. The tower's defense systems began switching to automatic targeting, the software taking over where natural reflex could never hope to match Velgrind's speed. Trading precision for safety. Probably the only choice we've got. Dino said under his breath. As the orders went out, Velzard and Veldora leaned closer together, their conversation kept to a whisper that no one else could hear. That was Ethon, wasn't it? Veldora asked. Without question. Velzard said, eyes narrowing further. On screen, Tempest's defense network lay in ruin, each crater still shimmering with lethal heat. Velzard stared at them with the same expression a seasoned duelist gives to an old rival's signature move. That bow hasn't seen much use since the last time we fought. She continued. Veldora's brow rose. And? He asked. Velzard paused, the memories flashing behind her eyes, two dragons locked in a clash that leveled mountains and boiled seas. Her arms folded, her voice dry but heavy. Same as ever. Still hot-headed. Still short-sighted. Still lacking control. She replied coldly. Her words carried the weight of experience and the unmistakable edge of disdain and disappointment. The frost dragon had reigned over her younger siblings for millennia. Velgrind might have been her polar opposite in nature, but in strength, there had never been a comparison. Every time they clashed in the past, it ended the same way, with Velgrind broken and gasping on the brink of death, all while Velzard barely warmed up, not even bothering with her true form. Even Veldora, who had once suffered defeat after defeat at Velgrind's hands, now stood above her in every measure. Velzard's gaze shifted to him. Remember our talk back in the detached sphere? She asked. The question alone was enough to make Veldora straighten. Why yeah. You want me to face her? he replied. She nodded, her voice calm but edged with certainty. It will be the truest measure of your growth. And with me as your benchmark, I can say without doubt that you've surpassed her. She said. Veldora's expression hardened for once. All right. He replied. They turned back to the displays. The glow from the craters had faded, leaving only smoldering wounds in the earth, nothing left of the 100 ziggurats. No wreckage, no corpses. Just absence. Rimuru's hand clenched so tightly that his knuckles whitened. We'll have to reinforce the dungeon's entrance. If she fires again, I don't want to imagine the casualty count. He forced himself to keep his tone even. No need. It's already in place. Velzard said, pointing to the ceiling. Good. Then we keep funneling the Empire toward the dungeon. Rimuru replied, moving on without missing a beat. Diablo stepped forward, scanning multiple feeds at once. Then let those three handle the push. Pull the rest back. He suggested. Above the Empire's camp, Carrera, Testarossa, and Ultima glided unseen under the cloak of evening. Below, the army limped through recovery, mages knitting torn flesh, engineers swarming magi tanks, airships undergoing hasty patchwork. At their pace, it'll take them days to reach the dungeon. Dino remarked. That's fine. As long as enough of them make it. Rimuru said. He opened a mental link to the trio. Status. He prompted. They're still licking their wounds. Carrera reported. Plenty of them left, though. Ultima added. Shall we maintain watch? Testarossa asked. Yes. Keep them moving. Ensure no one retreats. Rimuru said. The link cut, and Rimuru's composure cracked. His shoulders sagged as he gripped the console, fingers digging into the edges. The others exchanged glances. Ramiris was anxious, Velzard was solemn, and Veldora was unusually quiet. Before they could speak, he exhaled slowly, forcing himself upright. We'll wait. Our priority is getting the rest of our forces back in the dungeon before the Empire arrives. He said. Dino raised his hand lazily. Since they played dirty, why don't we? He suggested. Rimuru turned, brows furrowed, then hesitated. It's tempting. He admitted. A beat passed, and everyone waited for his following words. But I'm not wiping out civilians just because I can. He said. Velzard stepped in. Their castle is layered in defenses. Nothing from this range would break through. For Veldora or me to do it, we'd have to close the distance. She added. Which leaves only the unprotected civilians as a viable target for retaliation. Diablo finished. Rimuru nodded. And that's not an option. We'll stick to the plan. Let them come to us. He declared. Over the next few hours, the dungeon swallowed up the last of Tempest's forces. Geld and his yellow numbers arrived just past midnight, armor dented, shields scored, but not a single casualty. Carrera had seen to every wound before they crossed the threshold. Ranga followed soon after, padding in with a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the stone. Gobda and Gobwa came with the green numbers and goblin riders, their mounts limping and armor battered. Shuna and her healers moved wordlessly among them, cleansing blood, binding injuries, easing pain. Rimuru stood at the overlook, scanning the faces of the weary but living. Relief was there, but so was the heaviness of what they'd lost. Even a commander staring at what most would call a miracle couldn't ignore the absence. Gobda and Gobwa lingered beside the covered forms of their fallen, their silence sharper than any outburst. Ranga's growl deepened when his gaze fell on the handful of star wolves that would never rise again. This is the best outcome we could have hoped for. Gobwa murmured, hand resting on her sword's pommel. It still stings. Gobda answered quietly. Ranga straightened, his voice deep and sure. May our victory help you find peace. He declared. The sentiment passed through the crowd, unspoken but absolute. Victory wasn't just a goal anymore. No, it was a promise to the dead. For the fallen to rest, the living would tear triumph from the Empire's grasp. Back in the Empire's campsite, a different mood settled. Commander Calgurio stood at the cliff's edge, the first light of morning spilling across the landscape. Below, the camp was a hive of urgent, sleepless work, crews swarming over magi tanks, patching airships, carrying twisted hull plating to scrap piles. We couldn't have had a worse start. He muttered, pressing fingers to his temples. The intelligence network should have mapped every inch of Tempest's defenses. Instead, they'd walked straight into a slaughter. Worse, no reports had warned of the monsters now seared into every survivor's memory. Turning from the cliff, he strode back toward the main command tent. The low murmur of voices inside told him the Imperial Guardians were already in session. These are the ones we need to watch. Faraga's voice carried. Inside, A table was littered with hand-sketched illustrations, rough but recognizable. A massive wolf, fangs bared. A towering orc in armor, cleaver in hand. A dragon-like biped wielding a trident. Krisha, rank 17, shook his head. I still can't believe they have beasts like these under their banner. He said. That damned lizard tore through airships like paper. For a moment, I thought it was the storm dragon himself. Faraga added. Kalgurio moved to the table, hands clasped behind him. 2 sketches drew his attention immediately. The first was of a short-haired girl in a high ponytail, clad in something like a witch's attire, hardly a teenager in appearance. And why is that girl noteworthy? Kalgurio asked flatly. Faraga's expression darkened. After the lizards withdrew, she showed up, hovering there like she owned the skies. Then, in the span of a blink, 5 airships went down. I couldn't even follow the attack. He replied. That's absurd. Kalgurio said. We're serious. 1 heartbeat, she's floating there, the next, wreckage is raining from the sky. When we fired back, she was already gone. All we managed was hitting 3 of our own in the crossfire. Kanzi said. Kalgurio exhaled sharply through his nose and moved to the next sketch. It showed an elegant woman in a flowing dress, long hair spilling over her shoulders, whip in hand. She looked like she belonged at a noble's ball, not on a battlefield. And this is the one the crazed soldiers were screaming about? He asked. The room fell silent. Testarosa's name was not spoken, since none of them ever had the privilege of learning it. But her legacy was burned into them. Over 100,000 dead, tanks reduced to molten wreckage, and slaughter so brutal and deliberate that even hardened veterans flinched at the memory. That has to be an archdemon. Minute said at last. No doubt. Nothing else could make carnage look like a disgusting art form. Kanzis agreed. With the power she's shown, she's surely the most dangerous under Demon Lord Rimuru. Kalgurio concluded. No one argued. The silence that followed was agreement enough. The tent flap flew open, and a soldier staggered inside, panting hard. Everyone looked up, irritation flashing in their eyes. This better be worth the interruption. Faraga muttered. Kalgurio stepped forward, his presence filling the gap between them. Speak. He commanded. The soldier gulped in air before blurting it out. There's an ice wall. In the distance. He revealed. That single phrase cut through the room like a blade. We sent scouting teams into the forest after the Emperor's support bombardment. Aside from scattered craters, they found huge ice walls. The soldier continued, voice quickening. Kalgurio didn't answer. He simply brushed past the soldier, stumbling out of his way, and pushed into the open air. Faraga and the other Imperial Guardians fell in behind him. They reached the cliff's edge, and Kalgurio drew a pair of binoculars from his coat and sighted along the distant tree-line. There it was. A colossal curtain of ice, glinting beneath the morning sun, stretched so far across the horizon that his eyes struggled to take it all in. His hands lowered slowly. The binoculars hung slack at his side. It's massive. He breathed. Krisha took the lenses, eager, and then froze. And no way. His voice cracked like the frost in the distance. Kanzis rubbed his arms against the chill. So it wasn't just the breeze. He added. Kalgurio's voice hardened as he turned back to them. That settles it. The frost dragon is in Tempest. No one else on this continent, hell, in this world, can shape the land on that scale. He concluded. Silence claimed the group. They had all known it, deep down. Velzard's presence had been the reason the invasion was stalled for 2 whole years. But knowing it and seeing it were very different things. Do you really think our plan can work? Faraga asked, the uncertainty plain in his tone. Kalgurio clicked his tongue, jaw tight. I'm not sure what that bastard was thinking. He spat. Yuki, commander of the composite division, had, some time ago, pitched the kind of plan you'd expect to hear from a lunatic. The Empire's forces would coax Veldora and Velzard into fighting each other, then plunder Tempest while its 2 greatest weapons were locked in combat. The Marshal was ready to have Yuki executed for the suggestion, until the reality sank in that no other option was viable. Artillery and magic wouldn't scratch either true dragon. They needed something else. However, Yuki's something else was as vague as it was suicidal. The Marshal says the Storm Dragon can't match the Frost Dragon in battle. Kanzi said flatly. Which means we'll only have a tiny window to move before she's done with him. Krishna added. And that's if they fight at all. How the hell can we pull that off? Minute snapped. Kalgurio rolled his shoulders until his neck gave a sharp crack. That is what we're stuck figuring out. He said coldly. And the genius who dreamed it up. He's nowhere near the forest. The composite division is parked at Dworgen's eastern gate, twiddling their thumbs while we risk everything on his half-baked scheme. His mouth curled into a bitter sneer as he spoke. It wasn't just frustration anymore. It was a bitter taste in the mouth, the knowledge that the armored division would bleed for a gamble someone else had written, while the author stayed comfortably out of reach of the abyss jaws. By daylight, the march resumed. The great Jura forest parted reluctantly before the Empire's advance, its ancient canopy trembling beneath the roar of engines. Above, more than 500 airships swept forward in tight formation, their hulls gleaming from fresh repairs, their fuel tanks full. On the ground, fewer than 6,000 tanks rolled across the frost-stiffened earth, reduced in number, yet still a steel-clad leviathan of war. From the original 2 million soldiers of the restructured armored corps, over 180,000 now lie dead. Even so, the Empire's total force remained staggering, over 2 million men and machines pressing onward like an unstoppable tide. And with the 100 ziggurats guarding the east obliterated, no bombardment slowed their progress. The 200 that remained were too far to matter, and Tempest's long-range fangs could no longer reach them. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the Empire stood at the foot of the Frost Dragon's barrier. The wall rose before them like the edge of the world. Its surface was a sheer cliff of glacial blue and white, towering higher than any skyscraper, its crown vanishing into the pale haze above. The air here bit into lungs with every breath, sharp and thin, carrying the faint, almost imperceptible groan of shifting ice. The middle passage, only a few kilometers wide, offered their sole route forward. To either side, the wall stretched to the horizon, its unbroken span daring any fool to try going around. Calgurio stood at the front, his gaze scanning the frozen ramparts. "We need to proceed with caution," he said at last, his voice carrying in the brittle air. "Yeah. Getting close to those walls is a death sentence," Krisha added, eyes fixed on the faint glitter clinging to their flanks. "And those floating crystals." Minutes paused, pointing above the walls. High above the ice, clusters of needle-like shards drifted lazily, each catching the sunlight in cold sparks. "They'll shred any airship that tries to fly over," he continued. The soldiers murmured among themselves, the sound quickly fading under the oppressive silence of the place. For most, this was their first time seeing the power of a true dragon made manifest. The sheer scale of it dwarfed every weapon they carried, every engine they trusted. Calgurio didn't bother with a rallying speech. With the only path forward yawning like the throat of a great beast, the Empire stepped into the corridor of ice, a path carved by a goddess whim, where the air itself seemed to whisper one truth to all who entered. No one comes back from this point. The march through Velzard's icy corridor became a strange, grinding routine. The path stretched endlessly ahead, flanked on either side by sheer cliffs of frozen death. The walls loomed close enough that even from the center, their towering heights seemed to lean in, as if listening. Day after day, the Empire trudged forward, steel treads chewing through frost, engines roaring in low, constant growls, the sound muffled and warped by the cold. Every few days, the order to halt came. Camp sprouted along the path in disciplined clusters, their tents pitched carefully so as not to scrape the glittering walls. Fires burned low to conserve fuel. Soldiers shuffled through their routines, rotating guard shifts, distributing rations, patching armor and uniforms stiffened from frost. At one camp, Calgurio gave the order to test the ice's resilience. A row of 100 Magi tanks lined up parallel to the wall, their barrels adjusting with mechanical precision. The first volley cracked the stillness like thunder, echoing up and down the corridor. When the smoke cleared, the wall stood untouched. Not a single scratch marred the pristine blue. The frost at its base steamed faintly from the heat of impact, then froze again in seconds. They tried again with heavier shells, and still, nothing. It was as if they had fired at the sky itself. The gunners exchanged uneasy glances, and word spread quickly through the ranks. This wall wasn't built to be broken. High above it all, unseen and unheard, 3 shadows trailed them. The Demonist trio drifted through the air like wraiths, their wings moving lazily against the thin wind. They stayed well above the fleet of airships, keeping out of sight, yet close enough to observe everything. Carrera's hand twitched every few minutes, sparks of nuclear magic crackling faintly along her fingers. Men. The itch to just blast them right now is ridiculous, she muttered, her voice brimming with impatience. Testarossa and Ultima shared an almost synchronized sigh. Have some patience, Testarossa said, her arms folded like a teacher addressing a restless child. Easy for you to say. You had your fun already, Carrera snapped, jabbing a finger at her. Testarossa only laughed softly, the picture of smug composure. It's as Rimuru-sama commanded, she replied. That was enough to shut Carrera up for now. She bit her tongue and looked away, though her magic still hummed dangerously under her skin. I seriously thought their airships would be more advanced. A pebble's enough to bring one down. Ultima chimed in, her tone flat but laced with mischief. Regardless, we must preserve a few samples. Rimuru-sama wants them intact for study, both the airships and the tanks. Testarossa said smoothly. Carrera raised an eyebrow. Yeah, but we all agree we could absolutely erase this whole army in a single spell, right? She asked. Both of the others nodded without hesitation. Below, the Empire's march continued, thousands of soldiers, armored divisions, and airships pressing forward, unaware of the predators circling overhead. On the 8th day, the walls finally widened into a massive clearing. The icy cliffs curved into a perfect ring around a vast plain, like the basin of a frozen arena. At the center, alone and unassuming, stood a towering gate of black stone. No city walls. No watchtowers. Just the gate itself, its presence imposing in the empty space around it. The Empire had reached its destination. After some time, the clearing became a hive of activity as Calgurio's orders rippled through the ranks. Airships circled once before descending in neat formation, their heavy frames kicking up plumes of frost and dust as they settled on the sparse flatlands. Magi tanks rumbled into position in disciplined rows, each turret swiveling to face the gate as if the massive structure could spring to life at any moment. Over 1 million soldiers from the restructured armor corps began the familiar ritual of setting up camp. Tents went up in tight grids, supply lines were laid out, and repair crews swarmed over damaged gear, patching armor and fine-tuning engines. The air buzzed with the rhythm of preparation, the clang of tools, the bark of orders, and the steady march of boots across frozen ground. While the army moved with practiced precision, the generals broke away and approached the looming gates. The structure towered over them, its black stone pitted with age yet radiating a quiet, oppressive strength. Above the arch, carved deep into the surface, ran a line of text that caught the pale light. Krishna stepped forward, reading aloud in a low voice. To unveil the nation of monsters, one must defeat the king of the dungeon. Collect all 10 keys to his lair, and face him in battle. The words hung in the cold air. Behind them, the distant murmur of the army's work seemed to fade for a moment. Kanzis broke the silence first. Sounds vague, though I'm guessing king refers to Demon Lord Rimuru. He concluded, his eyes never leaving the inscription. It's still baffling how they managed to bury an entire city underground. Minutes muttered. Calgurio didn't respond immediately. His gaze lingered on the gate as he tapped his boot against the frosted grass, his mind already turning over possible layouts, traps, and defenses. Finally, he spoke. Let's survey the first floor. Perhaps it will tell us something. He said. The others exchanged glances, some wary, some eager, before nodding in agreement. Within the hour, a strike force was assembled. Calgurio, Faraga, and half of the present Imperial Guardians took the lead, accompanied by several thousand elite soldiers. The rest of the Imperial Guardians stayed behind to oversee operations on the surface, ensuring the army's camp held its ground. Torches were lit, their flames casting restless shadows along the gate's weathered surface. Firearms were checked, magazines loaded, and blades tested against the edge of a fingernail. The gates opened with a grinding of unseen gears, revealing a staircase plunging downward. The descent was slow and deliberate. Their footsteps echoed in the confined space, the sound layering into a steady, drum-like cadence that carried down the winding stairwell. The air grew cooler with each step, carrying a faint metallic tang, as if the walls themselves had been infused with magic. After minutes that stretched longer than they should have, the stairway flared outward, spilling them onto the first floor. Even for seasoned commanders, the sight was staggering. The chamber was a perfect circle, 1 kilometer across, its floor cut from black obsidian polished to a mirror sheen. Intricate magical runes ran along the walls, their faint glow forming patterns that seemed to shift if stared at too long. The ceiling rose high above them before narrowing into a domed apex, where faint blue orbs floated in place, shedding an eerie, cold light. But the most striking feature was the symmetry. Exactly 95 identical archways lined the walls at precise intervals, each sealed by an imposing stone door. The stairwell they'd emerged from made the 96th together, they formed a flawless ring, orderly, deliberate, and unnerving. This is... Calgurio's voice trailed into silence. The soldiers fanned out cautiously, boots clinking softly on the hard floor. Some tilted their heads upward, watching the floating lights, while others kept their weapons ready, scanning the shadows as if expecting them to move. A low hum vibrated through the air, not loud enough to be a sound, more like the sensation of pressure deep in the chest, a reminder that this place was alive with power. It was then that the inscription above the gate echoed again in Calgurio's mind. 10 keys, a king, and 95 doors. He pondered. We'll have to find those keys behind these doors. He said finally, his tone carrying more certainty than he felt. It's the most logical conclusion. Faraga agreed. Krishna eyed the vast chamber. So, we divide our forces into 95 groups and send them in? He asked. Calgurio nodded. The flying combat corps and Magi tank force will remain on the surface. If anything tries to flee this place, monster or otherwise, they'll handle it. He added. His gaze swept the chamber one last time, tracing the doors, the runes, and the cold light from above. This was only the first floor, and already, the dungeon felt like a predator watching them from behind a smile. Unbeknownst to the Empire's forces, the 95 on the first floor were not random. Each one led to a self-contained domain, some an endless warren of tunnels, others sprawling landscapes hidden beneath the earth. For most, the only way forward was merciless but straightforward. Kill the floor's guardian, or remain trapped forever. Some of these guardians were deceptively underwhelming. A black spider lurking in its web-choked cavern. An evil centipede, its armored body winding through a cave-like space. An ice cyclops stood as a sentinel in a chamber of frozen stalactites. A tempest serpent gliding silently through its lair. Gozel and Mezel, their raw strength unrefined but unrelenting. Individually, these creatures were no match for the Empire's soldiers. But here, inside the dungeon, strength was only part of the equation. The true advantage lay in Tempest's home turf. Any fallen monster could be resurrected instantly, returning to battle as many times as needed. Given time, even the weakest could grind down a far larger force. Attrition would be their silent ally. But these lesser guardians were only the teeth of the trap. The claws belonged to the dungeon's ruling elite. The 10 dungeon marvels. First among them was Shimo, the Frost Oni, her domain an expanse of crystalline plains and blizzards that never ceased. She waited in patient stillness, counting the moments until she could begin her harvest of 10,000 imperial souls. In Deathtopia, a city of the dead bathed in cold moonlight, Adalmen reigned as a white king, ruler of the undead. At his side was Gadra, the former imperial court mage now turned Tempest's loyal warrior. Along with the Death Dragon and the Death Paladin Albert, they commanded an army vast enough to bury the Empire in corpses. Elsewhere, Kamara sat at the heart of her mansion, surrounded by 8 towering spires that marked her tailed beasts' hunting grounds. The lush forest that cloaked her floor concealed magic beasts, cunning and monstrous, each one eager to tear into the invaders. The marshlands and swamps belonged to the insectors. In that steaming, fetid expanse, Apito and Zijin ruled without contest. Hundreds of thousands of magic insects, their wings droning like an unending war drum, were poised to descend on any who dared step into their swamp. And then there were the element dragons, the 4 most dangerous monsters in the dungeon. Boreas, the Earth-time dragon lord, ruled a vast desert torn by constant earthquakes and warped by crushing gravity traps. Notos, the wind-time dragon lord, claimed an endless storm forest, where lightning never stopped striking and hurricane winds shredded the unwary. Zephyrus, the ice-time dragon lord, kept his throne in a barren, frozen expanse where the cold itself slowed the flow of time. Euros, the fire-time dragon lord, the mightiest of the dungeon marvels, resided in the blaze floor, a volcanic hellscape where molten rivers and explosive eruptions made the very ground a weapon. Not every floor had a designated guardian. Those were the hunting grounds of Tempest's mobile executioners, Benimaru, Cheyenne, and Sui, who stalked their prey through the labyrinth like wolves through a fold. Along with Shimo, Adalman, Kamara, Apito, and Zijin, they carried out Rimuru's standing order. Harvest no fewer than 10,000 souls. These were not simply defenders. They were a noose, cinching tighter with every step the Empire took. And in this place, where death was only a delay for Tempest champions, the invaders had no path to victory, only the pace of their own destruction. Back on the surface, the army shifted into motion like a great machine breaking apart into its individual cogs. Orders barked across the plain, boots pounded the frozen ground, and the air was thick with the mechanical growl of engines powering down or firing back to life. As planned, the Flying Combat Corps and Magi Tank Force remained above, their positions forming a steel perimeter around the clearing. A few 100,000 infantry dug in alongside them, watching for stragglers, ambushers, or anything that might slip out of the dungeon's depths. The rest of the restructured armor corps, more than 1.8 million soldiers, were parceled into 95 assault units, each numbering roughly 20,000 soldiers. The assignments were calculated down to the head. Where the generals suspected heavier resistance, an Imperial Guardian was attached to the group. The rest would rely on their own commanders, the discipline of the Imperial ranks, and the stubborn will drilled into them since training. Calgurio stood at the edge of the clearing, the looming gates casting a shadow that stretched almost to his boots. Beside him, Faraga adjusted the brim of his officer's cap, scanning the organized chaos below. "This should cover our grounds," Faraga said at last, though the pause before his words betrayed a thread of unease. Calgurio's eyes never left the gate. If only it were so simple. The Storm Dragon. The Frost Dragon. And Demon Lord Rimuru himself. They're the only true variables left, and they're the ones we can't predict. He muttered. One by one, the first of the assault units began to move, their formations breaking like streams of water flowing toward separate drains. The stairwell swallowed them whole, torches vanishing into the black. More followed, a steady tide of armored bodies and cold steel disappearing beneath the earth. The archway above the gate seemed almost to watch them, its carved letters burning in the minds of all who looked at it. To unveil the nation of monsters, one must defeat the king of the dungeon. Collect all 10 keys to his lair, and face him in battle. Calgurio's jaw tightened as the words repeated themselves in his thoughts, unbidden. It was a challenge. A promise. Or a warning. By the time the last of the units vanished into their assigned doors, the clearing felt emptier, but heavier, as if the dungeon had inhaled deeply and held its breath. Above, the ice walls loomed silent, the frozen sentinels of a path from which none of these men would return. Welcome back, everyone. We've got a shorter chapter here. Unfortunately, this may be the last chapter of this incredible summer streak. Our first semester for the second year has begun, and things are about to get serious. Luckily, it seems our professor for differential equations is laid back, unlike our Calculus 2 professor from first year, absolute nightmare of a professor, so I should coast along just fine. I'll update this whenever I have the time. But in the meantime, until Christmas break, don't expect chapters to come out as fast as usual. So, finally. The Empire has arrived at the dungeon. I know this is such a cliffhanger place to end at, but time isn't on my side, sadly. But when the next chapters do release, just know that it'll be an absolute slaughter. The East has had its fair share of wins. Now, it's time for the Tempest Guardians and executives to eat. Anyway, that is all for now. I'll see you next time. Author, out. Third-person POV. The frostbitten moon hung high, casting a pale, almost metallic light over the clearing. It had taken the entire day to funnel the 1.8 million soldiers of the restructured armor corps into the dungeon's maw, an operation paced with surgical precision to prevent a crush. Even then, the first floor's single-kilometer diameter of space meant only a fraction could descend at a time. Each soldier had been enhanced, magically and mechanically, engineered to march a week without food, water, or sleep. Still, their packs carried ration cores and fluid cartridges, insurance against the unknown. Imperial Guardians drifted through some of the formations, their mere presence steadying hearts and silencing doubt. Calgurio and Faraga stayed behind on the surface, keeping the Magi Tank Force and Flying Combat Corps in readiness. Inside his lamplit command tent, Calgurio signed the final line of his daily report, the candlelight etching deep shadows into his face. That uneasy prickle in his gut, there for hours now, had only sharpened. I can't rest like this, he muttered, pressing the heel of his palm into his brow. Stretching stiff shoulders, he pushed through the tent's flap into the cold. The night air bit at his lungs, clean and cruel, carrying with it the distant thrum of idling engines. Across the frost-hardened field, airships squatted like shadowed leviathans, tanks lined in serried rows. Half the camp was awake, half sleeping in rotation, the low murmur of voices mixing with the hiss of steam and the occasional hum of ice. Faraga stood a short distance away, hands clasped behind his back, gaze fixed unblinking on the dungeon's yawning gates. Good to know I'm not the only one who can't sleep, Calgurio said, stepping up beside him. The general's head turned slightly, offering a brief nod before his eyes slid back to the abyssal entrance. There's something off, but I can't name it, Calgurio admitted after a moment, his breath misting in the air. You're not alone, Faraga said quietly. They stood there in silence for several breaths, the gates ahead of them dark and still, yet impossibly heavy, almost as if they were watching the eye of something that watched back. It's strange that we lost so much against so few. And now they've all gone underground. Their whole city, hidden away in the earth. Faraga continued. As a strategist, I can't imagine a worse choice than cornering yourself, Calgurio said. He paused, then frowned. But, we also can't dismiss the possibility that's exactly what they want us to believe, he added. Faraga's brow furrowed. If so, they're playing a deep game. No emissaries, no probing force, no counterattack, nothing. His voice grew lower. The more they spoke, the quieter the silence between them thickened. From their vantage point, it made no sense. Tempest had bled the Empire in open battle, then simply vanished below. But victory bred its own paranoia. Calgurio's gaze held on the black archway. When a beast retreats into its lair, it's not always to escape the hunt, he said at last. Neither of them said it, but both could feel that whatever waited inside those corridors would not be prey. Hours bled away beneath the frostlit sky until the ground gave a faint, steady tremor. Calgurio and Faraga's eyes locked on the dungeon gates. The ripple of sound that followed, measured, rhythmic footfalls, stirred the camp. One by one, dozing soldiers woke, heads turning toward the dark archway. Shapes emerged from the black, and the tension broke, relief sweeping the field as it became clear these were their own men. The returning unit marched in perfect order, their steps strangely uniform. And then the details became apparent. Shimmering armor slung over shoulders, weapons with an otherworldly gleam, bundles of rare herbs, sacks heavy with gold and uncut gems. In the moonlight, the hall glittered like something out of a fever dream. Soldiers on the surface couldn't help but gather closer, drawn by the spectacle. Calgurio and Faraga cut through the onlookers, moving straight to the head of the returning line. One soldier, face pale from the cold but posture rigid, snapped to attention. "Evening, Commander." "General." he greeted. "What is all this?" Calgurio asked, his tone flat, eyes flicking from a jeweled breastplate to a chest spilling silver coins. "These were gathered in the sector we entered, sir." The soldier replied, gesturing toward the growing pile as more men deposited their burdens. It took several minutes for the last to emerge, and even then, the number was clearly wrong. A unit was meant to be 20,000 strong. This was less than a fraction. Faraga's voice dropped. "Where's the rest? Don't tell me you're all that made it out," he said. The soldier shook his head. "No, sir. Our unit remains intact. The others are still inside," he clarified. The general exhaled through his nose. "Then why send so many back?" he asked. The space beyond our door was vast. Far larger than we anticipated. Mazes, corridors, endless passages. "We fought a few monsters, but nothing too serious," he explained. That gave both commanders pause. All 95 doors were set mere meters apart, their frames embedded in the same wall. By any logic, there shouldn't be room for even one enormous complex underground, let alone 95 separate ones. And then we found these chests already filled with valuables. We decided to bring them back while the rest continued searching. The soldier continued. Calgurio nodded slowly. "Prudent. Better to secure the hall in case the rest run into trouble," he said. Faraga rubbed at his chin. "Still, it's hard to believe a space that vast can exist just below us. Or perhaps all the doors feed into the same labyrinthine network, and your group was simply the first to stumble on the stash," he speculated. The soldier shook his head. "No, sir. We encountered no other units," he replied. That single statement deepened the quiet between Calgurio and Faraga. The soldier reached into his coat and produced a folded parchment. Calgurio took it, unfolding to reveal a meticulously drawn map, laying out corridors, dead ends, marked chambers, symbols denoting monster sightings and loot locations. The edges cut off mid-line, as if the cartographer had simply run out of paper before the labyrinth ended. "This is..." Faraga muttered, disbelief edging his voice. "It isn't physically possible." Calgurio finished, his tone flat. "We haven't yet found one of the keys mentioned in the inscription, but the search continues," the soldier added. Calgurio handed the map back. "Carry on," he said. They watched the group melt back into the dungeon's dark, the pile of treasure now a gleaming centerpiece on the frost-hardened field. Soldiers crowded it, murmuring in awe. "Tempest is this rich?" One whispered. "They're not even guarding it properly," another said. "Might as well be giving it away." Someone chuckled. The laughter and awe rang hollow to the commander's ears. Faraga's gaze narrowed. "Unique grade gear isn't something you just leave lying around," he whispered. "Agreed," Calgurio said quietly, his eyes on the dungeon's maw. "Which means it's here for a reason." Deep within the dungeon's layers, the air itself seemed to shift. Echoes, distant but steady, rolled through the stone like a heartbeat, the tread of thousands of boots pounding in unison. The sound carried through corridors and caverns, brushing against wards, rippling across magic barriers, seeping into places no human ear could reach. At last, the invaders had arrived. The roaming elites, Benimaru, Cheyenne, and Sui, moved separately, each a lone predator on their chosen floor. Their blades rested in easy reach, but their gazes were sharpened and unblinking, following the pull of hostile presences. Benimaru's steps were measured but heavy, his aura like a furnace barely contained. The news of the Empire's slaughter of his soldiers burned in him, coiling tighter with each echoing step of the enemy. His hand flexed at his side, knuckles widening. "I'll be sure to return the favor, tenfold," he murmured, voice low, dangerous. His fingers curled into a fist, the heat rolling off him in faint ripples, already warping the air. In another stretch of the labyrinth, Sui was a shadow among shadows. His form blended seamlessly into the darkness, only the faintest gleam of his twin blades hinting at his presence. From a vantage in the gloom, his eyes tracked a large squadron winding through the halls below, disciplined, orderly, and entirely unaware of the predator above them. His grip shifted minutely on his weapons. No motion wasted. No breath louder than necessary. Cheyenne's approach was less subtle. Her odachi, Hercules' edge, rested against her shoulder, the massive blade catching what little light filtered into the stone corridor. Her gaze was cold, the cheer she often wore replaced with razor focus. "For upsetting Rimuru-sama, the price is all your lives," she whispered, the words drifting into the dark. Elsewhere, frost-laden winds screamed across an endless expanse of ice. Shimo sat alone on the edge of a jagged cliff, the blizzard whirling around her like a living shroud. In her hand, she toyed with a shard of ice, tossing and catching it in lazy arcs. The thousands of soldiers struggling forward in the distance were dark specks against the blinding white. Their breath steamed, their pace slowed, not from fear yet, but from cold that gnawed bone deep. All that quantity just to become food. Shimo's voice was flat when she spoke, almost as if stating a fact. Within the city of the damned, Deathtopia, the air hung thick with the weight of unlife. Adalman sat upon his throne of skulls, the blue flames in his hollow eyes burning brighter as the invaders drew near. Behind him, the death dragon's massive coils shifted, scales scraping stone, its breath releasing a haze of decay that clung to every surface. And to his right stood Albert, to his left Gadra, stalwart in their vigil. Their death shall feed our undead army. Adalman intoned, fingers steepled as though in prayer. Gadra's hand brushed his beard, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. Allow Albert and me to give them a proper greeting, he said. The White King inclined his head, and in the next instant, both warriors vanished into the mist. Kamara reclined lazily on a silken couch in her lavish chamber, idly twirling a lock of hair. The sudden prick of hostile presence snapped her upright. Her 8 tails swayed, each pulsing faintly with light, the beasts within restless. She crossed the room in a flicker of motion, stepping onto the balcony of her towering mansion. The forest canopy below hid the soldiers from view, but she could feel them, hear the disturbance in her domain. How rude of them to disturb the forest, and my sleep, she said in a voice sweet as honey. Suddenly, her expression hardened, the sweetness vanishing like mist. She raised a hand, pointing beyond the treetops. Leave none alive, my children, she commanded. Light burst from her tails, separating into 8 luminous shapes that streaked to the spires encircling her mansion. When the glow faded, they stood revealed. Byaquin, the white ape. And Chu, the flaming eagle. Get, the silver rabbit. Reiko, the thunder lion. Yoda, the crystalline serpent. Igami, the shade wolf. Mink, the white tiger. Kakuso, the winged snake. Each beast radiated an aura that could crush an archdemon. Together, their presence dwarfed that of many demon lords, enough that Kamara could sit back and watch, her will carried out without lifting a finger. In the heart of the marshland and swamp so vast it could swallow armies whole, a singular shape rose from the murk. A colossal mound towered over the domain, its surface pocked with hollows, like a hornet's nest made for giants. The air vibrated with the drone of countless magic insects spilling in and out of the openings in dark, glittering swarms. The structure's scale defied comprehension, kilometers wide, piercing the clouds above. At its pinnacle, Apito stood poised, her translucent wings humming with restrained force, an elbow blade gleaming at her side. Beside her, Zijin stood with arms folded, gaze fixed on the horizon where the enemy approached. His expression betrayed no urgency, only a quiet certainty. You may begin your soul harvest. I will follow when you are done, Zijin said, his voice like stone on stone. Apito's wings stirred the air. If you insist, she replied. Back on the surface, soldiers moved in steady lines, returning from the dungeon with crates, sacks, and armfuls of glittering spoils. The growing mound of treasure caught the moonlight in fractured shards. Gold, crystal, and rare alloys, heaped in a pile several meters tall, like some obscene monument to greed. From time to time, stretchers emerged as well. The injured were carried with care but little ceremony, their groans muted under the bustle. Most bore shallow cuts or bruises, mere inconveniences for an army of their caliber. But here and there, a soldier lay pale and trembling, wounds blackened with some unrecognizable toxin or frostbite far too deep for the time they'd spent below. To the casual eye, morale was high. Men laughed in low bursts, officers barked orders, and guards paced between stacks of loot. But Calgurio and Faraga watched in silence, their eyes never quite leaving the mound of stolen wealth. This is getting out of hand, Faraga said finally, his voice low but edged. There's no way they're letting this go for nothing. Calgurio agreed, his gaze hardening. They both turned toward the injured. A few dozen lightly wounded, and a handful in worse shape. None dead yet. None broken enough to be beyond aid. It was the kind of casualty rate that spoke not of fierce resistance, but of restraint. And it's like they're not even trying to defend themselves, Faraga added, frowning deeper. Calgurio's foot began to tap, each beat sharp against the frozen ground. His mind worked through the facts, dismissing each simple answer. Something wasn't right. Then his head snapped up, eyes widening, not with fear, but with the clarity of a man who finally sees the trap closing. We need to recall the units. Now, he said, his voice taut but deliberate. Faraga turned to him, brow furrowing. You know our communicators can't cut through that much rock. Not with the depth they're at, he replied. Then we'll get closer, Calgurio said, already moving. Wait. Faraga started, but the commander was gone, striding toward the dungeon's yawning gates. With a frustrated click of his tongue, the general followed. Minutes, Kanzis, and Krishna, seated nearby, looked up at the sudden movement. They exchanged a brief, questioning glance before rising and jogging after the two. The cavern beyond the gate swallowed them, the air damp and heavy. A ring of 95 identical doors stood silent around the space, their carved stone faces glinting faintly under the magical lighting. Calgurio strode to one at random, pulling a communicator from his coat. He adjusted the dial, held the device steady, and waited. Faraga stopped behind him, catching his breath. A long pause. Only static. Nothing. Calgurio muttered, his tone darkening. He moved to another door and repeated the process. Still nothing. These devices work across whole battlefields. Even heavy barriers don't block them like this. Faraga said, unease bleeding into his voice. That just confirms what I've been suspecting. Calgurio slipped the communicator back into his pocket, the finality in the motion making the air feel heavier. He faced Faraga fully, his eyes shadowed under the cold light. We're not dealing with a normal structure. These aren't doors. They're links. Spatial links, most likely. Every one of them leads to a completely different place. It could be different places or different worlds, for all we know. That's the only way this makes sense. A space this vast couldn't fit beneath us otherwise. And they've placed the entrances side by side like a net. He explained. The three who had followed stood in still silence, the weight of his words settling like frost in their chests. None of them spoke. Somewhere far below, soldiers marched deeper into domains they didn't understand. Calgurio's voice lowered, almost as if speaking louder might provoke the place itself. If that's the case, then our forces aren't just scattered. They're isolated. And he trailed off, jaw tightening. Unfortunately, they would never reach them. Nor would they hear the screams that would follow. The last of the Empire's soldiers crossed into Shimo's domain. The storm swallowed them whole, its white curtain blotting out the sky and horizon alike. From her perch on the jagged cliff, she let the ice shard she'd been toying with slip from her fingers. It struck the ground with a faint ting, vanishing beneath the snow. She stepped forward, boots crunching lightly, breath drifting in pale coils from her lips. Below her, 20,000 soldiers trampled, each step sinking them deeper into the killing ground they didn't yet know they had entered. Her eyes narrowed, frost clinging to her lashes. Well, there's no turning back for you now. She murmured, voice barely above the howl of the wind. Her blade came up, held level before her. Delicate fingers brushed the steel's length, tracing each frost rune. One by one, they flared alive with a cold, cerulean light, the air around them sharp enough to bite exposed skin. Then she moved. A single, flowing leap took her high into the storm's heart. In the same breath, her sword swept through the snow beneath her, thousands of cuts in less than a heartbeat. The cliff face shattered under her precision, breaking loose an immense sheet of snow and ice. Gravity seized it, and the mountainside roared as the avalanche began its descent. Far below, the lead soldier felt the first tremor underfoot. He looked up, catching a pale blur against the storm, and panic clawed up his throat. "A avalanche!" he screamed. The word shattered the soldier's discipline. Men turned and shoved through knee-deep snow, armor and magical enhancements doing little to fight the drag of the drifts. They moved too slowly. "Oh no, you don't," came a voice from nowhere, cold enough to chill bone. In an instant, a wave of frost rippled through the horde. 2,000 men froze in place from the knees down, their armor encased in crystalline ice. "I'm stuck," one of them screamed. "Break it. Break it now," another pleaded desperately. Some hacked at the ice in desperation, others fled, abandoning their trapped comrades. But it didn't matter. The killing began before they could decide. The snowstorm carried the sound, a wet, rhythmic noise of steel parting flesh. Screams flared and cut short in the same breath. Shapes moved in the white fog, too fast to track. A man turned to face the movement, then saw his own headless body crumpling into the snow. The avalanche struck moments later, a devouring wall of ice and stone that thundered across the valley. Those frozen in place vanished beneath it. Thousands died in the crush, their cries smothered by the roar. Above them, Shimo dropped from the storm like a falling star, her blade catching what little light filtered through the blizzard. "Fire!" an officer screamed, voice breaking. Bullets hauled upward, each one superheated and enchanted to pierce even a greater demon. The air cracked from the velocity, melting snow where they passed. She didn't block them all. She erased them. Every round that met her sword split cleanly in two, half spinning away into the snow. She landed in their midst, feet barely leaving an impression, then dissolved into mist before the muzzle swung back to her. The officer tried to rally his men. "Watch the dash." His head fell before the sentence did, blood fanning out into the wind. Panic took them. Some fired wildly into the storm, others turned to run. None were fast enough. Shimo was everywhere and nowhere, cutting, vanishing, reappearing at a flank or rear. She didn't waste a step or a swing. Every movement ended a life. The snow beneath their boots turned slick, red streaming into the white. A line of soldiers still held their ground, shields up. Shimo's gaze found them, and her stance shifted. She raised her sword high, the runes along its length flaring brighter, and brought it down with a clean, decisive cut. From the ground, ice erupted, towering spikes racing forward in perfect alignment with her slash. They pierced through armor, bodies, and shields alike, freezing the unlucky survivors in statues of jagged crystal. In one stroke, 1,000 fell. Those who turned to flee found the ice racing them from below, overtaking their steps in seconds. By the time the survivors aimed their guns again, the frost Oni was gone, leaving only the storm, the corpses, and the silent, glittering field of her work. 2 elite swordsmen caught her in the shifting mist, rare survivors with the instincts and speed to track her movements. They closed in from opposite sides, steel flashing in perfect, lethal timing. Shimo's head turned toward them with all the urgency of someone acknowledging a mild inconvenience. She met their blades with one hand on her sword, the clash detonating a shockwave that melted snow in a wide circle and fractured the ice beneath their feet. Die, monster. One bellowed, swinging a horizontal arc with the strength of a siege weapon. His partner cut in from the other side, their angles leaving no apparent room to evade. Shimo simply bent her knees, lowering her body until her horns aligned perfectly with the first attacker's chest. Before his strike could finish, she drove forward, horns punching through steel plate and magical wards alike as though they were brittle glass. His breath left him in a wet gasp, crimson flooding his lips. She withdrew, the men collapsing without ceremony. Before the second could react, she was already behind him. A single, unhurried palm met the center of his back. Wind cutter. She intoned. A razor of compressed air burst forth, cleaving him cleanly in two. Blood fanned across the snow in a grotesque arc before the storm swallowed it. Shimo was already gone, moving to the next knot of soldiers without so much as a backward glance. From that moment, the battle was no longer a battle. It was a harvest. Soldiers fell in clean sequences, each kill turned into the next note in a song only she could hear. Some deaths came at the tip of her blade, others in flurries of ice magic, freezing squads where they stood, wind magic, severing lines mid-charge. Not a single attack touched her. A second squadron opened fire. Their gunfire pierced nothing but mist. Shimo's counterstroke erased them in seconds, the air itself turning hostile, slicing, freezing, and breaking bodies in ways the human mind barely had time to register. In just 15 minutes, she'd finished her quota. When the storm finally fell still, Shimo stood at the center of what had once been an army. The snow around her had been scoured away in long, molten streaks, steam curling upward from blackened earth. Bodies lay in tangled heaps, blood soaking deep into what snow remained. Here, entire platoons stood frozen mid-motion in jagged pillars of ice. There, the ground was slick with crimson runoff from ruptured armor. Frostmourne hung loosely at her side, its runes faintly glowing, every inch of its length wet with blood. Around her, 20,000 corpses marked the boundaries of her domain. Every single soul was hers now. She glanced at her free hand, crimson dripping from her fingertips, feeling the faint, electric pulse of what she'd claimed. She flexed her fingers once, then exhaled a slow, detached sigh. With a flick, she cleaned the blade. The sound of steel sliding back into its sheath was the only note of finality the massacre received. "My job is finished," she muttered. The mist took her again, erasing her presence as though she had never been there, leaving only the storm, the dead, and the blood that would never wash from the snow. Elsewhere, Benimaru's hunt took a different shape. A single, long hallway, vaulted ceilings, shadow-draped pillars, torchlight barely holding back the dark. And at the far end, 20,000 soldiers waited in a wall of steel and gunmetal. The samurai general walked toward them at a steady, measured pace. His geta clicked softly against the polished stone, each step carrying a weight that pressed against the air. Murmurs rippled through the ranks. "Just one." A soldier scoffed. "They're really not guarding their spoils." Another chuckled. "This'll be easy." Someone else boasted. And indeed, it would be easy. Just not for them. Benimaru drew his blade. Crimson lotus hissed into the open, its edge bathed in a molten glow that painted the walls in liquid firelight. His face was calm, but his aura was a furnace, radiating pure, suffocating pressure. His sharpened senses had picked something out that no one else would notice. These were the same troops who had killed some of his men. "I'll make this quick," he said, halting mid-step. The soldiers shifted, raising weapons. "But don't assume it will be painless." He moved. The first step cracked the stone beneath his feet and sent vibrations racing down the corridor. Several pillars buckled outright under the shock. By the time the enemy processed what had happened, the The first few hundred in the front ranks had been carved apart in a blinding flash of heat, halved cleanly, steam curling off their remains before the pieces hit the floor. Attack! An officer roared. Steel surged toward him from every direction, blades, axes, halberds, while from the rear, rifles barked and crossbows snapped. Bullets and quarrels screamed downrange, most enhanced to pierce even fortress walls. Benimaru never looked at them. His blade worked in lines so perfect a calligrapher might have drawn them, each strike cutting men, weapons, and projectiles alike. The heat of his aura vaporized blood instantly, and not a single drop reached the floor. A few gunners managed to close into point-blank range and fired. Their barrels spat death straight into the bodies of their own allies as Benimaru blurred out of their line of sight. "He's unstoppable!" someone shouted. They combusted before finishing the thought, reduced to ash mid-breath. A massive brute in a mechanized magical suit charged from behind, his armored fist moving with surprising speed. Benimaru dipped beneath the blow and placed one palm against the man's chest. "Incineration drive," he intoned. The brute shot backward like a meteor, obliterating 3 lines of infantry before splintering a load-bearing column. The crash thundered through the hall, raining down shards of stone and sending cracks spidering across the ceiling. Dozens of mages tried to counter, weaving, anti-magic area, with desperate urgency. The air shimmered with their barrier. Yet. "Why isn't it working?" one shouted. Because Benimaru's flame soul magic was comprised of physics obeying heat, pressure, and combustion. These forces were as natural as gravity, allowing it to bypass barrier restrictions. He cut through their ranks without breaking stride. To the onlookers, the 100 mages seemed to fall all at once, heads parting from bodies in the same instant. Their lifeless forms collapsed in eerie unison, their blood hissing into vapor before it could hit the ground. Benimaru had always been a master at the blade, but Dino's relentless training had stripped away even the subtlest imperfections in his form. Every parry flowed into a counter, every cut into the next target. His style had not been replaced, only sharpened, his signature ferocity now bound to flawless execution. The confined space became an oven. Walls blackened, stone floors cracked and warped, the air itself twisting in the heat haze. By the time the rear ranks realized they were doomed, the Flame Oni's shadow had already reached them. In just 10 minutes, Benimaru had fulfilled his quota. The ruined hall lay silent. Where once 20,000 soldiers had stood, only blackened husks remained, bodies charred into brittle silhouettes, frozen in the last moments of futile resistance. Not a single drop of blood marred the stone. The heat had erased it all. Weapons and armor lay in molten heaps, fused into grotesque sculptures that no forge could replicate. The very air still wavered with residual heat, and the walls bore streaks of scorched stone where flame had licked them clean. In the center of it all, crimson lotus burned faintly in Benimaru's hand, its edge immaculate, as if untouched by the chaos it had wrought. He lifted the blade vertically before him, the gesture precise, almost ceremonial. His head bowed low. "My soldiers, you fought well," he murmured. The words carried no rage, only quiet reverence, a prayer for those who had fallen, and a promise kept for the vengeance they deserved. When he straightened, he did not look back. The dead no longer needed his gaze. With a single step, he blurred toward the stairway, vanishing in a rush of heat. There were more enemies on the floors above, and his hunt was far from over. Hidden within the shadows of a different floor, Sui waited. He did not rush nor breathe heavily. He simply was, a stillness so absolute that even the most sensitive of magical senses would mistake him for part of the structure itself. The battalion of 20,000 soldiers marched through the narrow corridors, their boots echoing in unison. Somewhere among them, the darkness Oni was already on the hunt. All-consuming shadow. His voice was low and cold, carrying not through the air, but along the floor like a whisper meant only for the doomed. The darkness bloomed without warning. A pitch-black sphere erupted in the center of the column, silent and impenetrable. Those nearest had no chance to cry out before it swallowed them whole. From the outside, it looked as if they'd been erased. "Run!" a soldier screamed. Panic detonated. The battalion fractured instantly, soldiers shoving and trampling each other in their desperation to escape the void. Armor clattered, men shouted orders that no one followed, and the stampede only drew them closer to one another, like prey crowding into a trap. The sphere expanded, its surface rippling like ink in water, until over 2,000 men had been consumed. Then, as if reality itself shattered, the black shell broke into shards of pure shadow and collapsed inward. What it revealed silenced the survivors. Sui stood at the center, suspended a few meters off the ground, his twin blades dripping crimson. Beneath him lay the mangled bodies of the first victims, some crushed into grotesque, fused clumps of armor and flesh by constricting, mystic thread, others reduced to stumps and tatters. Blood pooled in the broken floor tiles, reflecting his silhouette. "Get him!" an officer bellowed, raising his rifle. Hundreds of barrels lit up, but their shots passed cleanly through his afterimage. The darkness flickered, and Sui was simply elsewhere. A scream erupted to the left. Another to the right. A third from somewhere behind the formation. From above, it seemed as though 5 different enemies were assaulting them at once. There's 5 of them. A soldier shouted. His head burst apart in a fine red mist before the sentence finished. Sui's body double skill had manifested 4 replicas, each armed with a lesser, but still lethal, pair of blades. The clones moved in perfect, unnerving harmony with him, dismantling the formation piece by piece. Their strikes were swift and surgical. An exposed neck here, a hamstring there, a severed arm snatched away before its owner could even scream. Mages, desperate, threw up an anti-magic area. But the darkness didn't care. Sui's darkness soul magic was no mere magic. It was the absence of light itself, bound by the physics of the real world. The anti-magic area only robbed them of their magical senses, making them blind in his void zones while he stalked unseen. From the soldier's perspective, they weren't fighting a man. They were fighting nightfall. And through it all, his blade work was flawless. Dino, having a penchant for wielding 2 blades at once, had honed Sui's natural dual wielding into something predatory, 2 weapons flowing as one, each strike perfectly balanced to feed the next. Not a movement wasted, not a kill sloppy. When the last pockets of resistance broke, Sui recalled his clones, their bodies dissolving into trails of black mist. The remaining survivors sprinted down the hall, eyes wide with animal terror, but it was too late. In one smooth blur, Sui slipped past them. His blades crossed behind his back as he sheathed them. Blood fanned out across the floor in twin crimson arcs. The survivors fell without a word, their bodies hitting the stone in unison, and the hallway went silent. Only the slow, rhythmic drip of blood onto cold stone marked the passing of 20 minutes. Sui stepped back into the shadows, already gone before the corpses cooled. Deeper still, in another floor of the dungeon, the sound of battle wasn't gunfire or clashing steel. It was breaking the earth. She's a monster. A soldier screamed, his voice cracking into panic. The answer came as the entire ground split beneath him, the shockwave tossing men like dolls. Stone pillars groaned and buckled, collapsing into clouds of dust. Cheyenne, the wicked Oni, moved through the carnage like an unshakable force of nature-given flesh. Hercules' edge, her massive odachi, whistled through the air in brutal arcs. Every swing carved through hundreds of soldiers at once, armor and bodies cleaving apart as easily as silk. The army responded with desperate gunfire and spells. Bolts of magic, streams of bullets, enchanted blades, none of them mattered. Cheyenne's multi-layer barrier shimmered faintly under the assault, swatting it away like a passing breeze. In the rare moments a strike slipped through, infinite regeneration erased the wound before a single drop of blood could stain her skin. She didn't even flinch. Gone was her familiar, almost goofy exuberance. In its place was something colder. Sharper. Her gaze held the soldiers like insects pinned beneath glass, inevitable, helpless, and already dead. With one step, she closed a gap of 100 meters, her odachi descending like a falling star. The impact didn't just cut. No, it shattered space itself. Armor crumpled, bone splintered, and the shockwave tore nearby men from their footing. Several hulking warriors in magically reinforced mech suits rushed her from different angles, their weapons glowing with condensed magic. They struck together, blows that could pulverize buildings. Cheyenne caught the first strike in her free hand. A squeeze. A metallic scream of bending alloy. Then she punched the warrior into the next 2, the force collapsing their suits inward like tin foil. The 3 of them tumbled across the floor, crushing more soldiers beneath their bulk before lying still. She was brutality incarnate, but not a mindless brute. Dino's training had reshaped her into something far more terrifying. He hadn't stripped away her raw power. He had refined it, sculpted it into a weapon of surgical destruction. Her swings had no wasted motion. Every step was calculated for maximum devastation. Her blows didn't just kill. They dismantled formations, crippled morale, and left no openings. Entire sections of the floor fell away under her attacks. Columns that had stood for years lay split in 2. And still, she was holding back. The soldiers didn't realize it, but the odachi's weight, her speed, and even her energy output were being used at only a fraction of her full strength. It didn't matter. To them, she was the battlefield. Every swing redrew the devastated hallway. Every breath brought another wave of the dead. Her presence was a wall of inevitability, crushing them no matter where they ran. When the dust finally began to settle, the soldiers' numbers had already been cut to less than a fraction, all within a few minutes. Worse still, Cheyenne hadn't even started to sweat. Back in the control room, the mood was a strange mix of professional observation and barely concealed amusement. Rimuru, Veldora, Velzard, Ramirez, Dino, Akuru, Shuna, and Diablo stood before a bank of holographic screens, each display streaming a different floor of the dungeon. One showed Sui's shadowy massacre. Another, the frozen wasteland left behind by Shimo. But the screen holding everyone's attention belonged to Cheyenne. I remember half-joking once that Cheyenne had surpassed Benimaru. Rimuru said, arms folded. The room's collective gaze shifted toward him. Not so much a joke now, is it? Dino replied, smirking. You trained her well, Dino-sensei. Hakuru said with a rare, genuine nod of respect. Dino waved it off, though his ears flushed slightly. She was already dangerous. I just helped clean up the rough edges, he said. Shuna's smile was proud, but tinged with a note of awe. It's remarkable. Her style's refined, yet still undeniably Cheyenne. She added. Diablo's grin sharpened. Not bad at all, first secretary. He praised. And she hasn't even tapped into her unique skill. Veldora noted, as though saving the best part for last. Velzard chuckled. Her skill is like an offensive version of Chosen One. You'd need something far nastier than this to force her to use it, she said. Ramaris leaned forward on the console, not in alarm over the destruction in her dungeon, but in admiration. Ooh, those collapsing pillars were nice. I'm gonna be busy fixing that later, she mused. Then, out of nowhere. You wanna have some fun? Veldora asked, giving her a sideways grin. Ramaris' eyes lit up like someone had just handed her free candy. Right, she exclaimed. Why would you give her any ideas? Rimuru snapped, whipping his head toward the weeb dragon. Veldora's booming laugh filled the control room. Ramaris ignored both him and Rimuru's rising sense of dread. She raised her hands and summoned a three-dimensional model of the dungeon, every floor rendered in shimmering detail. Souls, hundreds of thousands, lit up across the projection like tiny fireflies. After a bit of scanning, she spotted one cluster, a neat, marching column of 20,000 soldiers. Velzard arched an eyebrow. Do leave some for the Demonist trio, she reminded. I just want to do this once. Ramaris chirped, her wings fluttering. Her hand flicked downward. Crash. On the screen, the ceiling of the target floor dropped like a guillotine, stone and steel weighing millions of tons slamming down in an instant. There was no build-up, no warning. 1 second, they were marching, and the next, they were gone. Not even time for a scream. Just a brief splash of red and then silence. Rimuru froze, then took a physical step back. The hell was that? He blurted out. That was awesome. Ramaris beamed, eyes sparkling with mischief. Veldora nodded sagely, arms folded. A swift and brutal end. Deserved, he said. Rimuru stared at the screen, still processing the casual execution. You're a psycho, he muttered, though his mouth twitched despite himself. Ramaris just folded her arms and grinned, far too pleased with herself. Rimuru exhaled, shaking his head with a mix of disbelief and amusement before turning his attention to another bank of screens. This time, the images shifted, showing ruthless sandstorms, hurricanes battering a forest, vast, frozen wastelands, and landscapes warped by sheer volcanic activity. The domains of the element dragons came into view, each radiating an overwhelming aura even through the projection. Beside them, other feeds lit up. Apito's endless swarm surged like a living tide, and Zijin's crushing presence warped the air itself. Adelman's undead army advancing in perfect silence, and Kamara's battlefield twisting into an ever-changing forest. A fresh wave of carnage was blooming across the dungeon, blood, bone, and magic reshaping each floor into a killing field, and it was only the opening act. Rimuru's lips curved into a grin. All right, time to see the rest of the dungeon marvels in action, he said. Quahaha. Veldora's laugh shook the control room. Behold my greatest pupils, Apito and Zijin. Their power is proof of my flawless training. He bellowed, his arms crossed in smug satisfaction. Ramaris puffed her chest out, wings twitching with pride. Ha! I don't even need to watch my children. The element dragons could sleep through this whole invasion and still win, she boasted. On the displays, the dungeon marvels moved with casual supremacy. Each one commanded their battlefield as though they owned not just the terrain, but the very rules it operated on. The Empire's soldiers weren't fighting battles. No, they were drowning in inevitability. I sense that the real threats have yet to descend into the depths, Diablo said softly, hands clasped behind his back. Rimuru leaned against the console, eyes locked on the unfolding devastation. His grin sharpened. Then our people won't disappoint. Yo. Welcome back, people. I've got another fire chapter here, this one giving the spotlight to our favorite Onis. It was really fun showcasing their different styles, Shimo using the environment to her advantage, Benimaru with his ruthless precision and speed, Sui with his sneaky kills, resulting in far less destruction, and finally, Cheyenne with her newly refined brute strength. With such a diverse cast and range of abilities, it's always fun to show off their distinct battle strategies. And yes, I'm gonna say it here now. Cheyenne has surpassed Benimaru. With her unique skill, Cook, and having refined her brute strength to be more precise and less wasteful, she's now a force to be reckoned with. The gap isn't that big yet, though. If I had to guess, if they fought, then Cheyenne might win 6 out of 10 times. She also has a slightly higher EP than Benimaru, infinite regeneration, and her Divine Berserker skill can elevate her to divinity, albeit temporarily. There's a reason why Seal prevented her from evolving Cook into an ultimate skill in canon up until the end. Cheyenne is deadly. Big ups for our wicked Oni girl. Anywho, the next chapter will be all about the element dragons, as well as the rest of the dungeon guardians, Oddalman, Apito, Kamara, and Zijin. I can't wait to get to it. And since the first few weeks of our school years aren't typically busy, I'll use that time to cook, at a comfortable pace, of course. That is all for now. I'll see you all in the next one. Author, out.